The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Keith Salis. Introduction. The Boy Scouts of Woodcraft Camp, to which the present volume is in the nature of a sequel, was written to demonstrate what may be accomplished by the application of Boy Scout principles where boys are thrown in constant contact with one another, as in a large school or camp, and at the same time to stimulate in boy readers a desire to learn for themselves the great lessons of manliness and self-reliance, of true courage and of purity and clear thinking and living which Mother Nature is ever ready to teach those who seek her in her own great temples. In The Boy Scouts on Swift River, I have endeavored to show the direct application of the lessons learned in Woodcraft Camp, and for this reason have chosen 4 of Dr. Merriam's boys, 3 with whom you are already well acquainted if you have read the first book, and 1 who is a tenderfoot, to face the test of self-dependence in a canoe cruise on unfamiliar waters. I am well aware that certain old hunters and perhaps some naturalists may accuse me of stretching the truth in regard to the boldness of the bull moose in inflicting his society upon the young cruisers. For this reason I want to say here that the incident is literally true in the main points, as I myself was one of the victims of his undesired attentions, and prize today as among the choicest of all my photographs those made of His Royal Highness on that memorable occasion. One of the great charms of the wilderness is the continual encounter with the unexpected. The true scout is prepared to meet such situations and to do the right thing instinctively, but to be thus prepared he must have learned the value and blessing of self-dependence. The boy who has never been forced to stand squarely on his own feet, who has never met an emergency for himself, alone and with the full knowledge that he has none to whom to turn, will seldom become a leader either in boyhood or manhood. Self-dependence is nature's inflexible law. Upon this and this alone rests the very life of every wild creature from the largest to the least. Man is no exception once he has entered those domains where nature rules supreme. For this reason, I believe that in no other way may moral and physical stamina be so surely and quickly developed in a boy as in such a trip through the wilderness or semi-wilderness as herein described. And for you, boy reader, I can wish no greater joy than the thrill of a run through foam-crested water, the sense of triumph in the successful meeting of an emergency, the mingled odor of frying bacon and pungent wood smoke, and the deep peace that comes with stretching out on a bed of fragrant balsam at the end of a hard day's paddle, lulled to dreamless sleep by the soft murmur of the night wind among the tree-tops. Other adventures in the woods are described in The Boy Scouts on Lost Trail and in The Boy Scouts in a Trapper's Camp. The Author. Chapter 1. First Aid. It was noon on the last Saturday in June. The great city of New York sweltered in a wave of intense heat, the more unbearable because of its unseasonableness. The huge office buildings poured their thousands of weary men and women into the already crowded streets. Each entrance to the subway was a human maelstrom, surging and eddying and seeming to suck below all who were caught in its current. The vertical rays of the sun, beating down between the skyscrapers, was reflected in glaring heat waves which engulfed the hurrying throngs until they gasped for breath. Impatient drivers of delivery vans, eager to make their last deliveries, chauffeurs of private motor cars urged on by homeward-bound businessmen, and motormen of service cars packed to suffocation with human freight, hurled anathemas under their breath at the traffic police whose upraised hands halted them at every crossing, forcing them to creep uptown at a snail's pace. The clang of gongs and the shrill cries of the newsboys added to the confusion. Down Broadway, stemming the human tide, came a patrol of Boy Scouts. They wore the regulation uniform, broad-brimmed hats, and each carried a stout staff. It was the Blue Tortoise Patrol, 8 sturdy lads marching 2 and 2 behind their leader, a clean-cut, well-built boy of 15, upon whose hat appeared the oxidized silver of the patrol leader's first-class scout badge. In their faces was none of the strain and weariness of the crowd through which they made their way. Instead, they were alight with anticipation, for they were on their way to the ferry for an afternoon hike on the Jersey meadows. Just ahead of them, the great Flatiron Building, dividing two of the city's chief thoroughfares, swam in a haze of heat and dust. As they approached it, there was a sudden rush of people from the sidewalk toward the middle of the street, where they crowded and jammed and almost in a second had completely blocked traffic. A burly policeman forced his way through and stooped over something, then rising asked if there was a doctor present. There was none, and the policeman turned to drive back the crowd while a fellow officer, who had come up, forced his way to the nearest box to send a call for an ambulance. "What's the matter, officer?" a voice called. "Don't know, a fit or faint or something of the kind," growled the policeman, vainly trying to drive the crowd back. "Back there! Stand back! Give us room!" he roared. Then, wriggling through as only boys can wriggle, 9 khaki-clad figures suddenly sprang to his aid. They were the members of the Blue Tortoise Patrol. While the officer tried to drive the crowd back, the patrol leader knelt beside the limp figure. It was that of an old man, shabbily dressed. He was unconscious, and his face was red and skin hot and dry. Occasionally he gave a little gasping sigh. "It's sunstroke!" exclaimed the scout leader, and at once began to loosen the man's clothing. Calling one of his patrol to his aid, he bade the latter shade the victim's face with his hat, while he himself bathed face, neck, and chest with cool water from his canteen. Under this treatment, the sufferer was beginning to show signs of returning consciousness as the clang of an ambulance gong scattered the crowd. The young white-coated surgeon made a hasty examination. As the patient was lifted into the ambulance, he turned to the young scout leader and gravely gave him the scout's salute. "Sunstroke. You did just the right thing. I congratulate you," he said tersely. He swung up on the rear step of the ambulance, the gong clattered, and the crowd melted away as quickly as it had gathered. The leader of the Blue Tortoise Patrol slung his canteen over his shoulder and turned to his followers. "All in," he commanded, and then there was a wild yell of, "Oh, you won't!" A big touring car had just drawn up to the opposite sidewalk, and from the front seat a boy of about the leader's own age was leaning and wildly swinging his hat. In the tonneau sat a gray-haired man whose keen eyes twinkled with pleasure. "Hal Harrison, where and under the sun did you come from?" shouted the patrol leader, quite forgetting his patrol and rushing across with left hand extended for the scout grip. "Got home yesterday. Tried to get you on the phone this morning, but couldn't connect. Say, we saw you giving that poor chap first aid just now. It was great. Bully for the Blue Tortoise Patrol. Where are you fellows going? Why can't I go along too?" Hal paused for breath. "Put your brakes on, son, and pull down to low gear," laughed Mr. Harrison, leaning forward and extending a hand to the patrol leader. "Upton, how are you? I see you haven't forgotten the practical things that Dr. Merriam taught you at Woodcraft last summer. Suppose you climb in here with us, and we'll move on. I see the cop over yonder is beginning to eye us a bit uneasily." This suggestion recalled to Upton the fact that he had deserted his patrol. "I'm afraid I can't accept," he replied regretfully. "You see, I'm taking my patrol out for a hike, and it would hardly do to desert them. I guess it's a pleasure which has suddenly become a duty," he added. "Nonsense. You didn't suppose we would tempt you to desert, did you?" laughed Mr. Harrison. "Hi, scouts! Tumble in here, every one of you. I guess we can stow you away somewhere," he shouted to the waiting patrol. The Blue Tortoise needed only a nod from their leader to swarm aboard the big car, and a few minutes later they were humming up Fifth Avenue, to their own great delight and, to judge by the twinkle in his eyes, the equal delight of Mr. Harrison. "So you are going out to the Jersey meadows for a hike this hot afternoon?" said he. "This doesn't look like it," replied the leader, whom Hal had called Walt, a momentary frown of perplexity furrowing his brow. Mr. Harrison laughed again, a hearty, boyish laugh. There was an odd note in it that would have been a revelation to his business associates on Wall Street could they have heard it, for among them he was known as the Iron Man, devoid of sentiment and, some said, of feeling. But this is because they knew only the man of business, the shrewd, far-seeing financier, the master of millions who could make or break the fortunes of others at a word, whose very name was a power in the financial centers of the world. "I've got a better plan than that," said he. "Now that I've kidnapped you, what do you say to an afternoon at the seashore, say Coney Island? We'll just run up to my home for a few minutes and get my other car and a bite to eat. Then we'll go show the White City what a good time really is. The members of the Blue Tortoise Patrol are my guests. Doesn't that beat the Jersey Meadows? What do you say, Mr. Leader?" Upton needed but a glance at the eager faces of his followers in order to make up his mind. Besides, this would give him an opportunity for a long talk with Hal, whom he had not seen since the Christmas vacation when Harrison had returned for 2 brief weeks from the private school where he was preparing for college. "I guess it's a case of unconditional surrender, sir," he replied smilingly. Walter Upton and Hal Harrison were brother scouts and fast friends, although the former was from a home of very modest character, while the latter was the sole heir to millions. Their acquaintance and friendship dated from the previous summer, when both had been members of Dr. Merriam's famous Woodcraft Camp in the heart of the North Woods, a camp conducted on Boy Scout principles and whose purpose was to make big men out of little boys. Harrison was a splendid example of what the right environment and scout ideals strictly adhered to by those around him can do in the development of character. Petted, humored in every whim, toadied to by all about him because of his father's wealth, he had entered the famous camp school an arrogant, selfish, purse-proud boy, a cad in every sense of the word. There he had found no caste was recognized. He was simply Hal Harrison. He was judged, not by what he possessed, but by what he was. He had realized for the first time in all his life the meaning of the word democracy. He had been placed squarely on his own feet and had found that it was wholly up to himself whether he would stand or fall. His experience had been a bitter one, but the inherent good qualities within him had triumphed in the end, and from being virtually an outcast among his fellows he had won for himself a place high in their regard. More than this, he had become self-reliant, manly, eager to do his share in work and play. The battle with the old selfish, domineering character had been a long, fierce struggle, and the boy had been forced to drink to the dregs of the cup of humiliation. Through it all, one of his staunchest allies had been Walter Upton. The result had been the ripening of a strong friendship. Mr. Harrison had been so delighted with the change for the better in Hal that he had become an enthusiastic supporter of the Boy Scout movement and of the simple, natural life of the woods for the development of clear, clean thinking and sturdy self-reliance. It had been his suggestion that Hal and Walter should choose 2 more from among their comrades in Woodcraft Camp, and this year wind up their summer outing with a 2 weeks' cruise in canoes, he to assume all the expense. All winter, while Hal was away at school, this purposed cruise had been the subject of long, enthusiastic letters between the 2 boys, and it was a question which had most eagerly looked forward to Hal's homecoming when they could complete their plans. "I thought that you were not due until next week," Walter shouted in Hal's ear as they sped up Fifth Avenue. "I wasn't," replied Hal with a grin, "but I found that I was exempted from all the exams next week, and so I decided to cut commencement, and here I am. Say, the last time you wrote you didn't seem to feel quite sure about this summer. It's all right, isn't it?" Walter grinned back at the face so close to his own and on which the smile had given way to a little cloud of anxiety. "Yep," he replied, "it's all right, and I'll be ready to start for old Woodcraft a week from today. There was a while that it looked as if Dad might not be able to stand the expense this year. It seemed to me that I just couldn't give it up, and it was up to me to get busy. You remember Dr. Merriam was forever hammering it into us that the only real pride a scout should feel is the pride of independence. I got to thinking of that one day, and somehow it seemed to me that I should enjoy this summer a whole lot more if I helped pay my own way. so I hustled for a job out of school hours and got it. Errand and general chore boy by a drugstore just around the corner from my home. And I've saved up enough to help out quite a bit. Dad says now that things have turned out better than he had feared they would, and that he can afford to send me to camp more easily than he could a year ago. But I'm going to pay my own way so far as I can, just the same." "Bully for you!" Hal exclaimed admiringly. "Do you know, I've never earned a penny in my whole life. I sometimes wonder what that kind of independence feels like." "It feels mighty good, I can tell you that," was Walter's prompt response as the car drew up before one of the most costly residences on the famous Riverside Drive, overlooking the Hudson River. As the car stopped, a sudden hush fell upon the Blue Tortoise Patrol. They had realized, of course, that the owner of such a splendid great car must be a man of wealth, but in 5 minutes Mr. Harrison had put them at ease. Now the great mansion before which they had stopped filled them with sudden awe, for they knew then that their host must be a very rich man indeed, and a sudden shyness possessed them. Mr. Harrison noticed it at once, and turning to Walter, he drew his face down in mock severity and said, "Mr. Leader, behold the enchanted castle. You will please marshal your troop and follow me." Walter smiled. "Fall in by twos. Left, right, left," he ordered, and with Hal by his side, he led the patrol behind Mr. Harrison up to the imposing entrance, where a dignified-looking butler for once so far forgot himself as to permit a fleeting look of astonishment to sweep across his usually impassive face as he opened the great door. Assuring himself that the boys had already lunched, Mr. Harrison left them to their own devices in the great library while he and Hal got a bite to eat. It must have been a frugal lunch, for in a few minutes he had rejoined them, saying that it was too hot to eat. Hal joined them shortly in full scout uniform, and the patrol were quick to notice that he wore the badge of the first-class scout. "Well, Mr. Leader, you'll have to resign your command to me for the rest of the day," said Mr. Harrison. "Scouts, fall in for an attack on the White City," he commanded, leading the way out into the hall, where once more the obsequious butler held wide the door. Outside 2 cars were waiting instead of the one in which they had come, and the patrol was divided between them, so that everyone had a comfortable seat. With a shriek of the horns they were off, the happiest patrol of Boy Scouts in all New York. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Who Shall It Be? The outing of the Blue Tortoise Patrol at Coney Island was an event long to be remembered. If there was any wholesome amusement in that city of amusements which they did not sample, it was because they were not keen-eyed enough to find it. In the forefront of everything was Mr. Harrison himself. He bumped the bumps and shot the chutes and led the way down the slippery slide. As fast as they had tried one thing, he led the way to another, all the time cracking jokes and whooping like the youngest among them. He wound up the afternoon's fun with a dinner at the leading restaurant, at which he was the most entertaining host imaginable, telling stories of his own boyhood and the long struggle to get a foothold which he had been forced to make. When it was time to think of home and the boys filed out to the waiting machines, Walter gathered his patrol about him and called for 3 rousing cheers for Mr. Harrison. They were given with a will. Then the boys scrambled to their allotted places in the 2 cars and settled themselves for the long run to New York. As they slowed down and finally came to a full stop in a jam downtown, a newsboy sprang on the running board of the machine in which Mr. Harrison was riding. "Piper! Evening, Piper!" he shouted. Mr. Harrison shook his head, but just as he did so he caught the glimpse of a headline that changed his mind. It was this: "Corners the fun at Coney. Harrison, the Iron Man, in a new role. The master of millions entertains Boy Scouts and turns boy himself. I see my sharp-eyed friends, the reporters, will not allow me to enjoy myself for one short afternoon without making it a public matter," said he as he passed papers around to all, It was a humorous account of the doings of the noted financier and the Blue Tortoise Patrol, and the boys chuckled and nudged each other as they read, while their host laughed heartily. "I haven't had such a good time for years," he averred as he shook hands with each of the boys in front of Walter's home, where the patrol was to disband for the night. "Not a word, not a word. The obligation is all on my side," he protested with upraised hand as Walter tried to thank him on behalf of the others as well as himself. "Remember tomorrow afternoon, Walt. I'm coming down after you at 3 o'clock sharp," shouted Hal as the cars moved away, the Blue Tortoise Patrol standing rigid at salute. Hal was as good as his word. Promptly at 3 o'clock the next afternoon, one of the touring cars drove up in front of Walter's home and tooted vigorously. As to be prepared is one of the cardinal virtues with a good scout, Walter kept the car waiting no longer than required to run down the steps to the sidewalk and jump in beside Hal. "Where to?" he inquired as he settled himself comfortably. "What do you say to Bronx Park?" inquired Hal. "Just the place!" exclaimed Walter. "I've just been reading up a little about moose, and you know they've got a dandy herd over there. I've been meaning for some time to run out there the first chance I got and look them over." Directions were given to the chauffeur, and in a few minutes they were headed for one of the most famous zoological parks in the world. "Have you ever thought about where we'll make that cruise at the end of the vacation?" Hal eagerly inquired. "Have I thought about it?" Walter laughed. "Do you think about eating when you're hungry?" he inquired. This time it was Hal's turn to grin. "You bet." "Well, which did you like best of the 3 plans I wrote you about?" "The Canadian trip, but that's out of the question." "I don't see why," protested Hal. "In the first place, the starting point is too far away. We've got to cut short our stay at Woodcraft Camp as it is. And I, for one, don't want to lose a day there that I can possibly avoid losing." "That's me, too," Hal broke in. "Well, if we go to Canada, we'll have to lose several days," continued Walter. "The Hudson River is open to the same objection in part. We'd have to spend at least a day getting from Woodcraft over to the starting point, and part of the next day in getting our stuff in shape to start. Besides, it's too open. The real woods for mine." "Which means?" said Hal in an inquiring tone. "Swift River for me every time," replied Walter eagerly. "You see, we can start right from Woodcraft Camp and be in the big woods all the time. I don't suppose that there's anything really dangerous about it, but I guess it's some swift or they wouldn't have given it that name. And before we get to the end of the cruise, we're likely to get all that's coming to us. There's big game up in there and some bully rapids to shoot and mountains to climb and a lost mine to hunt for and—" "What's that?" Hal broke in sharply. "What's what?" asked Walter, looking puzzled. "About the lost mine," prompted Hal. "Oh," Walter grinned. "It's one of those old yarns all wound up in superstition, like the one about the haunted cabin that we didn't get into last summer. I'll tell it to you when we've got nothing more important to talk about. I guess it's true enough that there was once some kind of a mine started up there in the mountains and then abandoned or lost or something. Anyway, it's an interesting old yarn, and I'm going to keep it until we get up where the things are supposed to have happened." "Sounds good to me," replied Hal. "But tell me, old scout, how did you get next to all this about Swift River?" "Been reading up on that section," Walter said. "Dug around in the library and unearthed a lot of stuff. Besides, Lewis Woodall told me a lot of things. Lewis knows a lot about that country. He wrote me that your father had written him asking him to take charge of the cruise, and that he had agreed to. He favors Swift River." Hal nodded. "I know," said he. "Dad has been corresponding with Lewis all winter, and I guess it's as good as settled that we'll make the Swift River trip. The Canada trip looks awfully good on paper, but perhaps it wouldn't prove any better. I guess you are right about the advantage of starting right from Woodcraft. With the trip settled, the question is, whom shall we invite for the 4th member?" "Who have you on your mind?" inquired Walter. "I have several," confessed Hal. "It would be a sight easier to pick out 3 than it is to pick 1. But 6 would mean 3 canoes and too big a party for this kind of a trip. I'd like mighty well to have Chief Avery along with us. I owe him a lot for what he did for me last summer, and he's one of the whitest fellows I know. I mentioned him to Dad, and Dad wrote Dr. Merriam, but the big chief wouldn't hear of it. Said that one of his leaders was all that he could spare, meaning Woodhull, and he didn't really see how he was going to spare him. So Avery's out of it this year. Then I've thought of Tug Benson and Chip Harley and Spud Eli and Jack Adams. You know, it was Jack's wireless outfit that I used to send word of the fire from the top of Old Scraggy. I guess any one of them would be all right." "I guess so," Walter replied, then added thoughtfully, "You remember Spud didn't show up as well as Billy Buxby in that bee scrape when they got lost and had to spend the night in the woods. Then Tug and Chip lost their nerve and their heads completely when we met that bear that time. I didn't blame 'em much, for I was about as badly scared myself as I ever expect to be. But it seems to me that for this trip we ought to get someone who keeps his head. What's the matter with Billy Buxby? He's a reckless little beggar, up to all kinds of tricks, but when it comes to a pinch, he's right there. Big Jim says that Billy knows more real woodcraft than all the rest of them put together outside of the leaders. I guess that's stretching it some, but Billy is clever, all right." "That's so. I don't know why I didn't think of Billy before. I always liked him, and I don't believe there was a yellow streak in him. He showed that when he spent the night in the woods, and again when he caught the bear cub. Billy suits me all right. I wonder whether he can go," Hal concluded thoughtfully. "Guess we'll have to leave it open till we get to woodcraft. There'll be time enough then, for there's nearly all summer before we start," said Walter. "Have you done anything about the outfit?" "Only made out a partial list of things we'll need," Hal replied. "Thought you and I could have the fun of getting them this week. Lewis has sent a list of things that we really must have, and has dropped a few hints as to what we had better take and better leave behind personally." Hal fished a much rumpled letter from an inside pocket and carefully spread it out. "There'll be no frills on this trip if Lewis has his way, and I guess he'll come pretty near to having it, seeing that he is in command," he commented. "Listen to this. Dear Hal, you are, no doubt, all anxiety about the supplies for our proposed cruise, as you will buy most of them in New York. I wish I could be with you to spend your money instead of throwing it away, as I more than half suspect you will do if turned loose alone in one of those outfitting shops. You'd better get Upton to go with you, because Upton learned last summer what it means to travel light, and, well, my boy, I suspect that in his eyes $1 is a whole lot nearer to being in its right perspective than in your eyes. We want what we want, but we don't want more than we do want what we do want. Do you get that?" "Phew!" Walter broke in, laughing. "Read that again." Hal reread the sentence while Walter chuckled with appreciation. For in the light of his trip to Lonesome Pond with Big Jim the previous summer, and the lessons of woodcraft and traveling in the deep woods then learned, he appreciated more than did Hal the truth at which Woodhull was driving. "I am enclosing a list of the things that the party will need jointly," continued Hal, "and I suggest that you and Walt each make out a list of your personal needs. Put down only those things which you feel you absolutely have to have. When you have completed your lists, go over them carefully and cut out half from each. Then you will probably be within gunshot of a proper outfit for a cruise of this character. Just remember that comfort in woods traveling is just the reverse of comfort at home. The less you have, the more comfortable you are. When you get in the middle of a mile portage on a muck trail, you will say, 'Blessed be nothing,' and will mean it, too. Doubtless they will try to sell you one of those air mattresses. No doubt they are all that is claimed for them for comfortable sleeping, but as usually when I am asleep I am quite incapable of enjoying the sensation of sleeping on air, and as when I am making a carry I am quite capable of appreciating every additional ounce of burden, my advice to you is to cross your fingers and let them sting somebody else. Don't think I'm knocking. When you get too lazy to do your own toting and hire everything done for you, you can carry along all the gimcracks you want to. Doubtless they have their place, but, son, it isn't in my canoe or in my pack on such a trip as we are planning. So get busy and forget everything but the essentials. But don't forget those. As a good scout, I take it that you know what those are. If you don't, Upton probably does. Now go to it, and if anything perplexes you, drop me a line. Sincerely yours, Lewis Woodhull. P.S. By the way, I presume you know that your father has arranged for the canoes by presenting Woodcraft Camp with a couple and arranging with Dr. Merriam that we shall have the use of them for our trip. I have selected them myself. L.W. "Where's the list of things you're to get?" asked Walter as Hal finished the letter. Hal looked in the envelope and then hastily searched through his pockets. "I must have left it at home," he exclaimed in vexation. "Never mind," replied Walter. "We can't use it today anyway. Good old Lewis. That letter sounds just like him. We are mighty lucky to have him go with us. By the way, whom do you suppose I had a letter from the other day?" "Give it up." "An old acquaintance of yours." "Who? Out with it. Don't keep me in such suspense." "Pat Malone," replied Walter, slyly watching Hal's face as he spoke. Hal flushed slightly, but there was no trace of resentment as he asked what Pat had to say. "Says he's formed a patrol of Boy Scouts at Upper Chain, and is going to show us what real scouts are, and Pat will come pretty near doing it, or I miss my guess." "I guess Pat hasn't got much use for me," said Hal. "But I tell you right now, Walt, I appreciate now what I didn't appreciate last summer, that I owe a whole lot to Pat Malone. If he hadn't come in and blabbed on me buying those fish, I'd have kept right on and be today the same miserable cad I was then." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Choosing the Outfit. Promptly the next morning, Hal appeared in the car ready for the trip downtown to the famous supply house for sportsmen, voyagers, prospectors, and explorers. Walter was ready, and they were soon on their way. Reaching their destination, the car was dismissed to return in 2 hours, and the boys entered the great outfitting house with just a little sense of awe, for over the place hung the glamour of romance. Here expeditions for the ends of the earth had been fitted out, and many a modern hero of adventures in far places had passed these portals. Neither had ever been there before, and Walter's little gasp of delight was echoed by Hal as they entered the big showrooms filled with every conceivable device for use in outdoor life. Hal brought out Woodhull's list, which he had mislaid the day previous. The first thing to be considered was the matter of tents. Lewis strongly advised 2 small ones rather than one large enough for 4 to sleep in comfortably, pointing out that in a cruise of this nature, in which camp was broken every day and the next camping ground was an unknown quantity, it would be easier to find 2 small level bits of ground than one large enough for the bigger tent. Again, it would be more work to pitch the larger tent and to pack and carry it. He favored 2 tents made according to a plan of his own, a modification of the shelter tent of the United States Army. This called for an A tent of waterproof yet light material, 7.5 feet long by 6 feet wide and 4 feet high, with closed back, front flaps, and a 5-inch sod cloth all the way around on the inside. A rope bridge with a loop at either end for the 2 poles, and continuing as the 2 guide ropes was provided for, with stake loops at each corner and halfway along either side. And with a loop midway in the lower ridge of the back, the tent was complete. Lewis claimed for this tent that it could be set up with a minimum of trouble. It was warm and afforded perfect shelter in any kind of weather. By spreading rubber blankets so that they overlapped the sod cloth on the inside, all dampness could be shut out, even in the rainiest weather. Best of all, such a tent was comparatively inexpensive. Hal grinned as he read this aloud, for to him the matter of expense was of no concern whatever. Walter noticed the grin and rightly interpreted its meaning. "Look here, Hal, before we go any farther, there is one thing I want to drive into that silly head of yours," he began. "It is this matter of expense. Hold on now till I'm through," as Hal opened his mouth as if to speak. "I know just what you're going to say, that the money question is no concern of mine or Woodhull's, because you're paying the bills. Now, that's just where you've gone off on a blind trail. Your father has insisted on standing the expense of this trip, which is mighty nice of him, but Dad and I didn't want it to be so, and it wasn't until Dad saw that Mr. Harrison was going to feel really hurt unless he had his way that Dad agreed to the plan. Don't you see that it puts all the rest of us under obligation to you? The more you spend, the greater the obligation. Do you get that?" "Fiddlesticks!" exclaimed Hal. "You make me tired. Forget it. Go over to the corner there and make a noise like a loon. You're just about as crazy. There isn't any obligation about it. I'm running this, and I'll spend what I please. So long as Dad doesn't kick, you've got no kick coming. But I have, a great big kick, and you've given me just the chance to land it that I've wanted," cried Walter triumphantly. "So you're running this, are you? And yet Woodhull is supposed to be in command, and the rest of us are supposed to have something to say. The more you spend, the less independence for the rest of us. No one's going to feel like bucking you if they happen not to agree with you. Can't you see that? Put yourself in my place. Don't be selfish in trying to be generous. Besides, the fun in a trip like this is in roughing it. Now, let's get busy on that list. The clerk over there is beginning to look as if he had that tired feeling." Hal started to speak, but instead relapsed into silence and studied the list in his hand. He had begun to see the force of Walter's contention, but the idea was new to him and not easy to grasp. The very last thing in the world that he wanted was for the other boys to feel under obligation to him. From his own point of view, they had no reason to, but a glimmer of the truth, as Walter saw it, made him realize that there was danger of the very situation which Walter had pictured, and any such feeling on the part of his companions would, he very well knew, make the trip a failure for all. "I don't suppose there's any objection to my spending as much as I like on personal equipment?" said he with just a trace of a smile. "Go as far as you like," Walter replied laughingly. "Get a gold-lined mess kit and pink silk pajamas if you want to." By this time they had approached the waiting clerk, and the matter of tents was taken up. He was shown the specifications of the tents Woodhull had suggested and made a quotation which was very reasonable. Then he asked permission to show them a new special canoe tent. It was designed to give the largest amount of floor space without the usual accompanying bulk of walls and roof. In this there was more headroom than in Woodhull's tent, a very decided advantage in case they were compelled to remain in camp by bad weather. A tent of this kind would cost twice as much as would the other, but it had certain advantages so much in its favor that Walter yielded the point, and the order of 2 of these was placed. The tents decided upon, Hal once more turned to the list. "A cooking outfit next," said he. "We have them in sets of 2, 3, 4, and 6 persons. They are made of aluminum and are just what you want," said the obliging clerk. "How much are they?" asked Walter suspiciously. "Oh, they are not at all expensive when you consider their completeness and compactness," replied the clerk, leading the way to another part of the store. "A complete set of 4 costs but $16, and that includes a canvas bag in which to carry it." Walter looked the set over with a critical eye. It certainly was very convenient. Hal was enthusiastic and was for taking it without question, but Walter, shrewdly appraising the pieces which made up the set, decided that 1 6-quart kettle and the largest size frying pan, the latter having a detachable handle, were all that they needed, as the rest of the things could be obtained at a 10-cent store, and for so short a trip would answer the purpose exactly as well as this expensive aluminum ware. "And we'll save $10 on the outfit to boot," he added. 2 folding lanterns with a supply of hard candles, a light axe with leather sheath, 4 Adirondack pack baskets, and a supply of condensed foods completed the general list. The foods included several rolls of Erbswurst, the famous German army ration, said to be the very best emergency ration yet devised. This, crumbled in hot water and boiled for 10 or 15 minutes, makes a delicious and nourishing pea soup and should be included in the commissary supplies of every camping party. Other soups in tablet form, powdered eggs and milk powder were included, also evaporated vegetables. One of the latter, the most important as a food, were the evaporated potatoes. Walter had used them in a previous camping experience and knew just how good they were with bacon or in a fish chowder, Hal picked up one of the hard, thin slices and attempted to eat it. "Bah!" he exclaimed, making a wry face and spitting out the fragments. "Do you mean to tell me that you can cook those things? Why, they are as hard as iron. I don't believe that they should be soft enough to eat if you cooked them for a week. Just wait till I serve you a panful fried brown in bacon fat some morning when we are miles from where potatoes grow. You'll sing another tune then," laughed Walter. Hal looked doubtful and picked up another of the hard discs. "How do you make 'em soft?" he persisted. "Soak 'em overnight in water," replied Walter. "You see, they are just sliced raw potatoes with all the water taken out. Give 'em a chance and they'll soak up the water again. And when they do that, they get soft. Wait and you'll see." With the general supplies taken care of, Hal turned his attention to his personal outfit. "Here's where I'm mum as an oyster," laughed Walter. "But I want your advice," protested Hal. "How about one of our air beds? You have no idea how comfortable they are. Just lie down on that one and see for yourself. With one of those you are always sure of a dry bed and an easy one. We sell a great many of these, and those who have once tried them wouldn't think of going into the woods now without one," rattled on the voluble clerk. Walter, grinning broadly, stepped back of the clerk and held up his crossed fingers, whereat Hal laughed aloud as he recalled the prophecy in Woodhull's letter. "You win," he said, and then to the puzzled clerk, who had not caught this bit of byplay, "I guess we'll pass up on the air beds this time, but I should like to see a sleeping bag." "Right this way," said the clerk, and a few minutes later was explaining the mysteries and advantages of a modern sleeping bag while he opened one up and showed the arrangement of blankets and waterproof covering. "Isn't it bully?" exclaimed Hal, feeling the various layers of blanket. It was bully, there was no gainsaying that. And for the first time Walter began to feel just a wee bit envious of Hal as he realized that the latter had only to say the word and have one of these expensive luxuries added to his equipment. It seemed almost as if Hal divined the trend of his thought, for with a suddenness and positiveness which, though he did not know it, was one of the characteristics which had won for his father many a business fight, he decided against buying one. "What's good enough for the rest of you is good enough for me," he declared. "Wouldn't I feel nice crawling into one of those things with the rest of you rolling up in just an ordinary blanket?" "Oh, we'll have a blanket apiece," said Walter, keeping his face straight. Hal, missing the point, looked puzzled. "Why, of course. It would be funny if you didn't. What are you driving at, anyway?" he said. "So if you really want one of those sleeping bags, don't worry about the rest of us trying to get along with just one ordinary blanket," persisted Walter. Hal made a pass at Walter. "Smarty!" he cried. "I've a great mind to pay you up by making you a present of one of these. I believe I will." "No, you won't," cried Walter in something like real panic. "You remember what I told you about that obligation business? I just won't stand for it. I'm not going to have my hands tied when there's a good scrap on." "Then don't spring anything more like that," grinned Hal. Hal finally selected a pair of warm woolen blankets and a rubber poncho, which would serve as a covering for the floor of the tent at night. Protecting from dampness from the ground or in wet weather, could be slipped over the head and serve as a waterproof cloak. A good compass, a careful selection of trout flies, leaders, and a sink line, a rubber drinking cup, and a pair of high-cut moccasins completed his purchases. While Hal had been making his final selections, Walter had been looking about on his own account. "Say, Hal, did Lewis have a provision bag on that list?" he suddenly inquired. "No, we've got all the things that were on his list. Why?" "Nothing much, only I found something here that looks good to me." Walter held up a cylindrical bag of waterproof material and, reaching inside, pulled out a series of smaller bags. These were designed to hold the various supplies, such as flour, sugar, cereals, rice, etc. These smaller bags were also waterproof, thus giving double protection to the food. It was such a handy way of carrying the food supplies that both boys agreed that Lewis would hardly think them extravagant in adding a set to their equipment. This ended their purchases. I don't think Lewis will have any kick coming on the matter of extravagance when he sees that outfit, do you?" asked Hal as they waited for the car. "No," replied Walter, adding with an assumption of mock virtue, "think of all you save by taking me along. So much that I've simply got to blow myself now. What do you say to lunch downtown and then taking in the ball game this afternoon? It's the Giants against the Pirates, you know," Hal cried eagerly. "I'm game," replied Walter promptly. "I guess it's the last ball game I'll see for some time, excepting grub games at Old Woodcraft. I'm just itching to get back there, aren't you?" End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Empty Bunk. A slight ripple, splintering the slanting rays of the morning sun and tossing them in a million flashing points, gave a sparkle as of living fires to the surface of Upper Lake. In the bow of Woodcraft Girl stood Hal Harrison and Walter Upton. Eagerly they drank in the familiar, yet, because of long absence, unfamiliar, beauty of the flashing lake and its wonderful setting of forest-clad mountains. "There's Seward just pulling his nightcap off," cried Hal. "Yes, and there's old Scraggy, just as bald as ever," cried Walter. "And just as rough as ever, eh, Hal?" was the quiet voice of Lewis Woodhull, who had brought the launch down to the head of the lake to meet the two boys. "Just as rough, Chief," said he, nodding his head thoughtfully. "And I guess I know how rough that is." "I guess you ought to, son. That was some hike of yours across the lumber cutting that day you gave the fire warning." Hal blushed at this thinly veiled compliment to his great feat of the summer before, when his quick wit and courage had saved hundreds of acres of valuable woodland, and perhaps even Woodcraft Camp itself, from destruction by fire on old Scraggy. "How's Chief Avery?" he asked, in order to change the subject. "Fine and fit," replied Woodhull. "I tell you, Hal, you've got a leader in Avery who is a leader. He's everything a scout should be." "I know it," replied Hal. "Nobody knows it better than I do. I owe him a lot." "Are all the Delawares back this year?" inquired Walter eagerly, for in the division of the camp into two tribes Walter's fate had made him a Delaware, of which tribe Woodhull was chief. "Not all," replied Woodhull, "though most of them are or will be on hand. A couple of tenderfeet arrived yesterday and are due for initiation tonight." "You got here just in time, Walt." "I wouldn't miss it for a farm," declared Walter. "Do they look promising?" "Yes and no," replied the chief, reaching for an oil can. "That is, one does and one doesn't. And yet I have a hunch that the one who looks least promising may turn out the better scout of the two," he continued musingly. "That's the trouble with snap judgments. They don't get deep enough. Pay dirt doesn't always lie on the surface. Sometimes you have to sink a long shaft to find it, eh, Hal? Nobody guessed the true metal when you landed with the Senecas, did they, son? And yet it was there all the time. It may be that I'm misjudging this new comrade just as we all misjudged Hal last year. So I'm not going to tell you which one it is. We'll just see what the initiation brings out." "Brrr, it makes me crawly just to think of it. You fellows never knew how near you came to getting my goat last year," said Walter, smiling whimsically as he recalled his own initiation and the test of nerve which won for him an honorable place as a Delaware warrior. Woodhull smiled, for as chief of the Delawares he had been master of ceremonies on that memorable occasion. "Yet you must own up that there wasn't a thing to be afraid of." "Come now, was there?" he demanded. "Not a thing," laughed Walter. "But just the same it seemed then as if there was. Common sense told me that you wouldn't do anything which would put me in real danger. And yet I imagined all kinds of things. Funny what a fellow will imagine when he can't see. "And still more funny how a fellow will forget that same common sense," Woodhull replied. "Fear is chiefly lack of common sense and nothing else, or rather it is failure to use common sense. The good scout will never let his imagination run away with his common sense. Well, there's old Woodcraft. Does it look good to you?"
"You bet,"
Walter and Hal exclaimed in unison as they eagerly picked out the familiar buildings and scenes. The launch rapidly drew into the long pier, on the end of which a group of boys stood watching for new arrivals.
"There's Spud Eli!"
cried Walter.
"Oh, you Spud!"
he shouted at the top of his lungs, ending with the long, rolling yell of the Delawares. It was evident that they were recognized, for a volley of yells greeted them.
"Oh, you Walt! Who you been looking this time? Here comes Fire Eater Hal. Upton, the boy detective. How's your friend Red Pete?"
Then there was a mingling of Delaware and Seneca yells, and in the midst of it the launch was laid alongside the pier, and the two boys were hauled out and shaken hands with and pounded on the back until they had no breath left. Tug Benson seized Walter's duffel bag, and Jap Appleton shouldered Hal's. While amidst a volley of questions and answers the group started for the two wigwams, as the log dormitories were known. It was a new experience to both Walter and Hal, for they had themselves been tenderfeet the year before and had landed from the same launch unheralded and unknown. Now, underneath the banter and the jollying, they could feel a certain warmth of comradeship, an unspoken compliment to established individuality, a subtle expression of genuine regard, which made them tingle with something more than mere pleasure. Hal went on to wigwam number 2, for he was a Seneca, while Walter turned in at the familiar doorway of wigwam number 1, which the Delawares shared with the Algonquins.
"Where's Billy Buxby?"
asked Walter as Tug dropped the duffel bag.
"I knew I had missed something ever since I landed, but I couldn't just place it. It must be the stir that little beggar always manages to make when he's around. Hasn't he arrived yet?"
As Walter spoke, he noticed Tug's face had grown suddenly sober. "Haven't you heard?" Tug asked.
"Heard what?"
demanded Walter.
"About Billy," said Tug. "No," replied Walter. "Isn't Billy here? Has anything happened to Billy?"
Tug made no reply, but walking over to an empty bunk beckoned to Walter. It was the bunk that Buxby had occupied the preceding summer. At the head of it, in a little ebony frame, was a newspaper clipping. With a queer feeling tugging at his heart, Walter leaned forward to read. It bore the dateline of Buxby's hometown and was as follows: Boy Scout hero gives his own life to save 2 others. W. H. Buxby, 14, rescues 2 comrades from a watery grave, but is drowned himself. William H. Buxby, Jr., better known to all his acquaintances as Billy, a 14-year-old Boy Scout, was the hero of a sensational rescue at 3 Mile Run yesterday afternoon, when 2 of his comrades fell into swift current, and but for his prompt action would have been drowned. The pathetic feature is that Buxby was so exhausted by his efforts in saving the others that he was unable to keep himself afloat until help arrived. Buxby and his 2 companions, James Burrage, 14, and Frank Eastman, 15, all 3 members of the Black Wolf Patrol Boy Scouts, had planned to explore the west bank of 3 Mile Run in quest of early wildflowers, Buxby especially being an enthusiastic young botanist. The heavy spring rains had resulted in a sudden and dangerous rise of the river at this point. The boys had noticed the turbulent condition of the water and had made some remarks about the swiftness of the current, but no thought of danger had entered their heads. Without warning, a section of the bank on which Burrage and Eastman were standing gave way, undermined by the water, and the 2 boys were thrown into the current. Both were indifferent swimmers, and the suddenness of the catastrophe confused them to such a degree that they were virtually powerless to help themselves. Buxby appears to have realized in a flash their helplessness, and stopping only long enough to throw off his coat and kick off his shoes, he plunged to their aid. Being an unusually strong swimmer for a boy of his age, Buxby reached Eastman without difficulty, and putting into execution the principles of life-saving as taught in the Boy Scout training, he got the older boy to the bank at a point where a landing could be made. Burrage, in the meantime, had gone down for the 2nd time. He was just sinking for the last time when Buxby reached and grappled with him. By this time the cold water and his exertions, hampered as he was by clothing, had begun to tell on the brave rescuer.
and it was only by the utmost effort that he was enabled to make any headway across the current. Eastman had recovered sufficiently to endeavor to lend some aid from the bank. He managed to push out a long pole at a point where Buxby could get a hold of it, and gradually pulled the two in until he could reach down and get a hold of Burridge. It appears that young Buxby was too exhausted from his efforts to longer support himself afloat, for his grip upon the pole relaxed, and he was swept away. He appeared to wave or make some signal to his horrified comrade on the bank, and then disappeared. The alarm was given as soon as young Eastman could reach the nearest house. A searching party was at once formed, but the body of the young hero has not yet been found. Billy Buxby was one of the most enthusiastic Boy Scouts of his district, and was very active in all branches of scout work. His wide circle of friends will miss him sadly, for his fun-loving disposition and merry ways had endeared him to all who had come in contact with him. In giving his life for his comrades, he was true to the great principle which underlies the whole scout movement, to which each boy subscribes when he takes the scout oath and pledges himself to do something for others. Walter's eyes were misty as he finished reading, and he turned away his face that Tug might not see how near to tears he was. Tug understood, and for a few minutes the two boys stared in silence at the patch of light pouring in at the open door of the wigwam. It won't seem like woodcraft without Billy around, said Tug, breaking the silence in a strained, choky voice. Walter swallowed hard at a lump in his throat, and he replied, "You're just right, Tug. It won't." They relapsed into silence again, each busy with memories of the merry comrade whose pranks had so often made the wigwam ring with laughter. It was a sobering thought that he who had been so bubbling over with life and good spirits should have been the first of their number to answer the last roll call. And there was real cause for pride, too, in the way in which this happy-go-lucky, fun-loving, impulsive boy had met the supreme test without faltering and apparently without questioning. Some such thoughts as these were passing through the minds of the two boys as they slowly made their way toward the door. Tug was the first to speak, and it seemed to Walter as if his companion must have read his own thoughts. So exactly did he express them. I'd like to feel sure that I could be as prepared as Billy was, and should act as promptly if the occasion demanded, said Tug hesitatingly. I was thinking that very thing, replied Walter. Do you remember how Billy was always wanting to do something big, and yet I don't believe it entered his head that when he plunged in after those other two fellows, he was doing the biggest thing he could do, risking his life for them. I bet it never occurred to him that there was anything else to do. It was just like him. He did the biggest thing that any scout can do. Gave his life for others. And if I knew Billy, he did it without the least little thought of being a hero. Gee, how we'll miss him. Have you seen Honey yet? Tug broke in abruptly in an effort to change the topic. No, replied Walter. Let's go over and see him. Leaving the wigwam, they passed to the rear of the mess house, and as they turned a corner, Walter emitted a whistle of surprise. Sitting on his haunches, his little ears cocked forward, his mouth open, and his tongue hanging out from one side, his whole attitude one of droll, pleased expectancy, sat a half-grown black bear. Honey, you rascal, you heard us coming, didn't you? Cried Tug, fishing in a capacious pocket for a lump of sugar. You're the best scout in camp, for there's no stealing up on you. My gracious, how he's grown, Walter exclaimed. It doesn't seem possible that can be the little squalling cub that Billy caught last summer. Tug, you sure did a sprint record that day. Tug grinned a bit foolishly at this reference to his wild flight on the occasion when Honey had been captured by Billy Buxby. I had company, he said dryly. You sure did, replied Walter. You didn't have much on me getting out of the woods that day. By the way, did anyone ever get that old she-bear? No, but Big Jim got one of the other cubs last winter, and he says he has tracked the old one this summer, said Tug. Hello, Harrison is signaling to you. Walter looked up to see Hal waving to him from the direction of headquarters, and this reminded him that he had not yet paid his respects to Dr. Merriam, the head of the camp. "The big chief is waiting to see you, Walt," said Hal as the others came up. "He's just the same as ever. It does a fellow good just to shake hands with him. Gee, isn't it good just to be here?" "You bet it is," Walter and Tug exclaimed as one, and then Walter started for the office, while the others strolled toward the landing. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Was He Yellow? The summer days sped as only happy, busy days can, and the time for the start of the Swift River cruise was rapidly approaching. As yet, the fourth member of the party had not been fully decided on. Truth to tell, the matter worried both Hal and Walter not a little. Billy Buxby had been in the minds of both when they had come to Woodcraft, and it had been arranged that Hal should ask him to join the party, providing this arrangement would be congenial to Louis Woodhull. The news of Billy's death had, therefore, not only affected them with a deep sense of personal loss, but had quite upset their plans. "I suppose," said Hal, "that the thing to do is to leave it to Louis and let him pick the fourth one." "Surest thing, you know," replied Walter. "Louis wouldn't pick any one we don't like. Besides, if you and I paddle together and share the same tent, whoever goes will have to be Louis's bunkie. So it looks to me as if there was nothing to it but to put it up to Louis." So in due course of time the matter was put up to Woodhull. He listened quietly until they were through, and then just as quietly sprung a mine, as Hal later expressed it. "I'm very much obliged to you boys for your consideration of me," said he, and there was just a suggestion of a twinkle in his eyes. "But as this is really your own party, I much prefer that you shall decide who shall go. I will do this much," he added, ducking a chip hurled at him by Hal. "I'll suggest several from whom to make your choice." "Who are they?" demanded Hal. "Patience, son, patience. It is one of the cardinal virtues of a good scout. I was about to add that I had thought you might leave this matter to me, and so I have made a list. Each one has certain qualifications which to my mind make him eligible for such a trip as this. Now mind, I didn't say for this particular trip, but for such a trip as this. There is a distinction with a difference. Perhaps when you have looked the list over you will see it. I've made out the list with a few side remarks for your enlightenment as to my views, and now as I've got an appointment with Big Jim to look over a bit of timber on old Scraggy, I'll leave you to think it over." He tossed Hal a folded bit of paper, returned the salute of the two boys, and with the swift, easy stride of the trained forest ranger hit the Scraggy trail. The two boys watched him out of sight with warm admiration in their eyes, for of all the leaders in camp Woodhull was the favorite, not only because of his expertness as a woodsman, but because of a winning personality that endeared him to his followers. "Now, what the dickens do you suppose old Mr. Foxy has got up his sleeve this time?" said Hal as he and Walter established themselves comfortably in their favorite retreat on the prostrate trunk of a giant spruce, which afforded an outlook on the sequestered cove of the lake. "He's got some better reason than he has given for leaving it up to us to make the choice." "You bet he has, or I don't know Louis," replied Walter with conviction. "Perhaps we can tell when we see the list." Hal spread the paper out, and both bent over it eagerly. Hal read the names aloud. "Tug Benson, 3 years training at Woodcraft Camp, good-tempered, has a fair knowledge of woodcraft, is a strong paddler, splendid swimmer, and knows how to rough it. Has no love for bears at close quarters." Walter laughed at the recollections caused by that last sentence. "Chip Harley? A good scout who can keep up his end, willing worker, lively company, a little prone to get excited in a tight place. Jack Appleton, strong at the paddle, can cook, a fair trail finder, even-tempered, and likable generally. 2 years' experience in camp. James Brown, otherwise known as Spider, Little experience outside of camp, but eager to learn. A good observer, always ready to do his share, good-natured, quick, but undersized. Edward Plympton, a tenderfoot in camp this year, needs experience and good company. Hal read the last name a second time as if not quite certain that he had read aright the first time. A fat chance he's got of being invited, he snorted. The two boys stared at each other in perplexed silence for a few minutes, each groping blindly in his own mind for the motive that had prompted Woodhull to make up such a list. Well, if you ask me, it's Tug. Chip's all right, he's a good, clever chap, but I don't believe he's as good at sport as Tug is, said Walter. You remember how Tug made pace for me in the quarter-mile swim last field day? There are not many fellows who have done that. Tug's game clean through. You know Appleton better than I do, for he's in your tribe. I guess he's got good stuff in him. It's up to you, Hal. Tug or Jack, suits me either way. Tug's my choice, replied Hal. You know we thought of him in the first place. Let's ask him after mess tonight. This Plympton chap, he's well, kind of a weak sister, isn't he? He's in your tribe, and you've seen him more than I have. He's weak, all right, and I guess sister just about fits him, said Walter with something so very like scorn in the tone of his voice that Hal looked up quickly. Walter usually was over-charitable in his judgment of others. Whatever possessed Lewis to put him on the list, I can't understand, unless it's for a joke, he continued. Never heard of Lewis joking that way before, said Hal. That's so, replied Walter. That's what gets my goat. Confound a joke you can't be sure is a joke. I haven't seen much of Plympton, but he strikes me like a quitter. And it might be that he isn't, but, oh, hang it all. I can't help but feel that there's a yellow streak in him. You know, he's one of the two fellows the Delawares initiated the night we got into camp. Started to give him the haunted cabin test that they worked on me last year, and he went all to pieces, so the Woodhull cut it short. He was a regular baby. Lewis pledged us all never to refer to it before him. Ha! He might have used his common sense, and have known that we wouldn't have let anything hurt him. Louis made excuses for him, said he was high-strung and terribly nervous and all that sort of thing, and that we ought not to have tried to work that test on him, but even at that he ought to have shown a little sand. He's never been away from home before, and I don't suppose he ever was in a scrap in his life. The other day he happened along when Spud Eli was dressing a big pickerel, and when he saw Spud's hand covered with blood, he keeled right over. Fact, just fainted plumb dead away. What do you know about that? Walter spoke with all the contempt of the strong for the weak. The fact was, the absolute failure of Plympton to meet the test of initiation had been a sore point with the Delawares. It had been carefully hushed up, and the other tribes knew none of the details of what had occurred. But with the members of his own tribe, Plympton's failure to measure up to their standards had rankled keenly, and Walter's rather bitter speech was but the expression of long-suppressed feeling. That he was somewhat ashamed of it, his next word showed. The little beggar seems to be trying hard. He's always ready to do anything he can for anybody else, and he's always good-natured, but he's frightened to death of the water. And I bet he wouldn't walk from the wigwam to the landing in the dark. Wouldn't he be a peach on a trip like this? Hal pondered Walter's information in scowling silence for a while, as he carved his initials on the old tree trunk on which they sat. Finally, he viciously jabbed his knife blade deep in the wood. "See here, Walt," he began. "You and I know Lewis well enough to know that he never jokes on matters of this kind. If he put Plympton's name on the list, it was for a purpose. Now, what's the answer? We asked him to name anybody he pleased, and what does he do? He names 5, one of whom he knows that we would never dream of asking ordinarily. He says nice things about the fellows that we would most likely ask, and passes up this tenderfoot with just the remark that he needs experience. He puts the choice back up to us, and gives us a free hand to name whom we please, taking care to mention as satisfactory to him the very fellows he knows we would most likely ask from choice. Do you know what I think?" "What?"
asked Walter, the puzzled look growing deeper on his face.
I think he wants Plympton. You think he wants Plympton?
Walter spoke as if he doubted his own ears.
I'm sure of it, Hal went on eagerly. It's plain as a nose on your face. If he came right out and asked to have Plympton invited, he knows that he would queer the whole trip. He knows well enough how we feel about Sister.
The two boys grinned in unison at the appellation.
And that we would be as sore as a couple of pups with their tails docked if he saddled Plympton off on us by naming him right out in meeting. So he puts it up to us this way. He gives us free opportunity to name our own man, and at the same time figures that we'll be scouts enough to see what he's driving at. Foxy Lewis. Oh, he knew what he was doing all right, believe me. And he's put us in a pretty hole without leaving us a chance to say a word. Well, he can't kick if we invite Tug, can he? Asked Walter. Nary a kick. And he never would mention the matter. We can go ahead and invite Tug, and we'll have a bully time on the trip, but...
Hal paused.
But Lewis will be disappointed in us, and we'll know it all the time, even if he doesn't show it, Walter finished for him. You've made a bull's-eye first shot, laughed Hal. Somehow or other, I'd rather stand a good deal than disappoint Lewis Woodhull, continued Walter. I guess that's what makes him such a crackerjack of a leader. All the fellows in the tribe will work their heads off for Lewis, and somehow I hate to think of doing anything that would make him think any the less of me. Hal, I believe you found the possum in the hen pen, and that Sister is Lewis's real choice. Though what for I can't for the life of me understand. Needs experience and good company, quoted Hal. Nice bit of taffy on a stick, grinned Walter. Well, we know that it's straight goods, guaranteed pure anyway, considering the source it comes from, replied Hal. You bet, declared Walter. The taffy's all right, but now let's get at the stick. Why do you suppose he's picked on Sister for a trip like this? I don't know, confessed Hal, unless Lewis sees something in him that we don't. What was it he said that day coming up in the launch? Didn't he say something about the two who were to be initiated that night, and that he had a hunch that one who looked the least promising might turn out the better scout? That must have been Plympton, and if Lewis still thinks enough of him to want to take him on this trip, there must be something to him that he hasn't shown us yet. I haven't forgotten the rotten little cad I was when I struck camp last year. I guess we don't think any meaner of Sister than the whole camp did of me. In fact, we haven't got a thing of any account against him, just a suspicion that he's a quitter or yellow or something. While against me they had downright meanness and worse. Yet you all gave me a chance. It's kind of tough on us, but it looks to me like it is up to us to give Sister a chance, if we are right in thinking Lewis wants him to go.
Walter's face cleared.
I'm with you, Hal, he declared heartily. I'm ashamed of what I said about Plympton. It may be that he can't help being what he seems to be, and that it is a chance to help him find himself that Lewis sees on this trip. And then again, it may be that Lewis knows him a whole lot better than we do, and that he isn't what he seems to be at all. If you say so, I'm game to have him invited, though I would like mighty well to have Tug along. Confound Lewis, anyway, for putting us in such a box. Tell you what, we'll wait a bit, a few days, anyway, and do a bit of honest scouting. Plympton is in the same tribe with you. You watch him for a few days and watch Lewis. See if the latter seems to take any special interest in Sister. I bet I'm right about it, but if I'm wrong, we want Tug by all means. The matter was left in this way, and for the next few days, Walter and Hal cultivated the acquaintance of Tenderfoot Plympton to a degree that astonished that young man, and at the same time secretly flattered him. Walter kept his eyes open in the wigwam as well as outside, and when he met Hal for a final conference to decide on the fourth member of the party, he made up his mind that their guess as to Woodhull's personal choice was really Plympton. There's no doubt about it, Hal, he said. Lewis is trying in that quiet way to give Sister a lift, I've seen it in a lot of little things that I should never have noticed if I hadn't been watching. I guess, Hal, that right here is where it is up to us to apply the first Scout law we learned. Do something for others. And invite Sister." Hal smiled a bit ruefully as he watched the stout, muscular figure of Tug Benson passing on the trail to the landing. "I guess you're right. Let's go invite him right now and get this suspense off our minds. By the way, are we doing this for Sister or for Lewis?" "Both, but mostly for Lewis, I reckon," replied Walter. They found Plympton taking a swimming lesson under the tutelage of the doughty Tug. He had become fairly proficient in the mechanical side of the art, but was still woefully timid. "He hasn't got the nerve of a sand flea," muttered Tug in disgust as they watched the swimmer choke and gasp and frantically beat the water with his hands, while his face went white when the wash from a passing launch caught him unawares. "What he needs is to be thrown in where he has to swim for his life. Then he'll find that he can, and will forget his fear of the water," continued the astute Tug. As soon as they could get Plympton alone, the invitation was extended to him, and to the credit of Hal and Walter, they made it hearty and measurably sincere. Plympton's face flushed with pleasure and a degree of eagerness which the two boys noted with some surprise, for they had half expected that he would refuse. Possibly a half-formed hope was father to the thought. "It's awfully good of you fellows to invite me, but I'm afraid I wouldn't be much good on a trip of that kind," said Plympton. "You know, I never did these things before, and I can't seem to learn like some of the other fellows," he concluded a bit wistfully. "Oh, that's all right," said Hal. "A trip like this will be the best thing in the world for you." So it was arranged that Plympton should write home at once for permission to go, and Hal and Walter went to hunt up Woodhull to tell him of their choice. Lewis listened with the quiet smile the boys had come to know so well. "I think you'll find you haven't made a mistake," he said. But the two boys were not so sure of this in their own minds, and as they seated themselves on the old spruce trunk by the lake, they regarded each other with a rather sickly grin. "He is Lewis's choice, all right enough," said Hal. "Yes," replied Walter, and then after a pause in which each was busy with his own thoughts, "Did you see him when that little wave slapped him in the face? I wish I knew whether or not he's yellow." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Swift River. The outlet of the lake on which Woodcraft Camp was situated was made up of several sluggish streams which twisted and turned in tortuous fashion through low, boggy land, with here and there an island of higher ground on which a few white pines had found footing. In places the water appeared to be almost stagnant, so covered was the surface with pads of the white water lily and the coarser yellow cow lily. Huge pickerel lurked there, and the marshy shores were a veritable paradise for frogs. On every half-submerged log the muskrats had left their sign, and half hidden among the reeds and rushes might be caught the occasional glimpses of the unsightly but interesting houses which they were building against the winter. Here the great blue heron and his smaller cousin, the black-crowned night heron, lived richly through the summer, and from the reeds and coarse bunch-grass of the marshes the hollow boom of the stake-driver or American bittern often sounded, especially in the spring or early summer. Half a mile from the lake as the crow flies, but nearly double that distance because of their turning and doubling, the streams came together and formed Swift River. Even there the name seemed a misnomer, for though there was a very perceptible current, it was still sluggish. On either side were long setbacks, and these undoubtedly were no small factor in giving to the river its appearance of indolence, for the volume of water being spread out over a great surface had failed to cut a deep channel, and, as at that point the natural fall of the river bed was slight, there was nothing to hurry it on. Out from one of the contributory streams onto this placid beginning of Swift River shot two canoes. Just as the first long shaft from the rising sun glanced over Mount Seward and pierced the shroud of mist through which they had been feeling their way, In the bow of the foremost sat Plympton, now generally dubbed Sister, while the closely knit muscular figure at the stern paddle was Louis Woodhull. In the bow of the second canoe, Hal Harrison was setting the stroke, Upton taking the steering paddle by virtue of his larger experience in this sort of work. Both canoes were heavily loaded, the weight being so distributed as to be greatest slightly aft of amidship. This, by making the bow a trifle lighter than the stern, gave the steersman better control of his craft, and at the same time would cause it to rise promptly to the waves in rough water. As the canoes glided out on the swift river, Hal stopped paddling and turned a disappointed and at the same time quizzical face to Upton. "Say, Walt," he drawled, "I guess the fellow who named this swift river must have done all his previous paddling in a bathtub. This looks to me about as venturesome as a paddle on Central Park Pond." "Shut up, you old croaker," replied Walter with a good-natured grin. "This little old river will get swift good and plenty soon enough, and don't you forget it. I bet that before we quit it there will be more than once that same little puddle in Central Park would look mighty comfortable to you. Just you get busy with your paddle. Woodhull's out of sight already." Hal turned. Sure enough, the other canoe had rounded a bend and was lost to view. Without another word, he settled down to business to make up the lost distance. To Walter, the river was familiar for the first few miles, for along it had been the first stage of his famous trip the year previous up Lonesome Pond with Big Jim the guide. To Woodhull it was also familiar to the Lonesome Pond portage, but to the two bowmen it was all new. Hal's feeling of disappointment speedily gave way to one of constantly increasing delight. The setbacks became fewer. The brown, limpid waters, confined within narrower banks, began to rush as if now that they were fairly started, they were in a hurry to reach the mighty stream in which they would mingle for their final journey to the great ocean. They swirled around the ends of stranded logs and eddied over hidden rocks, and always they slipped along, faster and still faster. The shores were still low and swampy back for some little distance, where they rose in sharp slopes to the still sharper ridges. These, in turn, were the foothills of the mountains. And over all, clear to the water's edge, was the mystery of the great forest. The light craft of the young voyagers seemed strangely insignificant in the immensity of the forest reaches, and as mile succeeded mile, something of this feeling crept into the hearts of the three younger paddlers, so that the first thrill of adventure little by little gave way to something of awe and sense of reverence for nature, such as only he who penetrates to the heart of her great temples can feel. It was late in August, and every few hundred feet would blaze one or two spikes of the beautiful cardinal flower close to the water's edge, like candles on the altar of the waning summer. Giant yellow birches towered above, their feet buried deep in the cool black muck of the swamps. Occasionally a maple, over-eager to don the glory of its summer robe, would show a dash of red, and always the brown stream slipped on smoothly and swiftly as if it, too, sensed the changing season and had a mission to perform before the fetters, even then being forged in the far north, should bind it helpless in the arms of winter. As they rounded a bend and came into the head of a long stretch of forest seemingly unbroken save by the river gleaming like burnished silver where the sun, now almost directly overhead, fell full upon it, Hal lay down his paddle for a moment and, stretching his arms above his head, drank in the glory of it. "Isn't it wonderful?" he cried. "It makes me think of that poem of Longfellow's. Still stands the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks. You know the rest of it. I can almost believe that we are the first white men who have ever penetrated this wilderness." Woodhull, who had allowed his canoe to drift in order to give Plympton a breathing spell, smiled. "Your poetic imagination does you more credit than your powers of observation, Hal," he said dryly. "Pleased to note that your primeval forest immediately about us is mostly second growth, and commercially worthless at that. Over there is something that looks to me very much like an old skidway, and those stranded logs are eloquent of the white man's presence long ago. And more than that, of the white man's insatiable greed. These forests have been skinned, my son, and beautiful as they have been blighted by the white man's curse. Hardly in my lifetime or yours they are likely to regain the majesty which prompted Longfellow's beautiful lines, and which the red man knew when he called the wilderness his own. Lewis spoke with the bitterness of the trained forester who deplores the reckless lumbering methods which in a few short years have wasted a nation's inheritance. Oh, can it, Lewis, can it? Let a fellow dream his little dreams without waking him so rudely, Hal retorted good-naturedly. This is primeval enough for me, he added. Once more the paddles were dipped, and only a few minutes later Walter caught a sound for which he had been straining his ears for the last mile. Hal did not hear it at first, but as it grew in volume to a dull roar, he suddenly turned a face in which both eagerness and startled wonder were blended. "What's that?" he asked. "Rapids," replied Walter briefly. "Do we shoot 'em?" His voice was eager and excited. "No," said Walter, and then noting the disappointed look which swept across Hal's face, he added, "But we run into the head of them, and we'll have plenty of chance for a wetting if we don't look out." Woodhull was waiting for them to come up. As they drew alongside, he gave Walter a few brief directions. "You follow me. We'll hit those rapids in about the middle of the river, and then shoot over to the right bank. You'll see the little strip of beach and the big birch leaning out over it. After you pass the big rock, which is half out of the water, be sure to go to the left of it and hug it close. Line up that birch and hold your bow on it. Remember, to the left of the big rock and hold for the birch. Above all, keep your nerve. Now follow me." Walter gripped his paddle a bit tighter, and his breath came a trifle faster as they came in sight of the line of white that indicated the beginning of broken water. He remembered how he held his breath at this place the year before, and that, too, when he was with Big Jim, the best guide in the mountains. Then he had only to sit tight, trusting wholly to Big Jim. Now he occupied the big guide's place, and on his own quickness of eye and sure control depended the making of a successful landing at the Portage. He recalled Big Jim's warning to sit still, and leaning forward, he yelled the same warning to Hal. The latter did not attempt to reply, for the roar of the water was so great, but he nodded his head, and Walter knew that he had heard. Woodhull's canoe was fairly in the midst of the broken water now, and just for a fleeting instant Walter wondered how Plympton's nerve was holding out. But he had little time to think of anything but his own troubles. On all sides the river was a churning, tumbling, roaring mass of foam, and here and there great gray rocks shouldering above the flying spray. The danger, as Walter well knew, lay not in these, but in the ugly boulders which, like beasts of prey, lay in hiding just beneath the surface, ready to seize upon whatever the swift current should bring their way. The canoe felt the increased movement of the water and was sweeping onward at racing speed. Hal stopped paddling. Walter yelled at him. Hal heard the voice but could not distinguish the words. He swiftly glanced behind to see what had gone wrong. Could it be that Walter had lost control of the canoe? The thought startled him, for his nerve was already shaken by the tumult about him, and the excitement of a first experience magnified the apparent danger. "Paddle, confound you, paddle!" yelled Walter, with a sudden sweep of his own blade shooting the canoe past a rock which showed snarling teeth just at the very surface. Hal could hear no better than before, but he could read Walter's lips, and remembering that a good scout obeys first and questions afterwards, he once more began to swing his blade, and with a little sigh of relief Walter concentrated his attention on the water ahead. One or two close shaves had taught him that often treachery lurks in a seemingly smooth place edged with white, and that safety lies in the very midst of the froth itself. Just ahead loomed the great rock of which Lewis had warned him to keep to the left. As he was then going, it seemed easier and safer to pass to the right of it, and he was sorely tempted to do so. What difference could it make? The water looked as open on one side as the other. Then, and just in time, he remembered that he was a scout under orders, and whatever he might think, it was his business to obey. Holding hard against the current, he saw the bow slowly swing over to the left. Then, before the stern should be caught and forced out of his control by the pressure of the water, he drove his blade in swift, hard strokes, into which he put every muscle that could be brought to bear. The canoe shot ahead at an angle to the great rock. The bow caught the impulse of the split current to the left, and with a wide swing of his paddle he straightened the stern, and they shot past the danger so close that Walter could have put his hand on the rock. The boy gave a sigh of relief, for this was his first experience in the post of responsibility in running rapids. He saw now that if he had obeyed his first impulse and come down on the right of the big rock, he would have been pocketed in a nasty net of ugly boulders which would have meant disaster. But there was no time to think of what might have been. Ahead and to the right lay the tiny beach which was the beginning of the trail around the famous Swift River Falls. To miss this meant almost certain disaster in the rapids below. Even should these be successfully run, there would be no possible means of avoiding being swept over the falls. Woodhull was just landing as Walter lined up the bow of his canoe with the leaning birch according to the chief's instructions. With his eyes glued to this landmark, Walter could pay little attention to the conditions immediately about him. Lewis had said to hold his bow on that tree and keep his nerve. If that meant anything at all, it meant that there was a clear passage in line with a point just beyond the big rock and the birch tree, and so long as he held his craft true, he would be in no immediate danger. Hal, on the contrary, had failed utterly to grasp the meaning of Woodhull's instructions to Walter, if indeed he had paid any attention at all to them. Now, sitting in the bow where he could see to advantage every threatening danger, the situation, to use his own description, got his goat. In other words, he lost his nerve to some extent, and therewith his head momentarily. Just before them and dead ahead, not 2 inches under water, was a great boulder. It was the very one which the year before Walter had seen with so much the same feeling that possessed Hal now, excepting that Walter had closed his eyes and awaited the shock of the crash, which seemed unavoidable, while Hal, forgetful of orders, suddenly awakened to action. With a wild yell, he threw his weight upon his paddle in a frantic effort to turn the canoe to one side. Walter, meanwhile, had been paddling steadily in an effort to hold the bow of the canoe directly on the leaning birch. Just as Hal yelled, the canoe had swung off a point, pulled by a cross eddy in the current, and at the very instant that Hal threw his weight forward on his paddle, Walter, with a vigorous twist of his own blade, had swung the bow sharply back in line with the birch. Hal's effort, meeting with reduced resistance because the bow was already swinging away, had a double result. Hal meeting less resistance than he expected, and the extreme bow having little room in which to regain his balance, all but pitched overboard, causing the canoe to lurch to port so that before Walter could right it, the top of a wave had broken over the low gunwale amidship. And at the same time Hal's effort, added to the twist Walter had already given, drove the bow too far to starboard, and the light craft struck a glancing blow on a rock which Hal had not seen at all, so intent had he been on the first threatened danger. Fortunately, the canoe had not hit fairly, and with a sickening rasping and scraping it slid off, and a second later swung into the back eddy, which set over toward a little strip of shingle. Woodhull stood ready to catch the bow and draw them in. "Phew! You youngsters had a close call that time. It was touch and go for a minute there," he exclaimed as the two boys disembarked, then wisely said no more, biding his time until their nerves were less shaken before driving home to Hal the lesson of his experience. Walter, now that the strain was over, found himself all of a shake, and his strength seemed suddenly to desert him as he stepped out onto the little beach. His temper, too, had been badly strained by the excitement of the narrow escape. "You're a pretty bow man, you are. What the deuce are you trying to do?" he began hotly, but Woodhull broke in with a peremptory order for all hands to lend a hand in emptying the canoes. By the time this was finished, Walter had cooled off, and then wisely held his tongue. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The First Portage and Camp. There were perhaps 2 pailfuls of water in Walter's canoe, but thanks to the waterproof covering of the pack baskets and the waterproof provision bag, it had done little damage. The sweaters of both boys lying on the bottom of the canoe were soaked through, but beyond this the water had caused little inconvenience.
Woodhull turned the canoe over and examined it with care. A long white scar showed where the paint had been scraped off near the keel, and the inner lining of wood was cracked in 2 places, mute evidence of the force with which they had hit the rock. But the canvas was unpunctured, and Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. "If that canoe had been birch bark instead of canvas, you fellows wouldn't have gotten off so easily," was his sole comment. It had been arranged that on portages Woodhull should carry the canoes, leaving the others to bring over the duffel. For while both Walter and Hal were sturdy youngsters for their years, the weight of the canoe was more than they could undertake without serious risk of a strain. With the deftness of long experience, Woodhull lashed the paddles to the thwarts of the canoes. Swinging his pack basket to his back, he pulled a sweater over his shoulders and stooped to take up one of the canoes. He had moved so quickly that until then the others had not sensed his tension. But now, as by a common impulse, Hal and Walter sprang forward with a yell of protest. "No, you don't, Lewis. Put down that pack. If you carry the canoes, we carry your pack." But Lewis brushed them aside with a good-natured grin, upended the canoe, turned it over, and deftly slipped under it. A second later it was skillfully balanced on his shoulders, the 2 paddles resting across the padding afforded by the sweater. "Get a move on you fellows. We're going to make an early camp at the other end of the carry, and I have a hunch there's some good pickerel waiting for us just below the falls," he said as he hit the trail at a brisk pace. "Come on, fellows. Let's show him that he can't beat us to it with that load," cried Hal, slipping the straps of his pack basket over his shoulders and picking up his fish rod and camera in one hand and grub bag in the other. Walter and Plympton followed suit, and in Indian file the 3 boys struck into the trail on the double quick in an effort to overtake Lewis. The trail was an old lumber road, easy to follow. For a short distance it rose rather sharply, then for a mile followed the crest of a ridge through a thick growth of young hardwoods. The trail then opened into an old clearing with the ruins of a log house and barn in the middle of it. On the far side of this clearing it struck into the woods again for a few hundred yards, and ended up on the bank of the river just below a short stretch of rapids below the falls. The full distance of the portage was 1.5 miles. In spite of their efforts, Lewis was just entering the clearing when Hal and Walter came in sight of him, and by that time both boys were pretty well blown. "Phew! This beastly pack weighs a ton," panted Hal, the perspiration running in streams down his face. Walter grinned sympathetically. "Mine, too," he grunted. "We've got a good 1/2 mile yet, and Lewis looks as if he'd just started." "I don't wish him any bad luck, but just the same I wish he'd stub his toe or something so that he'd have to stop," growled Hal. Hardly were the words out of his mouth when he himself, paying more attention to Woodhull than his own footing, stepped on a rolling stone, slipped, straightened up suddenly to catch his balance, and, overweighted by the pack on his back, sat down with a jolt threatened to loosen his back teeth. Still pulled backward by the pack, he finally lay at full length with all the wind knocked out of him. The rod and camera he still clung to tenaciously, but the food bag rolled off to one side just in time to trip Walter, who had been hard on his heels, and who had turned aside abruptly to avoid falling over Hal. Probably he would have caught himself in time to avoid a fall if it had not been for his own pack, but as in Hal's case the weight was too much to overcome, and he sprawled headlong, the weight on his shoulders driving him forward instead of pulling him backward. For a few minutes the 2 boys lay still, striving to get their breath. Then Walter managed to unbuckle the pack straps, and freeing himself from the basket, slowly and painfully got to his feet. His shins were barked, and there was a stone bruise in one hand. But these were forgotten for the time being in the ridiculousness of Hal's predicament, as he vainly struggled to roll over and get to his feet. "I don't see anything to laugh at," growled Hal, still kicking helplessly. "My back's almost broken," he added with a half-groan. "Unbuckle your straps, you ninny," gasped Walter, and leaning over, performed that service for his fellow victim. Freed of his burden, Hal scrambled to his feet, and they took account of stock. Beyond bruises and strained ligaments and general soreness all over, there seemed to be nothing serious the matter. Fortunately, there had been nothing in the packs to break, and by some miracle of good fortune the cameras and fishing rods had also escaped.
Gee, I'm glad Lewis didn't see that spill, exclaimed Walter as he prepared to take up his burden once more. Or Sister, either, said Hal. By the way, where is Sister? Oh, we lost him half a mile back, replied Walter carelessly. He had to stop for a rest at the top of the hill, and he's probably rested every 100 yards since. He sure is weak. I don't see what Lewis was thinking of to want him on a trip like this. He seems like a nice enough little fellow, but he hasn't got the strength for this sort of thing, and, oh, hang it all, I doubt if he's got the sand. Walter spoke with the unthinking scorn of the robust for the weak. With grunts and groans the boys resumed their burdens, which to their aching muscles now seemed twice as heavy as when they had first strapped them on, and once more hit the trail. Hardly had they disappeared around a turn when Plympton slipped out of the bushes just above the scene of disaster and doggedly plodded along after them. A grin mantled his thin, freckled face, for he had not been so far behind as the others had supposed, and had come in sight of them before they had regained their feet. Rightly sensing something of their feeling toward him, and that they might resent having him as a witness of their mishap, he had discreetly withdrawn into the bushes and eased his own aching shoulders while he waited for them to move on. I'll show 'em yet, he muttered grimly. They think just because I'm not as strong as they are that I'm a quitter. But I'll show 'em. He gritted his teeth and resolutely trudged on with a burden which, in proportion to his strength, was far heavier than those of his comrades. He had said nothing, but he had taken note of what the others had carried as a load and had quietly assumed an equal weight. To be sure, he had had to rest while the others had pushed on, but their mishap had done much to draw the sting of this, and now he determined that he would make at least half a mile without resting if it killed him. Woodhull having hopelessly outdistanced them, Hal and Walter slowed down their pace so that the three arrived at the end of the carry almost together. As they wearily swung their packs to the ground, Woodhull looked at them sharply. Seems to me that you found the trail rather dusty, Walt. I didn't notice it myself, he remarked. Walter grinned sheepishly, for he and Hal certainly did look the worse for wear. In their haste they had but half brushed themselves. Before Walter could frame a suitable answer, Woodhull continued. You and Hal come back with me for the rest of the stuff. Plympton, you rig your rod with a spoon and try for a pickerel over there in the smooth water near the falls. You ought to have enough for dinner by the time we get back. Now come on, you fellows. Plympton flashed a grateful look at the leader, while Hal nudged Walter as they fell in behind Lewis on the back trail. Rather soft for Sister, he murmured. Walter grinned, but said nothing. Truth to tell, he had seen with something of a feeling of chagrin that Plympton's load had been quite equal to his own, and in a vague way he had realized that it had meant a great deal more to the tenderfoot than to himself. When they reached the scene of the mishap, Woodhull's keen eye noticed at once the evidence of a disturbance in the trail. Looks as if a couple of bucks had been tearing up things here, he said with a swift sidelong glance at his companions. So it does, replied Hal gravely. Do you suppose they were fighting? Looks to me more as if they had been wallowing. They took pains not to leave any footprints, replied Lewis without a trace of a smile. The return trip was made without incident, albeit with many smothered groans on the part of Hal and Walter, for they were so stiff and sore that even the lighter loads which fell to their share now seemed little less than torture. They struggled on grimly, however. Plympton had not returned when they reached camp, but he came in a few minutes later with 3 big pickerel, and preparations were at once begun to establish the camp. Walt, I hereby appoint you chief and warn you that we expect a full-course dinner in the celebration of our first day out, said Woodhull briskly. Hal, you are assistant chief, which means that you'll hustle the firewood. Plympton and I will attend to pitching the tents. Now get busy, everybody. Come on, Plympton. The location was ideal. A low bluff overlooked the river, affording a splendid view of the lower rapids, and on this bluff there was a small clearing. Woodhull had found a smooth, level place where the 2 tents could be pitched side by side, facing the river. A little to one side, Walter discovered a backwoods range ready for use. This consisted of 2 huge bed logs, between which the fire could be built, and over the middle
supported on 2 forked sticks, a light pole about 7 feet long. This was about 4 feet above the ground, and in the parlance of the North Woods is known as a lug pole. From it swung several pot hooks of varying lengths, these being merely forked sticks inverted over the lug pole. Above the fork sufficient of the main stem had been left for a good hand grip, while one branch had been cut off so as to leave a 4-inch stub, while the other branch was of sufficient length so that when a nail was driven in it at an angle near the end, the kettle hung from this would hang sufficiently near the fire for cooking purposes, or to keep the contents hot. The presence of this range was evidence that the place was a favorite camping ground, and Walter knew that a good spring undoubtedly was near. While Lewis and Plympton unrolled the tents and then went in search of 4 straight young saplings for poles, Walter unpacked the cooking outfit and, kettle in hand, went in search of the spring. It took but a few minutes to discover a faint path, and following this through a thicket and down over a bluff, he presently came to a big white pine leaning out over the river, and at the foot of it a hollow just above the high water mark. It was brimming full of clear, cold water, which bubbled out from the bank under the pine and trickled in a tiny stream down to the river. The kettle was filled. Walter paused for a minute to admire the rugged beauty of the scene. His keen observing glance was arrested by an old log projecting into the river. On the end of it was evidence that it was a favorite dining resort of a muskrat. A sudden thought brought a twinkle to the boy's eyes, and hastily glancing around to be sure that he was unobserved, he slipped off his shoes and waded out to the end of the log. It was shallow and somewhat sandy there, and after a little search he triumphantly plunged one arm into the water and dug out the soft bottom of 3 oblong objects. With these carefully hidden, he hurried back to his duties as chief cook. Meanwhile, Hal had brought in a supply of birch bark to start the fire, and was busily splitting a supply of hardwood. The fire was soon merrily crackling, and over it Walter hung one of the kettles half filled with spring water. As soon as it boiled, he crumpled into it half of one of the rolls of herbwurst, and added 4 bouillon cubes, a pinch of salt, and a sprinkling of pepper. Leaving Hal to stir this occasionally, he took the 3 big pickerel to the water's edge and dressed them. Moving the pot-hook from which the kettle of soup was suspended along the lug pole to a point where the soup would keep hot but no longer boil, he prepared to fry the fish. The fire had burned down to red-hot coals, which, because they were of hardwood, would hold their heat for a long time. Cutting 3 slices of fat salt pork, Walter fried these to a crisp brown. Removing them, he dropped into the sizzling hot fat the fish, which had been cut in convenient pieces and rolled in meal. The odor of the frying fish, mingled with the sweet breath of the balsams, was indescribably appetizing, and Woodhull, who had just finished tightening the last guy rope of the tents, sniffed like a hungry bear. "I've got a tickle at the end of my nose that goes way down to the bottom of my stomach," he announced. "Isn't that dinner most ready?" Walter caught up a pan and beat the bottom of it with a short stick until the woods rang. "All hands turn in for dinner," he shouted. No second invitation was needed, and his 3 comrades promptly lined up on the trunk of a fallen tree close by. Gravely Walter passed to each an agate-ware plate, in the middle of which lay a freshly opened mussel or fresh water clam, the result of his foray in the river at the end of the muskrat's log. "I'm sorry I can't serve these on ice, but the iceman didn't see my card," he apologized. The 3 boys stared at the clams garnished with sprigs of hemlock, and then at the chief. "What the dickens are these for?" inquired Lewis, studying his clam, and then Walter with a puzzled air. "A course dinner always begins with clams or oysters on the half-shell," replied Walter without the shadow of a smile. "Will you have salt and pepper with yours, sir?" He ducked just in time to dodge 3 pans hurled at him as by common impulse, and leaving the others to chuckle over his joke, he hastened to dish up the soup. The crispy brown flaky fish followed, with plenty of bread and butter brought from Woodcraft, the whole washed down with hot cocoa. When the last scrap of fish had vanished, Hal rose and let out a hole in his belt. Then, fishing a penny from his trousers pocket, he dropped it in an empty cup and passed it to Woodhull and Plympton, who caught the idea at once and contributed a penny each.
A tip for the cook," he said gravely, passing the cup to Walter, who accepted it with an equally grave, "Thank you, sir." While Walter and Hal washed the dishes, Lewis dug out the repair kit and applied a patch to the damaged canoe. This reminded Walter of their exciting run of the rapids. "Well, Hal, how about Swift River now? Does it move fast enough for you?" he asked. "You bet it does," was his emphatic reply, adding as a thought struck him, "but it seems that it doesn't for you. What in thunder were you yelling at me to paddle for when we were going a mile a minute through those rapids?" Walter turned to stare at Hal. "Why, you greenie," he drawled, "don't you know yet that a boat must move faster than the water in order to give it steerage way? How did you suppose I was going to dodge the rocks if we just drifted? By George, I never thought of that." "Well, don't forget it next time," replied Walter dryly. Just then Woodhull called all hands to bring in firewood. This was piled at a short distance in front of the tents, and when the last red flush of the setting sun had faded from the western sky, a match was touched to the pile, and the red flames were soon leaping up, throwing out a grateful heat, for the night was cold. And before it, sprawled on their blankets, 4 happy boys lay and watched the weird shadows dance to the flicker of the flames, and the little red sparks shoot up and die in the upper blackness, while they dreamed of the days to come and wondered if many of them would prove as exciting as had their first day on Swift River. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Walter's Queer Porcupine. The next morning Woodhull ordered all hands out at sunrise. There was some good-natured grumbling, especially on the part of Walter and Hal, who were so stiff and sore from the effects of their tumble the day before that it was with difficulty they could suppress a grunt or groan every time they moved. Plympton, on the contrary, seemed greatly refreshed by his night's sleep and could not forego a grin at the plight of his companions. Woodhull rallied them unmercifully. "I should think that you were the tenderfeet of this outfit," he said, giving Plympton a covert wink. "A pretty pair of first-class scouts you are, done up by half a day's paddle and one little carry. What do you expect to do when we strike it really rough?" The 2 victims could do nothing but grin foolishly and shake their fists at Lewis when his back was turned, for they more than half suspected that he had guessed their secret. Walter soon had breakfast ready: oatmeal, cocoa, bacon, and fried potatoes, to which all did full justice. The potatoes were the very ones which had so aroused Hal's scorn when Walter had bought them in the New York supply house, and Walter slyly reminded him of this when Hal passed his plate for a second helping. "I take it all back and then some," replied Hal. "It didn't seem to me that those dried chips could ever be fit to put in my stomach, let alone taste as good as they do. What's the secret?" "There isn't any secret. I soaked them overnight, that's all," Walter replied. Breakfast disposed of, the tents and duffel were soon packed, the canteens filled from the spring, and they were off once more. Action and the warmth of the sun soon relieved the stiffened muscles, and Walter and Hal forgot their misery for the first hour or 2. The Portage to Lonesome Pond was soon passed, and from this point on everything was new and strange to all 4 of the young voyagers. The forest thickened, and there was a delightful sense of mystery, as if they were in very truth explorers searching out a new land. To be sure, there was ever the mute testimony to the devastating rule of the lumbermen, and Woodhull kept spread before him a map, showing every twist and turn of the river and every portage. Still, it was easy to forget or to ignore these things, and to feel an exhilaration, a sense of adventure that made the pulse quicken. The river abated none of its swiftness. At times in midstream the surface appeared so calm and untroubled that it was hard to believe that it was less placid than a quiet woodland pond. But a glance shoreward at the swirling eddy around the end of a stranded log dispelled the illusion and impressed on the young adventurers a sense of the resistless force which would brook no check in its rush to the sea. Then again it would break into ripples as it broadened and swept over rocky shallows, here and there a rock showing above the surface. At such times the river appeared to race madly, although in truth it moved no faster than before. 6 miles below Lonesome Pond Portage, they caught the deep, sullen roar of rapids again, and a few minutes later sighted a little opening in the forest on the right bank, which Lewis said was the beginning of another portage. To the disappointment of Walter and Hal, who were hungry for excitement, they did not even enter the white water, but grounded the canoes on a little beach just above. As on the day previous, Woodhull led the way with pack and canoe, but this time there was no mad effort on the part of Walter and Hal to keep up with him, nor did they disdain his advice to lighten their loads and leave more for the second trip across. As it was, the pack seemed doubly heavy to their strained shoulders. "These confounded straps didn't cut this way yesterday," growled Walter as he vainly strove to shift his burden to a more comfortable position. Hal grinned. "I don't hear Sister squealing," he muttered so that Plympton could not hear. Walter made a grimace. "Fishing doesn't make sore shoulders," he replied sententiously, referring to the fact that Sister had made but one trip over the carry the day previously. It was said good-naturedly. Nevertheless, it served to re-arouse in both boys the feeling that Plympton had been favored at their expense, and to increase the suspicion that favoritism was being shown. Such a feeling feeds on trifles. It is like a noxious weed and simply thrives on nothing. Walter and Hal began to count the number of times Plympton rested on the trail, and to express their scorn for the seeming weakness by doggedly plunging ahead when their own aching backs were instantly demanding relief. The result was that they reached the end of the mile carry first, but completely fagged out, while Plympton, though tired, was far the freshest of the three, and despite his smaller size and inferior strength had brought as heavy a load as the others. Woodhull was waiting for them. "Did any of you fellows hear or see anything on the top of the ridge as you came over?" he asked. "No, but I felt something," Walter replied ruefully, rubbing his shoulders. Lewis smiled. "I'm afraid that you allowed your sense of feeling to dull your other senses. And you know that is poor woodcraft," said he. "Now I heard something, but I couldn't see because I was under the canoe. Something jumped off in the young growth to one side of the trail. It may have been a deer, but if it was, it must have been a mighty big buck. It sounded heavy enough for a bear." All three boys pricked up their ears at the word bear. "Do you suppose it really was a bear, Lewis?" Hal asked eagerly. "What if he had come bolting out after us when we had those packs on our backs?" exclaimed Walter, having a sudden and very vivid recollection of his meeting with the bear at Buxby's tree the year previous. Woodhull laughed. "I guess you wouldn't have made as good time as you did last time, Walt. The odds would have been with the bear. However, I don't think you need be worried on the return trip. A bear is too smart and pussy-footed to make any such noise as I heard unless you come right on to it unexpectedly. Otherwise the brute will sneak away through the thickest brush without making a sound, big as it is. As for bolting out at us, no sane bear that lives in these parts, unless it were a she with cubs that thought that they were in danger, would dream of such a thing. Come on now, and let's get this carry made." Woodhull started up the back trail with Plympton trailing him. Hal waited while Walter dug down into his pack for his camera. For if there was a chance they might jump a deer, either going or coming, Walter wanted to be prepared to get a snap. "Oh, you Lewis!" shouted Hal. Woodhull paused and turned. "If you see that bear, get Sister to put some salt on his tail so that Walt can photograph him." Woodhull and Plympton laughed, and turning, vanished into the thick second growth which lined the trail. Walter was ready in a few minutes, and the two boys hit up the pace to catch up with their comrades. They were about halfway over the ridge when both stopped abruptly. "Did you hear that?" whispered Hal. Walter nodded. They stood holding their breath. Not a sound was to be heard save the drumming of their hearts. Then they heard it again. A slight rustling of dead leaves off to their right. In vain they peered into the thicket. The young saplings grew so closely that they could see but a few feet among them. "Pooh," said Walter, after listening a moment more. "No big animal made that little noise. Probably it's a porcupine." "Do you suppose it is?" Hal asked eagerly. "Do you know, I've never seen one wild. Do you suppose we can find him if we go in there?" "Easiest thing you ever knew," responded Walter with a superiority of experience. "You stay here, and I'll go in and drive him out to you. Then, when we get him out here in the sun, we'll photograph him." Stepping cautiously, Walter threaded his way among the young moosewood and maples in the direction from which the sound had come. He had gone perhaps 20 yards when he paused abruptly with that indescribable feeling of being watched. He had heard nothing, not the faintest sound, yet he felt himself to be in the immediate presence of some living thing watching him, itself unseen. A queer feeling of chilliness crept up his spine, and his skin prickled. Still he held his ground, and presently in the gloom of the thick growth directly in front of him a shape gradually took form. To his startled eyes it seemed as big as an elephant. Gradually, as he grew more accustomed to the dim light, he made out an ungainly animal which stood as high as a horse and was staring at him steadily and unwinking. There was no mistaking the great spreading antlers that crowned the unshapely head. It was a bull moose. For perhaps a full minute the boy and the animal stared at each other. Then Hal, growing impatient, called. Walter emitted a low whistle, and Hal, understanding the signal, cautiously joined him. "What is it?" he whispered, his eyes not yet adjusted to the dim light. Suddenly he, too, made out the great hulking shape of the moose. "Oh, my glory!" he exclaimed under his breath, gripping Walter by one arm. And so they stood, the two boys and the king of the forest, trying to stare each other out of countenance. And it was a moose who succeeded. The excitement of their find gave way to a feeling of uneasiness on the part of the boys. It was disconcerting, to say the least, to be stared at so unwinkingly. In the uncertain light the animal looked bigger than he really was, and this effect was not decreased by their excited imaginations. Besides, the moose was not behaving according to moose ethics as laid down in the stories and natural histories which they had read. According to these, he should have vanished silently in the first discovery of their presence, unless angered by a wound, and this was hardly likely, the hunting season having not yet begun. But there he stood with no apparent fear. Instead, something very like this crept over the two boys. As by one impulse they began to cautiously back out. Still the moose stood like a graven image, and it was with something very like a sigh of relief that the two youngsters once more stepped into the sunlight of the open trail. There they lost no time in making toward the other end. "Wouldn't it have been great if he had been out in the open where I could have photographed him?" panted Walter. Just then a noise behind them caught their attention. They turned to find the moose standing in the trail looking after them. "There's your chance," cried Hal. "He's rather far off for a good portrait, but judging by the way he acts, he'll stay for you to go as close as you like." "Thanks, I'm quite near enough to suit me," replied Walter, preparing to take a snap from where they stood. Then, to his chagrin, he discovered that he had neglected to put a new film pack after making the last exposure the day before. To say that the two boys were disappointed would be putting it mildly. A photograph of a wild moose would have been a souvenir of their trip beyond their wildest hopes, for moose were rare in this section. And here was the opportunity missed through negligence of the first rule of scoutcraft, to be prepared. In disgust, Hal picked up a stone and threw it in the direction of the ungainly beast. It rolled almost to his feet, and still he showed no inclination to leave. "Say, if he isn't any more afraid of us than that, I guess it's up to us to at least be respectful to him," said Hal. "I move that we put a little more distance between him and us." The boys hurried on excitedly discussing their strange experience and bemoaning the fact that they had no photograph wherewith to back up their story. "No one will believe us, for who ever heard of a moose acting that way? Lewis will laugh at us and kid us all the rest of the trip if we tell him about it," grumbled Hal. Then, at a startling thought, he grabbed Walter. "Say," he gasped, "we've got to come back over this trail?" Walter nodded uneasily. "I've been thinking of that," he replied. "Supposing he takes a notion to be ugly. An ugly moose is worse than an ugly bear. There isn't a tree up there in the ridge big enough for anything but a squirrel to climb. Besides, we'll be loaded down. A fat chance we'd have if he took it into his head to be funny. I guess we'll have to tell Lewis about it." They soon came in sight of the end of the carry where Lewis and Plympton were waiting for them. "What have you fellows been doing, taking a nap on the way?" shouted Woodhull as they came in sight. "Or putting salt on the bear's tail," added Plympton. "Neither," replied Walter. But just the same, we found your bear, Lewis." "The dickens you did. Why didn't you bring him along? He might have conceded to carry your packs over for you," said Woodhull banteringly. "It's a moose," said Hal. "Better still," laughed Lewis. "We could harness him to the canoe and drag the whole business over." "Quit your kidding, Lewis," Walter broke in. "I tell you there's a bull moose up there on the ridge, or was a few minutes ago. He's as big as a house." Woodhull walked over to Walter and took one wrist in his left hand while he placed his right hand on Walter's forehead. "Face flushed, head hot, and pulse above normal. A case of incipient brain fever induced by indigestion. We'll have to change cooks," he said with a gravely professional air. Walter joined in the laugh that followed, but as soon as it had subsided, he reiterated his statement, and Hal backed him up. "Come over to the canoe and sit down, son. Now tell us about it," Lewis commanded. Walter obeyed and told rapidly and briefly the details of the experience on the ridge, Hal corroborating the story. Woodhull listened gravely. At first a keen observer might have seen in his eyes a glint of amused incredulity. This gave way to a look of puzzled doubt. If it had been either of the others to tell such a cock-and-bull story, he would have laid it to an overexcited imagination which made a moose out of a deer. But it was Walter, a boy who had won many points for his tribe at Woodcraft Camp by his powers of close observation, who had served as novitiate in the deep woods, and of whom Big Jim, the guide, had said, "His narves are getting most as steady as his eyes. He's a natural-born woodsman." There was no doubt that the boy was in earnest, and that he believed that he had seen just what he said he had seen. Over against this was the fact that the moose in that section were so rare as to make the seeing of one an event even to a professional guide. And then whoever had heard of a sane moose acting as the boys insisted this one had. "Was he bigger than that big buck you saw when you made that trip with Big Jim, the one he called the King of Lonesome Pond?" asked Lewis as Walter finished. Walter looked up quickly and read the doubt in Woodhull's face. "Say, Lewis," he began hotly, "don't you suppose I know a moose from a deer? Do you think—" His jaw suddenly dropped. His eyes grew round with surprise as slowly he raised one hand and pointed up the trail. As by common impulse his companions turned to look. There, shuffling down from the ridge in leisurely fashion, came the bull moose. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. An Inquisitive Moose. For a brief instant the four boys stared at the great animal approaching with such apparent unconcern. The expression on Woodhull's face was ludicrous. It was as if even yet his mind refused to believe what his eyes told him was reality. Then, as the moose came on, leisurely but without hesitation, all four sprang to their feet as by a common impulse and started a mass scramble for safety. While most of the surrounding woodland was of young second growth, there were fortunately 2 or 3 large yellow birches close by, and to the shelter of these the surprised voyagers fled. The landing was at a tiny opening on the bank of the river. To the right was a sharp rise of perhaps 3 feet, and from the top of this bank rose a giant birch. Walter sought safety behind this, where he was joined a second later by Plympton. Woodhull and Hal each chose a tree on the other side of the little opening, climbing up them without delay. Too late Walter and Plympton realized their choice had been less wise, for the trunk of the gray birch was too large to ship in, and the lowest branches were well beyond reach. There was nothing for them to do but to trust to Providence that the moose would not prove ugly, and that in the event that he did, they could successfully keep the trunk of the tree between him and them. Without hesitation, the huge animal sauntered down the trail until some 30 feet from the 2 boys, shaking behind the big birch. There he paused and surveyed them with that deliberate stare which Walter had found so disconcerting back on the ridge, and found no less disconcerting now. He seemingly paid no attention to Woodhull and Hal, who, from the vantage of their safety in the treetops, were vainly trying to attract his attention and draw him away from their less fortunate comrades. Once he lowered his great head, and Walter heard Plympton give a little gasp and felt the boy's grip upon him tighten. But he was no less frightened himself. He could feel his heart pounding like a trip hammer, and he knew that Sister must feel him tremble, for his nerves were badly shaken. For what seemed like an eternity to the two victims, but what was probably only 2 or 3 minutes, the tableau lasted. Then the moose deliberately turned to the other side of the trail and began to browse in the tender brush. I think he likes the color of your jersey, Walt, whispered Plympton. For the first time Walter remembered that he was wearing a bright scarlet jersey, and he began to suspect that there might be some truth in Plympton's observation. It would account for the strange interest manifested by the animal back on the ridge, and perhaps for the curiosity which had brought him to the landing. Walter began to feel altogether too conspicuous, and this feeling was not decreased by Plympton's next remark. I hope red doesn't have the same effect on a moose that it does on a domestic bull. Walter opened his mouth to reply, but just then their huge jailer took it into his head to return and look the situation over again, munching a mouthful of twigs and leaves as he did so. He looks gentle, whispered Plympton, almost like an ox. But Walter could see nothing gentle or ox-like. Perhaps thoughts of that scarlet jersey and Plympton's unfortunate reference to the usual effect of that color on the average domestic bull affected the clearness of his vision. Perhaps it was the fact that the eyes staring at him in such an embarrassing way were altogether too small for the great head in which they were set. At all events, it seemed to him that so far from being gentle, they held a sardonic gleam, a sparkle of wickedness and evil. He wished with all his soul that he could get rid of that jersey. The scrutiny of the moose lasted about as long as before. Then, with a shake of his huge head, which caused the tatters of velvet still clinging to the great spreading antlers to shake, and the deep black bell at his throat to swing, the lord of the forest walked down to the water's edge, and as calmly as if alone in the solitude of some remote forest retreat, began to drink. "Now's your chance for a photograph, Walt," yelled Hal. Walter said nothing. He was too busy stripping off his jersey. Besides, he had left his camera in the canoe, and it was unloaded at that, as Hal would have remembered if he had not been too excited to think. "Keep your nerve, boys," shouted Woodhull. "He isn't ugly. If you don't do anything to excite him, he'll probably go off when he gets ready. I'm coming down to hold his attention. And the first chance you have, you slip over here and get up in these trees." It was just then that Plympton distinguished himself. "Say, Walt," he began eagerly, "my camera and Woodhull's are in the top of that duffel bag right down there at the foot of the bank. Let's go down and get him. I don't believe he'll trouble us." "Right here behind this tree is good enough for me," grunted Walter, jamming the obnoxious jersey under him. "Here, you, don't be a chump," he added a moment later. But Plympton had already stolen swiftly along the bank and slipped down to the duffel bag. With feverish haste he untied the top and drew out the 2 cameras, one of which he tossed to Walter. Then, despite the shouts of protest from all 3 of his companions, he swiftly approached the drinking animal and made an exposure. The setting was ideal. The sun lay full upon the big animal, and standing with his 2 forefeet in the water, his muzzle buried in the cooling stream. The heavy growth on the far bank cast a deep shadow to mid-river, to meet the ripples made by the movements of the moose, which were hurrying in ever-widening circles. The rapids below showed in a sharp line of white, while drawn up on the beach were the canoe and the scattered duffel. At the click of the camera, the moose raised his head and turned inquiringly. Plympton held his ground and made another exposure. Then, as if out of idle curiosity, the ungainly animal began to move straight toward the photographer. By this time, all 3 of the onlookers were excitedly yelling to the boy to run. Of them all, he seemed the least excited, and held his ground until he made a 3rd snap. Then he scrambled up the bank and back to the protection of the tree. "Are you crazy?" demanded Walter. Truth to tell, the latter was not a little chagrined that Sister should have shown more nerve in such a crisis. "No, I'm not crazy. Just grabbing the opportunity of a lifetime. That critter wouldn't hurt a flea," retorted Plympton. "Maybe he wouldn't, but I'd hate to be the flea to give him a chance," grumbled Walter. "You never can tell what a critter will do next. Hi there." The final exclamation was addressed to the moose, who had followed Plympton up to the bank and was now sniffing at the open duffel bag. Apparently he found nothing of interest in this, and out of pure mischief lowered his head sidewise, and catching the bag in one of his great antlers, gave it a toss and spilled half its contents.
Nosing each of these in turn, he next turned his attention to the other duffel. Now for the first time the big animal began to show signs of interest. He had found the food bag. He rolled it over. He licked it. He rolled it over again. All the time he showed a growing excitement. The onlookers were puzzled until suddenly Woodhull understood. "It's the salt!" he cried. "He smells the salt!" The excitement of the moose rapidly gave way to anger. He tossed the bag as he had done the duffel bag, but this one was tightly tied, and it simply fell back inertly on the ground. He ground it into the sand with his horns, snorting angrily. Then he backed away a few steps and suddenly plunged forward, striking at the bag with both forefeet. This only served to bury it deeper in the sand. He pawed it up and once more tossed it. Hardly had it touched the ground when, with the quickness of a cat, he was upon it, rearing and striking down with his sharp-edged hoofs, all the time snorting with anger and emitting the air from his nostrils with a sharp whistling sound. By this time Walter and Plympton had slipped across to the safety of the trees on the other side, and from the security of their upper branches all four boys gazed down on the strange scene which but a few minutes before had been so peaceful. "How about harnessing him up to haul the canoe over now, Lewis?" Hal shouted. "He looks so gentle and ox-like," murmured Walter to Plympton, who was in the tree with him. "I got his photograph anyway," retorted Sister. "I guess it's lucky you did, for there wouldn't have been much left of the cameras after the way he tossed that duffel bag," replied Walter. The moose, meanwhile, had continued to vent his rage on the harmless food bag. Finally, he once more lowered his horns, and with a mighty throw of his head sent the bag flying through the air. It fell some distance back of him, over in the brush and out of his sight, and he appeared not to know where to look for it. For a few minutes he plunged this way and that, snorting and whistling, the black mane on his neck standing up stiffly. Then, failing to find the immediate object of his wrath and catching sight of the half-empty duffel bag, he turned his attention to that, with the result that the remaining contents were soon scattered in all directions and trampled into the sand. "This is where you and I pay for those pictures you took, Plympton," shouted Lewis, for the bag had contained their personal effects. Happily for the most part, changes of clothing, a blanket roll, and other unbreakable things. By some fortunate chance, the canoe appeared to escape altogether the attention of the angry animal, or the episode would have been little short of real disaster. After venting his rage on everything else in sight, trampling everything possible to the sand, the moose pawed the ground viciously for a few minutes, then abruptly plunged into the river and swam across. His victims wisely remained in the trees some time after they had seen him climb the opposite bank and disappear in the forest, fearful that he might be watching, and that their appearance would incite him to further mischief. Finally, convinced that they had really seen the last of him, Lewis gave the word, and they slipped down from their perches. Ruefully they approached the scene of the late one-sided conflict. "What's this?" said Hal, digging up a mud-encrusted bundle of rags. Woodhull grinned weakly. "It is, or rather it was, my best shirt. The one I expected to wear home when we finished the cruise." Hal opened it out and held it up to view. It was tattered and torn as if it had been through a threshing machine. Sand and mud were ground into it until its original color might have been anything so far as anyone could tell. "Oh, my eye!" he cried. "How I should like to see you riding home on the choo-choo cars with this thing on, Lewis." Woodhull good-naturedly joined with the others in the laugh that followed, but he put an abrupt stop to it by calling to them the fact that there was no knowing when their unwelcome visitor might take it into his head to return. "Get busy, boys," he commanded briskly. "Don't stop to take account of damages now. Time enough for that when we make camp tonight. Pick up this scattered stuff and cram it into the duffel bag, dirt and all. Hal, go hunt for that food bag. It fell right over back of that little birch tree. Walt, you better get that jersey on before your back gets any more sunburn than it is now, or you won't be good for much on a carry." The boys needed no second bidding, for they had no desire to renew acquaintance with their recent visitor. The scattered stuff was dug up and stuffed just as it was into the duffel bag. Hal found the food bag rather the worse for wear, but still whole. Walter got his jersey and, not without protest, put it on. He was now firmly convinced that this was what had first drawn the attention of the moose, and he did not relish the idea of wearing it again until they were safely away from that vicinity.
However, he had nothing else to put on, so there was nothing to do but obey. In less time than it takes to tell, they were ready to hit the trail. Woodhull, of course, carried the canoe, and he insisted on bringing up the rear. It is doubtful if that particular portage was ever made in quicker time. There was no complaining of aching backs or sore shoulders this time. It seemed as if with every third step one or another of the younger boys turned to give an apprehensive glance behind, so that presently Woodhull began to rally them, for he, being under the canoe, was forced to keep his eyes to the front. The carry was made without further incident, and no time was lost in getting afloat. Even Woodhull drew a breath of relief as they pushed off. "How about that brain fever now, Lewis?" Walter taunted as the two canoes slipped along side by side. "I feel as if I'd had it myself," confessed Woodhull. "It's beyond me. I know something about moose, but I never heard of one acting like this. I've hunted them in Maine and New Brunswick, and I've heard the guides tell all kinds of yarns about them. When they were wounded or thoroughly enraged, they are the most dangerous animals in the woods. They will charge on sight, and they will keep a man in a tree for hours, days, some of the guides say. But at all other times they are the shyest of the shy. A man is lucky to get within camera shot in the middle of the close season. I never heard of one deliberately walking out to have his picture taken, let alone nosing around and trying to butt in where men are. If we didn't have photographs to prove it, everybody at home would give us the merry ha-ha when we sprung this story. Just what I said when Walt and I were discussing whether or not we'd tell you about our experience on the ridge," exclaimed Hal. "Well, we've got the photographs to back us up now, thanks to Sister's nerve. Gee, I hope they come out well," said Walter, adding with a twinkle in his eyes, "When are you going to have a wash day, Lewis?" "Tonight or tomorrow," replied Woodhull promptly, "if we strike a decent campground. Let's get a move on and get into camp early." The boys dipped their paddles with a will, and a few miles further down they sighted an opening, which on closer approach proved to be an abandoned lumber camp. "Just the place we're looking for. There's sure to be a spring, and there's open space enough to properly dry the wash," said Woodhull with a smile as he turned the bow of his canoe shoreward. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. An Unexpected Meeting. It was not 4 o'clock when the two canoes were drawn out at the old lumber camp, but Woodhull felt that they were not likely to strike so good a campground beyond, and furthermore he felt that they all needed a little relaxation after the recent excitement, to say nothing of the need for overhauling things generally. An ideal location for the tents was soon found, and they were pitched at once. While this was in progress, Walter investigated the food bag to ascertain the results of the rough treatment it had received by the moose. As one by one he lifted out the inner bags, he grew more and more appreciative of this simple and handy arrangement for carrying food supplies, and blessed the foresight which had prompted him to add this convenience to their outfit. All of these inner bags were intact. Such things as flour, meal, sugar, salt, etc., were, of course, none the worse for the pounding they had received. But other things had not fared so well. The bag of evaporated potatoes held hardly a whole slice, most of them being reduced to mere crumbs. The crackers had fared no better. The rolls of erbwurst were intact, but the other powdered soups, put up in little packages, had burst from their wrappings and were hopelessly mixed. Walter chuckled. "It's a regular potpourri. It'll save me the trouble of asking what kind of soup is wanted each day. I'll be sure of suiting everybody. Onion, pea, bean, lentil, barley, rice, all out of the same kettle." At the bottom of the bag was the 2-pound can of powdered milk. It looked as if it had been through the wars. It was battered and dented. The cover had been forced off, and half the contents was in the bag. "Lucky the bag's clean," muttered Walter as he carefully scraped up the precious powder and transferred it into one of the small bags, of which he had brought along several extra for just such an emergency. It was too early to think of supper yet, so at Woodhull's suggestion Hal and Walter rigged their rods and, with some fat crickets and a few grasshoppers which they found in the clearing, started to try their luck in a little trout brook which brawled pleasantly riverward on the edge of the cutting. Lewis and Plympton meanwhile prepared to wash out their trampled belongings. The trout were hungry and bit readily, so that in an hour the two fishermen had a big enough mess for dinner. Just as they were preparing to start for camp, Walter discovered a 2-foot garter snake, and after a brief chase captured it. Reaching camp, they found Woodhull and Plympton rubbing and scrubbing at the water's edge. "What luck?" called Lewis without looking up. "Bully," replied Walter. "Brought along a friend to make a call." As the two boys turned to see who it was, he tossed the little garter snake at their feet. It fell rather nearer to Plympton than to Woodhull, and in its confused fright, glided straight toward him. With a yell of terror, Plympton sprang backward, lost his footing, and fell headlong into the river. Walter and Hal stood aghast while Woodhull promptly sprang to Plympton's assistance, and in a moment had him ashore, white-faced and shuddering. It was seldom that any of the boys had ever seen Woodhull angry, but he was angry now, and he turned on Walter savagely. "Is that your idea of a joke?" he added cuttingly. "If it is, the sooner you cut it out, the better. Honest fun is one thing, but practical jokes, which have for their basis the frightening of other people, are neither smart nor witty, and no gentleman and no true scout will ever stoop so low as to be guilty of them." Walter's cheeks burned. "I didn't do it to scare anybody, Lewis. It didn't enter my mind that anybody but a woman would be afraid of a little garter snake." His lips curled with something of contempt and scorn. "If I had any idea that sister would be afraid of a harmless little wriggler like that, I'd have left him where I found him. Plympton, I'm sorry." "That's all right, Walt," replied the younger boy. I don't know why it is, but the very sight of a snake sends a kind of horror all over me." He shuddered as he spoke. "I know just as well as you that most snakes are harmless, and I've tried with all my might to reason myself out of such a foolish fear, but the minute I lay eyes on anything that looks like a snake, I just go all to pieces. I simply can't help it." Plympton went into his tent to put on dry clothing, and while Hal gathered the firewood, Walter prepared dinner. It was not until after the last of the lusciously brown trout had disappeared, and the boys lay sprawled in lazy contentment on the ground, while the water heated for the dishwashing, that any further reference to the unfortunate episode was made. Then Woodhull quietly brought the subject up again, and explained how in many people, men and women alike, is an inborn antipathy to snakes which seemingly they are powerless to overcome. "It appears," he explained, "to be a psychological rather than physical condition, and to throw its victims into a state of absolute terror, over which reason has no control. Not infrequently it leads to hysterics. Nor is it confined to snakes alone. Some people are possessed by the same horror and fear of the common house cat, and are thrown into a frenzy by the approach of the animal. The victim of such a fear is not to be laughed at or sneered at. Rather, he should be pitied as one who is himself helpless in the matter, and every effort should be made to protect him from exposure to it. This feeling regarding snakes is of such common occurrence that to suddenly display one of the reptiles in the immediate presence of those whose feeling toward them you do not know is dangerous in the extreme, and may be attended with serious results. Don't make the mistake of laying Plympton's fright to cowardice. It was nothing of the kind. The proof of that you had evidence of today in his nervy photographing of the moose." "That reminds me, Plympton." Lewis turned to his bunkie. "You took chances this morning." "Oh, yes, you did," as Plympton shook his head. "Just look at that wash out there. That speaks for itself as to the temper of the brute. No man has a right to run serious risk unless some good end is to be gained. Don't forget that, any of you fellows, when you are tempted to do things just for fun which may subject you to risk of loss of life or serious injury. Here endeth this sermon." "Don't you think that the end gain justified sister in the risk he took?" asked Hal. "Well, not exactly. The photographs will be mighty nice to have, but we should have been just as well off without them," replied Woodhull. "And the 4 apostles of truth would have been branded as liars when we got home and told that story? No, sir, no smooch like that on my integrity. I say that the end justified the risk, and that sister saved our reputations as well as his own," protested Hal stoutly. "Plympton, you are fully exonerated," declared Woodhull, joining the general laugh. At that moment a shout from the rear brought the 3 boys to their feet, for there was no mistaking that familiar voice. Pat Malone!" they shouted as one. "'Tis a shot right in the center. However did yez do it? And me so bashful and retiring," replied the newcomer, approaching rapidly, his broad, freckled Irish face alight with pleasure. He paused abruptly just before reaching them, brought his heels together smartly and gravely, gave the salute of the scout leader. Then, with a twinkle in his blue eyes, he extended the left hand to each in turn and gave them the scout grip. "Sure it does the heart of me good to give me two eyes on the likes of yous again," said he as he seated himself among them after being introduced to Plympton. "But tell me, however did you stray so far from camp? And does the doctor know you're out?" The twinkle in his eyes belied the seeming anxiety in his voice. It was the same old irrepressible Pat, the chore boy of the Durant lumber camp, who played so important a part in the life of Woodcraft Camp the previous summer. He was a trifle stockier, a bit heavier, but otherwise he had changed little. The broad, humorous mouth was as ready as ever to break into smiles, and the spirit of fun lurked in the honest blue eyes. Upton and Pat had established warm friendship the summer before, and it was a question now which was the more glad to see the other. "How's that patrol you said you started at Upper Chain?" asked Walter. "Fine," replied Pat promptly. "If yez want to learn scouting, just come over to Upper Chain, and we'll teach it to yez. Sure 'tis the Bull Moose Patrol that I be proud of. 'Tis the finest bunch of boys in the North Woods. Compared with them, yez all be tenderfeet, saving Master Woodhull here, when it comes to scouting in the woods. And they be layman fast men of honor, the which I have had to bait into the heads of some of them with me 2 fists." He spoke so frankly and was so openly sincere that when he said this, all 4 hearers broke into a hearty laugh. "I bet you did, and that the heads stayed sore until they were in no danger of forgetting the meeting," said Lewis. Pat grinned. "'Twas a thrifle difficult to make the maning clear," he confessed, hastening to add. "But 'tis a fine sense of honor they do be having now, and the 2 hands of me do be getting soft for the want of something to exercise them on." He held up his work-hardened hands and slowly closed them into big fists, as hard as iron, and all the time regarding them with such simulated mournfulness that his companions were convulsed. "But what were yez doing way off here? Tell me that," he demanded. This was soon explained, and in their turn the boys demanded of Pat where he had come from and what he was doing there. He explained that he was working for another lumber company this season, and that the camp was close by. "'Tis but a step and a half and 1 more beyond the little hill over there. I saw the smoke of your fire, and like a good scout I investigated. It was a wash day with yez." He pointed to the clothes spread on the neighboring bushes. At once Pat was told the day's experience, and as he listened his blue eyes twinkled with appreciation. "That old long-legged, hump-shouldered son of mischief," he exclaimed. "So yez met up with him when he was possessed of that lonesome feeling and was after wanting company. Some day he'll be taking a little lead pill by way of a cure if he doesn't watch out." Woodhull looked up quickly. "Do you know him?" he inquired. "Sure I know of the old spalpeen," replied Pat. "Everybody in these parts does. He's hung around that carry all summer. He's got so used to people passing back and forth that he thinks nothing at all of 'em. He's been up in the camp there more than once, till lately he's been a prince of good nature. But since he's got them big horns of his, he's been getting a thrifle too independent. Last week 2 of the boys met him on the carry, and he chased them clean into the river. 'Tis lucky yez were that he didn't lose his temper sooner." Woodhull rose and stretched. "Pat," said he, "you have taken a load off my mind. I couldn't account for the way that big beast behaved any way I tried. Now I understand. Familiarity breeds contempt, they say, and that's the reason he had so little regard for us. I suspect that someone had salted him once or twice, and he just hung around as a hint to us. Only we didn't have the high sign then, and didn't understand him." "Right yez are," responded Pat. "The boys used often to take a bit of salt along when they did be going up the river. Now I think they'd be taking a rifle instead." Did you say that he sometimes comes into your camp over there?" asked Hal. "That's what he does, though 'tis a good bit since I've laid eyes on him." "And we are not out of his range yet," said Hal. "What if he should take a notion to make us another visit?" Somehow the thought wasn't a pleasant one, but it was speedily forgotten for the time being as the raucous call of a crow sounded directly overhead. Pat looked up and gave a peculiar whistle. The crow circled once or twice and gradually dropped down until he came to rest on Pat's shoulder. "Crafty Mike!" cried Walter in pleased surprise. "Crafty Mike it is, the old thief," replied Pat. "'Tis Satan do be inside the black skin of him, and he gets me into trouble faster than I can pull myself out. But I have a weakness of heart for him just the same." For Plympton's benefit, the story of Mother Miriam's pin was then told. How early the preceding summer a pin belonging to the doctor's wife had mysteriously disappeared from Woodcraft, and suspicion had fallen heavily on Pat, and how through the scoutcraft of Walter the real culprit, who was none other than this same crafty Mike, had been discovered and the pin recovered. The crow listened, his head to one side, as if he understood every word, all the time keeping up a running fire of crow talk in an undertone in Pat's ear. At Pat's invitation, it was decided to pay the lumber camp a visit that evening. The chores were quickly done, everything was made ready for the night, and under Pat's guidance all hands hit the trail for the lumber camp. It was less than 2 miles distant, and there they received a hearty welcome from the rough lumberjacks. Several of them knew Woodhull, and Pat's happy introduction of Walter as "the boy that gave me the best licking I ever got" served to set all hands at ease. A little French Canuck brought out his fiddle, and the boys had a chance to see how a real backwoods breakdown is danced. Pat did an Irish jig that was vigorously applauded by all hands. At the end of it he disappeared for a few minutes, returning with a set of boxing gloves in his hands. A young woodsman but a little older than Pat was induced to put them on with him for a 3-round bout. It was give and take for the most part, Pat having rather the best of it, for his opponent knew nothing of the art of boxing, and his one object seemed to be to hit his opponent regardless of his own defense. But the life of the lumber camps is rough, and its play is rough, so neither lad seemed to mind in the least the blows rained upon him. At the end of the bout, the 2 oldest men wrestled for the camp championship. It was after this that Walter eyed with suspicion Pat's approach with the gloves in his hands. "Put them on with me for 3 rounds, Walt, my boy," he wheedled. "I want to show these innocent childer of the forest what the gintler of the fighting is like when it's between 2 gentlemen." His broad mouth opened in a smile that showed all his teeth. By this time the lumberman had a hint what was going on, and loudly urged Walter to put on the gloves and take the conceit out of the young bantam. He hesitated, but could not well refuse, and finally consented if Woodhull would act as referee, and Hal as timekeeper. As they faced each other, both boys were thinking of their first meeting, when Walter had interfered with Pat bullying a boy smaller than himself, and then through his superior knowledge of boxing and wrestling had soundly thrashed a young woodsman, although the latter was far his superior in weight and strength. Later the 2 boys had become fast friends, and Walter had taught Pat the rules of the game, and some of its simpler points. "I have me little dancing step that yez taught me last summer, and I have a swing that is like to knock the block off yez if it lands. So watch out, I'm the terrible terror of One Luck Camp," warned Pat, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Woodhull called time, and in a circle formed by the entire camp the 2 boys sparred for an opening. Walter was a clever boxer, and though he was much the lighter of the 2, he did not much fear the outcome unless Pat should by chance land one of his wild swings. The Irish lad on his part had no intention of hitting hard, but in his excitement and his desire to strike swiftly, he unconsciously put in all the strength of his big frame. Walter knew that if one of those swings should connect with his jaw, he would surely take the count. It was a lively enough 3 rounds to satisfy all hands. Walter found that Pat had learned to make good use of the dancing steps he had taught him. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 11. A Wet Camp. The morning broke cloudy and threatening, and with a northeast wind, which was cold and disagreeable. It was decided, however, to push on. If they must lay over anywhere, they preferred that it should be nearer the other end of the voyage. Pat Malone was on hand in time to eat breakfast with him, and contributed as his share a brace of fat rabbits ready for the frying pan. With such a breakfast as this, the boys were in high spirits despite the weather. "Pat, is it going to rain?" asked Woodhull, studying the flying scud as it drove across the sky. "Sure now, Mr. Woodhull. Wouldn't yez be just as pleased to be asking an honest boy a question which'll tempt him to tell the truth instead of hanging a lie on the tip of his tongue?" inquired Pat, scratching his head as in turn he studied the sky. Lewis laughed. "Which means that you think it's going to rain, but you don't want to say so. Well, I think the same thing. But I guess we'll push on just the same, and trust to luck that we'll be able to find a dry camp," he said. Walter, liking the looks of things no better than the others, filled both ends of both canoes with kindling wood and birch bark. Jammed up in the rounding ends, it was protected from rain and also from such water as might accumulate in the bottom of the canoe. Lewis nodded his approval. "Wise boy," said he. "Now let it rain." It did rain. Hardly had the canoes disappeared around the first bend when Pat Malone felt the first drops of the coming storm. Pat was a good woodsman, and he knew by the feel of the wet wind and the lowering weight of the clouds that this was going to be no passing shower. He tightened his belt and started at a smart trot for the lumber camp. "'Tis a drownin' and nothing less, begorra, them boys will be after getting this day," he muttered. Discomfort, grinding, monotonous physical discomfort, hour after hour, with no immediate relief in sight, and with nothing of excitement to distract the attention. This is the real test of the qualities of the man or boy in the woods. To this test the four voyagers were now subjected. As usual, they had started bare-armed, wearing their sleeveless jerseys. They had not gone above a mile when Walter noted with just a trace of contempt that Plympton was slipping on his sweater. Within another mile, Walter and Hal were both glad to follow Sister's example. The wind was raw, cold, searching. It seemed to pierce to the very marrow. At first it drove before it a heavy mist like a wet blanket. This soon dissolved into rain, which increased until it was a veritable downpour. This was a signal for the ponchos, and right glad were the paddlers to slip them on. It was awkward paddling with them, but they kept the sweaters from wetting through, and the wind was less penetrating. The reaction from the excitement of the previous day, added to the depressing weather conditions, tended to lower the spirits of the boys, and as hour succeeded hour with no let-up in the storm, Woodhull watched his three charges closely. He was too old a hand at this sort of thing to mind it much himself, but he knew that before the day was over the tempers of the others would be sorely tried, and that he would have an opportunity to get something of a line on the real stuff in the boys. For an hour or two they laughed and joked, rallied at each other, and made light of their discomfort. The lapses of silence between these sallies grew longer. Finally, the swish of the blades through the water and the drumming of the rain on the ponchos were the only sounds to be heard. This lasted for some time, in fact, until the rising wind began to whip up the edges of the ponchos and dash the rain underneath. The khaki trousers had wet through, and below the waist everyone was soaked to the skin. Even their feet were wet despite waterproof shoe packs which each wore. The water simply ran down their legs and in at the tops of the moccasins. Hal was the first to break the silence and voice his misery. "Perhaps you call this fun, but I don't," he growled to Walter. The latter grinned but said nothing. The water was running in a stream from the end of his nose. "Lewis ought to have had sense enough to stay in camp on a day like this. We could have spent the day at the lumber camp and have been dry and comfortable and had a mighty good time in the bargain," Hal grumbled on. "How in the deuce are we going to make a decent camp tonight? I'm about frozen now, and I'll bet everything in the packs is soaked through. We'll have a cold dinner and wet blankets and—" "Oh, shut your head," snapped Walter. "You make me tired. I thought you wanted to rough it. And here you are squealing in the very first time the sun forgets to shine. Buck up, man. I don't hear Sister peeping." "He probably hasn't got sand enough even to squeal," grumbled Hal.
I'm about frozen. Why in thunder doesn't Lewis get us under cover somewhere? This is enough to give us all our death. Exercise your arms more and your jaw less, and you needn't worry about the cold," retorted Walter. Hal growled something inaudible, but once more resumed his paddle. It was Hal's first experience of the kind. The only real camping he had ever done was on 1 or 2 trips of a couple of days each with one of the guides from Woodcraft Camp, and these trips had been in good weather and under pleasant conditions. He imagined he was a whole lot more miserable than was actually the case. Walter had been through the mill before and was disposed to take matters philosophically, but in his sharp retorts to Hal he showed that his temper felt the strain. Plympton said nothing. What he thought he kept to himself. He was chilled to the bone and his teeth chattered, but he resolutely clinched them and kept paddling. He was bound that, come what might, he wouldn't squeal. The other boys, Woodhull excepted, looked on him as a weakling. He knew that they tried not to show their feeling, but he was almost morbidly conscious of his own shortcomings and lack of physical development, and this made him acutely conscious of their attitude. His terror at the harmless snake had mortified him beyond expression, and he had brooded over it ever since. "They think I'm yellow. I'm a coward and a quitter, but I'll show 'em. I'll show 'em." He knew that Woodhull didn't share this feeling, and he was intensely grateful for the 1,001 helpful ideas and words which Lewis gave him. A dozen times he had wanted to tell his comrade the cause of his going to pieces the night of the initiation, how all his life he had been subject to nervous breakdowns, and how one of these, brought on by excitement and an overwrought imagination, had been the direct cause of what he felt was his disgrace that night, but somehow he could not bring himself to. Woodhull never referred to the matter even indirectly, yet managed to make the high-strung, sensitive boy feel that he understood, as indeed he did, and that he had full faith in him. So now, while Hal was grumbling, Plympton grimly compressed his thin lips and resolved that come what might, he should not hear a word of complaint from him. Woodhull, sitting in the stern, watched the slight figure ahead and noticed the determined swing of the younger boy's blade as the querulous voice of Hal floated over to them. "He'll do. We'll make a man of him yet," he murmured to himself. And then, as he caught the tones, though not the words, from the other boat, a smile lighted up his dripping face. "It's getting 'em," he muttered. "I thought it would. I'll wait a bit longer and see just how long their sand will hold out before an open revolt. Then I'll put some hot soup in their little tummies, and they'll discover that the sun really rises and sets in that useful organ." An hour passed. It was now well past noon. The rain continued to fall as if the gates of the floods of Noah had been loosed. Twice they had to go ashore in order to empty the canoes. At last Hal could stand it no longer. "St. Louis, is this fast day?" he called in a voice intended to be sarcastic. "Not that I know of," replied the chief pleasantly. "Getting hungry?" Hal dug his paddle into the water savagely. "Oh, no, I'm not getting hungry," he snapped bitterly. "And I'm not wet nor cold. Oh, no, not a bit. A pretty day this is to be paddling." "His tummy's about ready for that soup," quoth Lewis to himself. But aloud he said cheerily, and quite as if it was all a matter of course, "I believe a bite to eat will taste rather good myself. That little bluff over there to the left has got a pretty good windbreak of balsams. Suppose we see if we can get the said bite over there." The bluff proved to be even better than it had promised, and Woodhull at once made up his mind that they would camp there for the rest of that day and night. But he said nothing of this to the others. The canoes had been lifted out in order to empty them of water, and were now inverted over their packs. Under one of these Woodhull now crawled, and opening his pack, took out a small package. "Walt, are you woodsman enough to start a fire?" he called. "I guess so, Lewis. We'll have a try at it anyway," replied Walter cheerily. With a bundle of kindling and birch bark which he had kept fairly dry in the stern of his canoe, he started for the shelter of the balsams, calling for Hal to bring the axe. No sooner had the two boys turned their backs than Lewis produced a quart pail, out of which he took a little alcohol burner, and on this set the pail. Filling the lamp with alcohol from a bottle, he emptied his canteen into the pail. lighted the lamp, and by the time he had succeeded in digging out the 4 drinking cups of the outfit, the water was hot. A bouillon cube was dropped into each cup, and a cup filled with boiling water. With a steaming cup in each hand, Woodhull and Plympton joined the 2 fire makers under the balsams. Walter and Hal gaped foolishly, for they knew nothing of the little alcohol outfit of Woodhull's, and he had told Plympton to keep quiet. "Say, Lewis," drawled Hal, "order me a porterhouse steak smothered in onions, served in 15 minutes, please. By the way, who's your chef?" "Already the sun begins to shine," said Woodhull. Hal stuck his head out from under the shelter of one of the thickest balsams, only to draw it back in disgust. "Not so you'd notice it," he growled. "Say, Lewis, if it wasn't for this soup, I think you'd have gone patty. This soup sure does go right to the spot, and life begins to look worth living." "Wherefore, I repeat, the sun begins to shine," said Woodhull. Walter grinned, for he began to see the point. "If we can put some good fat bacon behind the soup, it'll shine still more," said he. "Can't you cook a mess over that magic fire of yours, Lewis?" "I think your fire will serve us quite as well," said Woodhull. "You go rustle up the cooking outfit and grub bag, and the rest of us will see what we can do for firewood." Bidding the other 2 follow him, Lewis plunged into the woods, where, as he had expected, he soon found some down timber, the heart of which was still sound and dry. Under his expert handling of the axe, a supply of this was soon ready for the others to take over to the fire which Walter had successfully started. The hungry flames leaped in eager attack upon the supply of fuel now fed it, and soon a rousing fire was shaking its red banners in defiance of the downpour. Walter had chosen the spot for it wisely. He had picked out a big tree which leaned at a sharp angle, thus affording a natural shelter, and here he had experienced no difficulty in starting his fire. A thick growth of evergreens to windward broke the force of the rain, and with the dry heartwood which Lewis now furnished, there was no difficulty in maintaining as big a fire as desired. A little to one side, Walter improvised a shelter of poles, over which he spread his poncho, and under which he raked some glowing coals from the main fire. Over these the bacon was quickly done to a turn. How good it did taste! Only those who have been in a like situation, wet, cold, and hungry, can appreciate the difference in their feelings which that meal made. Hal, who had been the loudest in his complaints, was now quite restored to his usual high spirits, and was the first to second Woodhull's suggestion that they camp there for the night. The tents were brought up and pitched so that the heat from the fire was reflected into them. A mass of balsam boughs were cut and dried by piling them close to the fire under the shelter where Walter had cooked the dinner. When thoroughly dried, the twigs were stripped off and spread on the ground inside the tents to a depth of several inches. Over these the ponchos were spread, and on these the blankets. It was as comfortable a camp as could be desired, the more enjoyable by contrast with the chill discomfort without. A plentiful supply of firewood was piled up close at hand, and then the boys prepared to enjoy themselves in lazy ease with the tents. Hal took off his moccasins and hung them near the fire to dry. An hour later, Walter, going out to feed the fire, noticed them. "Guess your moccasins are dry, Hal," he said on his return, and then as Hal went out to get them, he nudged Woodhull and Plympton to look out and see the joke. They saw Hal standing with jaw dropped, his eyes riveted on 2 shapeless things which hung in place of his moccasins. His first thought was that Walter had put up a joke on him and had substituted something else for the moccasins. Gradually it dawned on him that these were, or at least had been, the moccasins themselves. He had hung them too near the fire. The grease in them had dried out, and they had hardened and warped until every stitch in them had broken, and now they hung shapeless and as hard as a board. Unconscious of his spectators, Hal walked over to his erstwhile shoes and hurled first one, then the other as far from him as he could. Then he turned a face in which anger and chagrin struggled for control to face his mirth-shaken comrades. Presently his own sense of humor overcame every other feeling, and he joined with the others to laugh at his own expense. "It's lucky I brought along a pair of tennis sneaks," said he. "It's lucky you did," replied Woodhull dryly. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Story of a Lost Mine. The depths of a great forest, without the beating of a storm and the sloughing of the wind through tossing tree-tops. A great fire snapping and hissing in defiance of the storm and reflecting its comforting heat into a snug, waterproof tent, wherein on dry blankets to sprawl in lazy ease, having satisfied one's hunger. There you have the place of places and the time of times for the telling of stories. Woodhull began by relating some of his experiences in the wilds of New Brunswick, and the tales of love and adventure, of the habits of wild animals and of quaint superstitions, which he had gathered from his guides. A reference to a mine in one of these stories suddenly reminded Hal that Walter had never told him the story of the lost mine, supposed to be somewhere within the watershed of Swift River. So when it came Walter's turn for a yarn, Hal reminded him that he had promised the story when they should be near the scene of it. "I've heard of that story, but never the story itself," said Woodhull. "We are within a day's paddle of the point nearest to the mountain where the mine is supposed to be, and we couldn't have a better time for the story than right now. Fire away, Walt." Thus urged, Walter assumed the role of the storyteller, and plunged into the legend of the lost mine and its guardian spirits. "I got this partly from an old history of this section, and partly from a book of short stories of hunting and fishing in this region when it was still covered with virgin forest," he explained. "The facts have been so long buried in superstition that the whole tale now seems legendary, but I suppose it rests on a foundation of actual events. It seems that when the first whites penetrated to this region, they found it occupied by a tribe of Indians allied with the famous Iroquois Confederacy, better known as the Six Nations. All through the French and Indian Wars and up to the time of the final treaty of peace with the Indians, the settlements were slow to push in this direction because of its isolation and the constant menace of attack by the bloodthirsty savages. But after the power of the Indians had been effectually broken and the pipe of peace lighted all along the border, trappers and hunters from the settlements along the Hudson and the Mohawk began to push up into these mountains, and settlers soon followed. Now on the banks of Swift River, near the foot of what is now known as Mount Tucker, there still remained an Indian village, and they say that descendants of these Indians are still to be found in the vicinity, though most of them are half-breeds, the whites and reds having intermingled. There are still some purebloods there, and you'll probably have a chance to buy some baskets and souvenirs of them before we get through," Woodhull interrupted. "The head of this village was an old chief whose spirit had been sadly broken by the defeats of his tribe," continued Walter. "He was wise enough to realize the futility of digging up the hatchet again, but his heart was ever turned from the white men, and so far as possible he avoided having anything to do with them. He had a granddaughter, famous for her beauty, and with her the old man made his home, and of her he was intensely jealous. Her Indian name meant the Laughing Brook, and as Laughing Brook she was known through all this region. The old chief spent much of his time in solitude. It appears that on Mount Tucker he had a favorite retreat which overlooked the village. From this point of vantage he kept guard with jealous eyes. At the first sign of the approach of strangers, particularly if they were of the despised and hated white race, he hurried down to the village, and Laughing Brook would be seen no more until the visitors had disappeared. The beauty of the girl and the almost insane jealousy of the old man soon became topics of common gossip around the campfires, and as usual in such cases, such mystery as there might be was amplified by the imaginations of the storytellers, until the old chief was invested with superhuman qualities, and was currently believed to be possessed of magic powers, if, indeed, he did not hold communion with the evil one himself. Finally he came to be looked on with something very like superstitious awe. The very logical result was that he was left severely alone, which was, of course, a result wholly to his liking. He was said to possess the power of the evil eye, and at his approach, young and old alike avoided his glance. Strange noises were heard in the mountains, sharp reports and heavy rumblings.
while the old man was known to be somewhere amid their solitude, and while these undoubtedly were nothing more than reverberations caused by loosened boulders crashing down the mountainside, or by sudden thunder showers, they were accredited to supernatural agencies evoked by the old chief. Furthermore, he was commonly reported to have great hidden wealth, and to be possessed of the secret of a wonderful ruby mine. Where such an idea originated seems difficult to understand in this day, but at the time it was very generally believed. There was a tale of a wonderful necklace of blood-red rubies, each one worth a fortune, which the mother of Laughing Brook had worn upon a great occasion of state, and which the old grandfather was believed to have hidden against the day when the Indians should once more regain their land and Laughing Brook should wed the son of a great chief. Stories such as these grow wondrously in the telling, and at that time were given as eager credence as are the golden tales of the fake stock promoters of today. The ruby mine grew to contain gold and silver and to be guarded by evil spirits, whom none but the old chief might exorcise. Undoubtedly this feeling of superstition saved the old man much annoyance, but for this, unquestionably, he would have been followed every time he went abroad. At length these tales of the beauty of Laughing Brook and the ruby mines of the old grandfather reached the ears of a young trapper named Tucker, and commonly called Red because of the fiery thatch of hair which crowned his great frame. He was generally regarded as not knowing what the word fear meant, and as for superstition, he laughed it to scorn. He listened eagerly to the stories of the girl's beauty and the old man's supposed wealth, covertly smiling behind one of his big hands as the terribleness of the guardian spirits was enlarged upon. The more he thought it over, the more the adventure of the maiden fair and the wondrous necklace fascinated him, and he resolved to attempt it with the opening of the trapping season in the fall. Those were evil days for the old chief on the banks of Swift River. Red Tucker was a noble figure of a man, 6'4" in his moccasins, broad in proportion, mighty of limb, and devoid of fear. None was so tireless on the trap line, none brought in so great a store of pelts. His blue eyes danced with fun, and his great honest laugh rolled through the forest until the very echoes laughed back. It is not to be wondered at that he speedily found favor in the eyes of Laughing Brook, and because he was as bold in love as in all things else, the old chief found himself powerless to prevent the frequent meeting of the lovers. Whenever Red Tucker came within range of his vision, the old man glared at him with eyes in which hate and fear mingled to give them a baleful gleam. Red was warned lest he fall a victim to the evil eye and wither away, but he only laughed the louder and straightway sought Laughing Brook to urge her to marry him at once. But the little Indian maid was coy. More than this, she loved the old grandfather, and in her was that deep-seated filial respect which is the very basis of Indian character. It was not quite strong enough to prevent her meeting her big lover, but it made her firm in her resolve to wait. "We are young, and the years before us are many. Let us wait," she would say. "With us it is the joyous springtime, but with him the snows of winter weigh heavily, and the fires burn low. Let us wait yet a little while. Let us wait." So Red Tucker was forced to possess himself of such patience as he might. He built a cabin a short distance from the Indian village, and soon was on the best terms with all save the grim old chief, whose hatred of the pale-face grew in proportion as Laughing Brook showed her growing love for him. So the fall and winter passed, and the spring came. The trapping season was at an end. The brooks and rivers were bank full. The early wildflowers were peeping forth on the hillsides. The honk of the wild goose was heard overhead, and the laugh of the loon rang from the open water of the lakes. The spirit of love and life and happiness was in the air. Laughing Brook sang in her wigwam, and Red Tucker, at his cabin in the clearing made with his own hands, sang too. Now that the trapping was over and the ground was not yet ready for seed, Red found time hanging heavy on his hands. He bethought him of the old yarns and the wondrous ruby necklace and the hidden mine whence the rubies were supposed to have come. Once he had asked Laughing Brook about the rubies, but she had shaken her head as if she did not understand, and he had not pressed the matter. Once, as he stood idly fingering a shell necklace about her neck, she had told him that her grandfather possessed a wonderful necklace, every other link of which was a red stone of great beauty, and that it was to be hers if she should marry in accordance with his desires. Now Red knew enough of Indian nature to be well aware of how great a value an Indian will place upon some insignificant bauble, and so he mentally discounted heavily the wondrousness of this necklace. But even then, there must be something in all these stories. Laughing Brook had herself told him that every other link was a wonderful red stone. Might it not be that the old chief in his wanderings had stumbled upon a ruby mine? Or perhaps the secret of it had been handed down to him by his ancestors. Stranger things had happened in other parts of the world. Why should not it happen here? Where did the old man go alone so much? Why did he go, and what did he do? I have said that Red was without fear. He feared neither man nor devil. The superstitions which protected the old chief from the intrusions of others were no barrier to Red Tucker, and one idle day he took it into his head to follow the old Indian and see where he went and what he did. Perchance he might find the mine, if any such existed. Just what happened on that tragic day never was known, and of course never can be now. It seems that the girl saw Red following her grandfather, and, in dread of what might happen should the old man discover him, she in her turn followed Red, probably with the intention of prevailing upon him to give over his plan of spying on the old man. The Indian appears to have gone straight to his usual retreat. At least that is the supposition, for no man knew just where that retreat was. In all events, he was known to have gone directly up the mountain, and hard on his heels, albeit craftily, pressed Red Tucker. Behind Red, unknown to either of the others, sped Laughing Brook, a great fear in her eyes. It was a beautiful spring morning. Not a cloud was in the sky. All nature seemed rejoicing, save only on the grim mountainside. There the songs of the birds died in their throats, as the three human figures glided in and out through the forest, and when they had passed, the birds remained mute, so that a great silence fell as of dread expectancy. Just before noon, the village was shocked to see Laughing Brook appear suddenly from the direction of the mountain, walking as one in a trance. Her eyes were wide open, and in them lay a great horror. She spoke not, neither did she seem to see those who crowded around her. Tenderly they led her to her wigwam, and unresisting she obeyed the old squaw who had been her nurse from childhood. She soon fell into a coma from which nothing could arouse her. Convinced that she was possessed of evil spirits, the village medicine-man was sent for, and at once began his weird rites and incantations to frighten the evil spirits away. Apparently he succeeded, for late in the afternoon the girl awoke and requested that she be left alone. Rejoicing greatly, her attendants hastened to obey. Just as the sun was setting and its low-flung rays turned to liquid gold the yellow flood of Swift River, Laughing Brook stepped out from her wigwam. She was arrayed in such dress as befitted the daughter of a chief on great occasions. The dress in which, in happier days, she would have received the marriage proposal of some young chief of equal rank. Bead-embroidered fawn skin and rich pelts. Around her neck was the famous ruby necklace. Looking neither to left nor right, but with the same fixed stare in her eyes with which she had returned from the forest, she passed among her people straight to the water's edge. Before a hand could be lifted to stay her, she launched her own canoe, and with a few vigorous strokes of the paddle sent it to midstream. Then, turning its bow with the current, she suddenly flung the paddle far from her. Kneeling erect, she gazed steadily at the falls of the Great Spirit, toward which she was being swept. On the very brink of the falls she was seen to spread her arms wide as if to draw to herself someone dearly beloved. For an instant she seemed to be suspended on the very edge, her form sharply silhouetted in the red rays of the sinking sun, a white cloud of mist which, to the superstitious onlookers, appeared to take a human form, shrouded her, and from that day to this no trace of her or her canoe has ever been found. Of course, the famous ruby necklace disappeared with her. The failure of the old chief and of Red Tucker to return led to a search. They were traced part way up the mountain, but there all trace of them was lost. As they never were seen again, the mountain gradually became shrouded with superstition. It was commonly believed that Red Tucker found the mine, and that in revenge for trailing him and for stealing the affections of Laughing Brook, the old chief caused the evil guardian spirits to close the mine upon them both, and that Laughing Brook saw the deed. Ever since that time the mountain has been known as Mount Tucker. The belief that there was formerly some kind of a mine on it still prevails, but opinion as to just what the product of the mine was is divided. There have been many unsuccessful hunts for it. So far as is known, there is no mineral wealth of any amount in this vicinity. There you have the story for what it's worth. We ought to reach the scene of the Indian village tomorrow, and we'll have to carry around the Falls of the Great Spirit. If we have time, I, for one, should like to climb Mount Tucker, concluded Walter. Want to have a look for the mine, Walt? Inquired Lewis. Sure, that would be half the fun, replied Walter. What do you suppose those red stones in the necklace were? Inquired Plympton. You don't suppose they really could have been rubies, do you? Hardly, son, replied Woodhull. Remember that the Indian has always placed great value on the merest trinkets, providing they are bright. He is like a child in this respect. If such a necklace ever did exist, it is probable that the supposed rubies were merely red beads obtained in the course of trade. You'll find no rubies on Mount Tucker, but all the same I'm not so sure that there isn't mineral wealth in these old hills, undiscovered because the searchers have been looking for the wrong thing. Now everybody turn out and make things ready for the night. The storm is broken, and I believe we're going to have a bully good day tomorrow. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. An Unexpected Bath. The next morning dawned fair. Camp was broken early, for it was desired to get below the Falls of the Great Spirit for the next camp. A brisk wind and bright sun soon dried out those things which had become damp, and the paddles were resumed with everybody in high fettle. The wind was with them, and this, added to the swift current, enabled them to make rapid time with little effort. The day was not more of a contrast to the preceding day than were the present high spirits of the boys to the glum depression that had possessed them 24 hours previous. There was now no grumbling or complaint, but laughter and song. It was good to be alive. It was good to be up there in the great woods. It was good to feel the independence of self-reliance. At the rate they were going, they should be able to make the falls shortly after noon, and as the carry around these was a short one, there was no apparent reason why they could not make camp early and have time to get in a little fishing, which was said to be particularly good just below the falls. They had seen no human beings since bidding Pat Malone good-bye, and mile after mile the wilderness continued unbroken. Once they caught a glimpse of a deer swimming the river, and an exciting chase followed. To Hal and Plympton, the speed with which a deer can swim was a revelation. It seemed impossible that those delicately slender legs and small, sharp hooves could drive the animal through the water so rapidly. Woodhull had his pet rifle in his canoe, and Hal shouted to him to shoot the frightened animal, but Lewis merely smiled and made no move toward the weapon. The deer was almost ashore by this time, and a few minutes later plunged up the bank and bounded into the woods, her white tail waving defiance. "Aw, Lewis, why didn't you shoot?" demanded Hal. "I'm hungry for some meat." Woodhull smiled across at the flushed, disappointed face turned to him. "For 2 reasons, my son," he replied. "The first is of itself sufficient. It is still the closed season on deer in this state." "But the season opens tomorrow," protested Hal. "What difference does one day make? Besides, who would know about it anyway?" "One day makes just the difference between right and wrong," replied Woodhull, speaking earnestly. "Today the law says that we shall not kill deer. That law is just as effective and just as much to be respected today as it was in midsummer. A law cannot be effective if it is strong only in the middle and is weak at both ends. Supposing we had killed that deer, there would simply have been one deer less. Tomorrow we may get one. In that event, the result will be the same as if we killed one today, for if we had, we wouldn't try for one tomorrow. So the killing of that deer out of season very likely would have had no effect on the game supply. The intent of the law, which is to perpetuate the game supply, would not have been violated, but the spirit of the law would have been broken. A law placed on the statute books may be wise or unwise, it may be beneficent to all, or it may even work an injustice to a few. With that phase of it the individual has nothing to do. The law is presumed to be a ruling by the community as a whole for the best interest of the community as a whole. The individual who refuses to abide by that ruling, even though it seemingly entails an injustice to himself, commits a double outrage. He violates the confidence of his fellow citizens, and he perjures his own honor. If on the first day of the open season your neighbors should forcibly or in any other way prevent you exercising your right to hunt, you would consider the outrage against your individual liberty, given you on that day by the law, unspeakable. When you hunt on the day before the law gives you the right to hunt, you simply put the shoe on the other foot. Then it is you who commit the outrage. As Lewis spoke, Hal's face had grown thoughtful. "That's a new way of looking at it for me, Lewis," he said, speaking slowly as if going over the argument point by point. "I never saw it that way before, and I half believe you're right." "Of course I'm right," Lewis spoke with the vehemence of deep conviction. "If you have any quarrel with a law, if you believe that it is wrong, unjust, or fails to attain the end for which it was enacted, it is your privilege, your duty, if your conviction is a deep one, to do your part in working for its repeal and the substitution of a just and effective measure. Making a law a dead letter by violation of its provisions is infinitely worse than allowing a poor or harmful law to remain in force. It is worse for this reason. It sows the seeds of anarchy. Contempt for one law easily leads to contempt for other laws. With people of small minds, it may even lead to contempt for all law. Respect for the law is the foundation on which society rests. Destroy this, and you at once leap back to prehistoric barbarism, when might made right. When you fail to obey the law, any law, you injure your fellow man. But you injure yourself more. You lower your own moral standard, a thing that no man can afford to do under any circumstances. You weaken your own character. You put yourself in the position of not being able to look yourself squarely in the face. We might have killed Mr. Lightfoot easily, but if we had, we should have violated the very first promise of the Scout Oath. What is it, Hal? To do my duty to God and my country, and to obey the Scout law, replied Hal. And what is the very last of the third promise of that oath? Continued Woodhull. To keep myself morally straight, responded the boy promptly. Now do you see the light? Persisted Woodhull, his own face lighting up with his winning smile. Yes, I think I do, Hal responded slowly. My duty to my country is to obey my country's laws, and this game law is just as much a law as any other. Without obeying the law, all the laws, I cannot keep myself morally straight. Why, Lewis, that critter had a double protection right in our own oath, didn't he? Hal's face was a study in surprise at his discovery. Sure, laughed Woodhull. Furthermore, you'll find that that oath, short as it is, enters into almost every action you are called on to take. It is a pretty good plan to say that oath over to yourself the first thing every morning. It is quite apt to shed the needed light on perplexing questions later in the day. Supposing that we had really needed that buck for food, asked Sister. That would have put a different aspect on the whole question, responded Woodhull promptly. If we had been in dire need of food, the law of self-preservation would have been paramount to the law of protection for the deer. It is our right to live, a right given us by God, and unless we have done that thing which forfeits this right, taken the life of fellow man, we do no wrong in preserving that life so long as our action involves no violation of the private rights of others. The deer is common property. Were we starving, we should be fully justified in preserving our lives to this degree at the public expense. Doesn't that reasoning go a step farther and justify the starving man who steals a loaf of bread from a baker or a ham from the butcher? Inquired Walter, who had been listening intently. Don't plunge me in any deeper than I am, Walt, Woodhull begged. I'm getting beyond my depth now, I fear. You have raised a question which has taxed the wisdom of the ages. When shall the right to life supersede private rights vested in property? Men and women are constantly being jailed in punishment for theft committed under the stress of starvation or other great need. I confess that in my own mind the justice of such action is gravely in doubt. However, perhaps it is best that the few should so suffer for the protection of all, thus making the law unviolable. But aside from all this, there was one other reason why I could not shoot that deer, and this also was a good and sufficient reason. Do you know what it was? Sportsmanship, sense of fair play, responded Walter promptly. Exactly, replied Woodhull with emphasis. I see Big Jim taught you more than mere woodcraft when he took you off last summer, Walt. Jim is a sportsman through and through, and I believe he would starve before he would do anything unsportsmanlike. That deer had not one chance in the world. To have killed him would have been simple butchery. He was caught in an element over which we could speed far faster than he could push his way through, and we were armed with a high-powered rifle, to avoid the bullet from which he was powerless in the water. There would have been no more sport, in the right sense of that much-abused word, in killing that deer than in walking into a sheepfold and cutting the throat of a helpless mutton. For actual need I would butcher, but for nothing short of that. When a deer falls to my rifle, it is only after my skill as a hunter has proven more than a match for his wonderful instinct for self-preservation. Let's hope that tomorrow your skill will be up to the task. I'm hungry for a bit of venison, laughed Hal. Then he added earnestly, Lewis, I've learned some things this morning which I shall never forget. I owe that deer and you a debt. Meanwhile, the canoes had been moving steadily downstream. As the discussion ended, they were approaching a little point which made out into the river. It was wooded to the extreme tip, a white birch leaning well out over the water. Walter's ever-watchful glance, sweeping both banks in search of unfamiliar specimens of animal and plant life, was arrested by a black bunch on the top of the leaning birch. At first he thought that it might be a nest of the ubiquitous red squirrel, from the intrusion of whom no solitude seems remote or vast enough. Swinging the canoe a bit closer, he was delighted to recognize an old acquaintance, Erythezon dorsatus, the Canada porcupine. "There you are, Hal. There's our prickly friend you were so anxious to see," he shouted. "Where? What?" demanded Hal eagerly, looking along first one bank and then the other. "Look up in that big birch on the end of the point," commanded Walter. Hal did as bidden, but at first could make nothing of the bunch in the treetop. Walter shot the canoe in until they were directly under the birch, and there Hal obtained a good view of the ungainly animal. The other canoe coming up, both craft were held against the current by back-paddling to give Plympton and Hal a chance to become acquainted with this prickly denizen of the North Woods. Woodhull and Walter were more or less familiar with him, especially the former, who had encountered members of his tribe on many of his trips. This one appeared in no wise disconcerted by this uninvited audience, and paid them not so much as the courtesy of a glance. "Independent, isn't he?" remarked Sister. "So much so that if you should meet him on the path, the chances are that you would be the one to step aside," said Woodhull. "Apparently he cares for neither man nor beast, but only to fill that big stomach of his. In some states there is a bounty on his head because of his destructiveness to timber, but in other places he is looked on as a friend by the hunter. Many a man lost in the woods in winter has been saved from starvation by Porky. He is not very savory eating, but he is to be found when every other living thing seemingly has disappeared from the face of the earth. Moreover, once found he is easily killed, for his slowness of movement would prevent escape were he minded to try, which he seldom is. Porcupines, like other animals of the woods, have a great craving for salt. One will gnaw to splinters a box which has contained anything the least bit salt. The best paddle I ever owned was ruined one night by a porky who ate up the best part of the handle because of the salt left there in perspiration from my hands. "Can they swim?" asked Hal. "Sure," replied Walter. "I tell you what, put me ashore on the point and I'll climb into the tree and shake this fellow into the river. It won't hurt him any, and it'll give you and Sister a chance to see the critter at close range." No sooner proposed than agreed to, and Walter was set ashore, Hal remaining in the canoe, which was partially pulled up on shore. The other canoe remained out in the river, the better to observe the animal, the boys holding their position by gentle paddling. The tree was easy to climb, and Walter was soon out in the bent top as near to the Porcupine as was comfortable. The latter had erected its quills and rattled them viciously. He was pretty well out among the small branches, and Walter's weight bent the supple top well down so that it hung at no great distance above the water. Getting a good grip, Walter undertook to shake the animal from its hold. But this was easier said than done. It was not for nothing that Mr. Porky had ridden out many a windstorm in a tossing tree-top. Make as he would, Walter could not loosen the grip of the 4-toed front feet and the 5-toed hind feet with their long claws. The boys below began to guy him, and the more they taunted him, the more determined he grew that he would dislodge that porcupine if it took all the rest of the day. Edging still farther out, he threw into the effort for a final shake every atom of strength he possessed, and in so doing he lost his balance. Vainly he grasped at the small twigs of the birch. They slipped through his hands, and with a great splash he landed in the river. He came up spluttering and blowing just in time to see the consummation of his effort. The birch, bent far over by his weight, had, when relieved of this, sprung back sharply. Mr. Porky, wholly unprepared for such violence as this, in his turn lost his grip and was snapped off into the air. He turned a somersault and landed with a splash within a few feet of his tormentor. Walter did not wait for a closer acquaintance, but started for shore, where Hal was just launching the canoe to come to his assistance. Within a few feet Walter felt bottom, and wading ashore announced that, save for a wetting, he was none the worse for his experience. Sure of this, his comrades gave way to a paroxysm of mirth, and while he dug down into his pack for a change of clothing, they kept up a running fire of chaff and comment. Indeed, they quite forgot the other victim until suddenly he emerged from the river so close to the canoe that his quills rattled against it. He paid no attention to anyone, but shambled off into the woods a little distance, where presently he began to pull himself up into a tree as if nothing unusual had occurred. Hal looked after him with admiration. "Well," he exclaimed, "I like that fellow's nerve." Plympton here broke in with an inquiry regarding the truth of the statement often made that a porcupine has the power of shooting its quills at an enemy. "Nothing but a fable," asserted Woodhull. "The creature's quills are very loosely attached to his skin, and if the barb on the other end of a quill catches in anything, the quill is at once detached from the skin. The idea that it can throw these quills doubtless originated in the fact that the tail is heavily armed with quills, and this tail is the only quick-moving thing about the beast. When he is frightened, he will roll up in a ball, and woe betide anybody or anything which comes too close. He will flip that little old tail of his around like a shot and drive the quills home. I imagine the people have come within reach of the tail, and in the resulting surprise and pain failed to see how it was done, and actually believed that the quills were thrown at them." Walter having changed into a dry outfit, the voyage was resumed. Just after noon was sighted the little settlement above the falls of the Great Spirit, beyond which it was planned to camp long enough to climb Tucker Mountain and search for the lost mine. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. A Thief in Camp. The portage around the falls of the Great Spirit was short and easy. The takeout was right in the little village of which mention was made in the legend of the lost mine, and which, like the grim mountain frowning upon it,
took its name from the people or events associated with its early history. It was called Tuckerville, and consisted of a sawmill, general store, blacksmith shop, and a few scattered houses, most of them log cabins, though clustered just above the falls were a few frame dwellings. Any lingering hopes of seeing a real Indian teepee or a glimpse of barbarian dress, which the younger boys might have had, were speedily dashed. But the few inhabitants they met were true Indians, at least some of them were. There was no mistaking the high cheekbones, the broad, low foreheads, the straight, jet-black hair, and the swarthy color of skin. Many showed modifications of these characteristics, evidence of the intermingling white blood. The storekeeper was to all appearance a full-blooded white, but his name, Webquish, denoted Indian blood among his forebears. While there were no teepees or picturesque dress, there were other evidences that this was an Indian village. On the bank of the river were several birch-bark canoes, which probably varied little in design or construction from the craft which had carried the ancestors of these people in their wars against the invading white race long years before. Then, as Woodhull had prophesied would be the case, there was opportunity to buy all manner of interesting things in Indian handicraft. Hardly had they pitched camp when, seemingly sprung from nowhere, an Indian squaw was in their midst beseeching them to buy baskets, moccasins embroidered with beads, and quills of the porcupine dyed in bright colors, tiny souvenir canoes of birch bark, bows and arrows, and trinkets of all kinds. "Go slow," warned Lewis. "Remember that this isn't a freight outfit. Besides, you'll have ample opportunity to buy this kind of junk at the end of the trip when there are no more carries. If you want some of this truck, wait a bit. We are going to be here for a day or two, and you will find that competition will lower prices, or I miss my guess." Hardly had he finished speaking when another squaw appeared as if by magic, so silent had been her approach. She was no less eager than the first in offering her wares, and the boys saw the soundness of Woodhull's advice. Laughingly but firmly they shook their heads until at last the two Indian women picked up their wares and withdrew in evident disappointment. "Do you suppose we'll see them again?" asked Plympton, his thoughts dwelling on a certain quill-embroidered pair of moccasins. Woodhull laughed. "As sure as the sun will rise tomorrow morning. They'll never let you get away until you buy something," said he. The campsite was a delightful spot about 3/4 of a mile from the village and perhaps half a mile below the falls. It was on a bluff overlooking the river and afforded a delightful view both up and down the swiftly moving stream. A small clearing had been made, and this had become fairly well grassed over. A rough table, a good fireplace, and brown beds of balsam boughs were evidence that this was a favorite camping ground, and the boys rejoiced that they did not find it preempted. A spring of cold, pure water gushed forth at the foot of the bluff. A hasty lunch of crackers, cookies, and cheese obtained at the village store had been eaten, and it was decided that an early dinner of fish chowder, providing the fish did their part, would be in order. Woodhull went over to the village to inquire about the trails up Mount Tucker. Hal and Plympton rigged their rods, and taking one of the canoes, went in quest for the basis of the said chowder, and Walter remained to guard camp and have everything in readiness for the preparation of dinner as soon as the fishermen should return. An ardent fisherman himself, Walter could not resist the temptation to rig his own rod after his work was done, and try what the river immediately opposite the camp would yield. This part of Swift River below the falls was famous for its small-mouthed black bass, and it was for these that Hal and sister had set out. They had been lucky enough to get a supply of minnows in the mouth of a nearby brook, and with these for still fishing and spoons for trawling, they felt sure of reasonable success. For both were good fishermen, Hal especially. Fishing was his favorite sport. Walter visited the brook and managed to catch 3 or 4 minnows. With these in a casting spoon, he started out to try his luck from shore. The current was so swift that he gave up the idea of going in a canoe alone, as the handling of his craft would require all his attention, leaving him no opportunity to fish. A few hundred yards above the camp was a riffle caused by a rocky shallow, and to the head of this Walter worked his way. It was excellent bass water. There was no question about that. Selecting the liveliest of his minnows, Walter made a careful cast,
allowing the bait to go down with the current to the edge of the deep water at the foot of the riffle. Just as the minnow reached the pool, the young fisherman thought he saw the green-black back of a fish just break the surface of the water, but there was no sharp strike as usual when bass take bait in swift water. In disappointment, he reeled in and tried again. Just as before, he saw the back of a fish roll lazily to the surface close to the minnow. There was no doubt about it this time. "There are fish here, all right," the boy exclaimed in eager excitement, preparing for a third cast. The result was as before. The fish would rise to the lure, apparently more from curiosity than hunger, and lazily roll out of sight again. In such swift water the minnows could not live long, and Walter found that as soon as they were dead the fish no longer rose to them. His supply was soon exhausted, and then he tried a spoon, casting with all the art of which he was a master. He had one strike but failed to hook the fish. After that the spoon was ignored, and he cast in vain until his arm grew tired. "They're here, and I believe they'll take the right bait, if only I can find out what it is," he said as he sat down to rest for a few minutes and study the situation. Walter knew his fish. He knew that no fish that swims is more fickle in its taste. Today a bass will snap at almost anything that offers. Tomorrow the menu will be confined to minnows, and everything else will be ignored. The next day a minnow will be scorned as if such food was beneath the notice of his lordship, Sir Smallmouth. Perhaps the day following nothing will do but a grasshopper or an angleworm, or it may be that a gaudy artificial fly, unlike anything that flits along the water or over it, will be the only lure to bring forth his majesty. Today he will nibble like a striped perch. Tomorrow he will strike like the noble warrior that he is. It is the uncertainty as to the whim which may hold possession of him for the time being, which is one of the charms of the pursuit of the smallmouth black bass. The successful fisherman goes prepared to cater to the taste of the moment of this doughty warrior, and will try one thing after another until he finds the right thing. Walter knew all this, and as he sat watching the riffle and the pool below, he was running ever in his own mind what changes he might offer in the bill of fare. There was no room for a back cast. This put flies out of the question, save as a last resort when he might strip and wade out so as to cast downstream. He had had one bath that day, however, and he was not minded to take another if he could help it, as the water was cold. "Perhaps I can find a grasshopper in the opening at camp," he thought. With Walter, to think was to act. He at once reeled in his line and, standing his rod against a tree, hurried back to camp. Careful search of the grass failed to rouse a single hopper, but he did find some fat crickets, and these he imprisoned in an empty cracker box. Pulling over some half-decayed old logs on the edge of the clearing, he discovered more crickets and a half-dozen fat white grubs. These he put in with the crickets, and then hurried back to try his luck once more. Putting on a grub, he first allowed it to run down on the swift water of the riffle to the edge of the deep water of the pool. There it met with the same reception accorded the minnows. A bass came up to look at it, and then disdainfully turned away. This was done 2 or 3 times, and then Walter played his last card before trying the flies. He took the grub off and carefully impaled on the hook the fattest cricket in his box. As before, he cast into the riffle and allowed the current to take the bait down to the edge of the deep water. It was hardly clear of the broken water when there was a flash from the black depths, a sharp strike which made the reel scream, and a battle royale was on. Walter had been prepared and had met the strike, fierce and sudden as it was, with a deft turn of the wrist which had driven the hook home, as he could tell by the feel of the line. He felt that if he could keep the fish in the water it was only a matter of time when the prize would be his, and that it was a big one he knew by the strain on the rod and the long rushes made by the fish. Straight down the river the fish started, and Walter let him go without trying to turn him, allowing him to tire himself against the spring of the rod and a slight thumb drag on the reel. 50 yards of line had been run out when the fish stopped. At the first slack in the strain on the rod, Walter began to reel in cautiously but rapidly until he felt a vicious tugging. The fish was fast, but was sulking at the bottom, perhaps recuperating strength for another grand rush. That must have been it, for after a few minutes of sullen tugging there was a slackening in the line that allowed the rod to straighten out, devoid of any strain whatsoever. Walter knew what this meant. The bass was coming back straight toward him with a speed equal to that with which he had made his first frightened rush. Walter reeled in the slack madly and blessed the wisdom which had prompted him to rig his rod with his multiple reel, instead of the single-action reel which he had been using right along for trout. With a larger reel he was able to take up a foot of line at each revolution. But even this was not fast enough, and before the eager young fisherman could bring pressure to bear again, that which he dreaded to see and yet which was an exhilarating sight and enough to stir the blood of the most phlegmatic occurred, the fish shot into the air. He was a big fellow, at least 5 pounds, and Walter felt his heart pounding furiously as he reeled in the slack. As that silver bow had flashed through the air, throwing a shower of silver drops which glistened in the sun as they fell, he had noted that the fish was shaking vigorously from side to side, and he half expected to see his hook fly out. This was a famous trick of the black bass, as many fishermen has learned to his sorrow. Only a slack line makes it possible. With a taut line and firm pressure on the fish, the jump may be prevented. Fortunately, Walter's fish was too well hooked to succeed in his effort, and his watchful opponent did not give him another chance. Several times he rushed for the surface, only to be checked, breaking with a sullen swirl, but unable to get into the air. After 15 minutes of vigorous fighting, the boy brought the fish in to his very feet. Too tired to more than flap feebly as Walter slipped his hand into the gills and lifted it out. 3 more fish were taken, all above 3 pounds, though none approached the first in size. Content with his success and assured now of the fish chowder, Walter took his way back to camp and began preparations for the meal. 2 of the smaller fish were dressed and cut into convenient pieces. A peck of potatoes had been secured at the village store, and several of these he now peeled and sliced fairly thin into a pan of cold water. He would have used the evaporated potatoes, first soaking them for 2 or 3 hours, but for the fact that they were in such crumbled condition from the pounding by the moose. Walter was pardonably proud of his ability to make fish chowder, and was especially anxious that this one should do him justice. Cutting 3 slices of fat salt pork, he laid them in the kettle and fried them to a crisp brown. Taking them out, he fried out in the fat enough evaporated onions to give the chowder a good flavor, taking care that they did not burn. He then added the fish and sliced potatoes, from which the water had been drained, filled the kettle a little more than half full of water, and put over the fire to boil, first adding a liberal pinch of salt. The cover was put on the kettle, and the latter hung where the contents could boil steadily, but not so hard that the fish would fall to pieces. With the chowder under way, Walter bethought him of an experiment he had wanted to try, and hitherto had had no opportunity to. There had been no bread for several days, and crackers as a steady diet became tiresome after a while. So while the chowder was cooking, Walter scrubbed the blade of one of the paddles with soap and water. The handle of the other was treated in like manner. While they dried in the sun, he mixed up dough of self-rising flour and milk with a wee pinch of salt. This dough was of a consistency to roll out, and this was done by dredging the flour with the paddle blade, which had been washed, and using it as a breadboard. The handle of the other paddle was the rolling pin. The cover of the cocoa tin did duty as a biscuit cutter. He had just got the first batch cut out as Woodhull reached camp. The chowder was already sending forth an appetizing odor, and Lewis sniffed hungrily as he approached. "Hello, Chef. The smell of that chowder hits me where I'm empty. What in the dickens are those things?" he asked. "Biscuit," replied Walter briefly. "Sounds good to me, but where's the oven?" asked Lewis. Walter grinned. "Show you in a minute," said he. Greasing the frying pan, he laid several of the round white discs therein, and put the pan over a bed of glowing coals. There was a strong, even heat, but not enough to be likely to burn the contents of the pan before it could cook properly. The cover of the kettle was wiped and clapped over the frying pan. "There's my oven," said Walter. Woodhull looked doubtful. "This is the first time I ever saw biscuits fried," said he. Walter lifted the cover and peeped in. The biscuits had risen rapidly, and slipping a knife under one, he deftly turned it over. It was a beautiful golden brown. The others were quickly turned, and the cover replaced. A few minutes later, Walter turned out as handsome a pan of biscuits as one could desire to see. Lewis picked one up and broke it open. Alas, it was not done through, and the middle was still dough. Walter's face fell, but breaking them all open, he returned the halves to the pan and the pan to the fire, and in a few minutes had thinner biscuit, but twice as many of them. The next batch he rolled half as thick, and they were a pronounced success. Walter now added a squirt of milk, made by dissolving milk powder and water, to the chowder, seasoned with a little more salt and a sprinkling of pepper, and it was ready to serve. It was just at this point that Hal and Plympton returned. "I'm afraid there won't be any fish chowder tonight," began Hal as he thrust his head above the edge of the bluff. "I don't believe there's a fish in the river." Just then he caught a whiff of the chowder, and his lower jaw dropped foolishly as he gaped first at the kettle, then at Walter. "They're better in the kettle than in the river, don't you think so, Hal?" said Walter with a malicious grin. "Who caught them?" demanded Hal. "I did it with my little hatchet, my little rod," replied Walter, and forthwith produced the 5-pounder. Hal and Plympton gazed with eyes that, as Walter afterward expressed it, fairly bugged out. The story of his success and the cause for it was soon told, and while the others congratulated him heartily, they could not but feel a trifle chagrined that they had not thought of crickets themselves. The chowder was just as good as it smelled, and when the light, beautifully brown biscuit were produced, Walter's fame as a cook was secure for all time. Plympton insisted that as he and Hal failed to provide the dinner as originally agreed, it was no more than fair that they should wash the dishes. While they were doing this, Walter mixed up another mess of biscuit and fried them that they might be ready to take on the climb up Mount Tucker the following day. When they had cooled, they were put in one of the small food bags, and this was slipped under an old but clean box on the table. Despite visitors from the village, the boys managed to turn in early that night and got a good night's rest. In fact, it was broad daylight before they awoke, although they had intended to start by sunup. Walter was the first out of the tents, and almost at once his glance was arrested by the overturned box on the table. The food bag lay on the ground, and of his beautiful batch of biscuit not so much as a crumb remained. At once he thought of the Indian visitors the night before. "They must have returned after we were asleep," he thought, and at once notified the others of the loss and his suspicions. A hasty examination of the camp effects disclosed nothing else missing. "Confound their hungry hides," growled Walter. "It's enough to feed 4 human ostriches like this bunch without cooking for a thieving redskin." Woodhull, who had been poking around the brush just beyond the tiny clearing, came up just in time to hear the last remark. "It was a redskin, all right, but you do our Indian friends an injustice," he said quietly. "Never charge anyone with a crime until you have the evidence." He held up one of the missing biscuit. "Where'd you find it?" the 3 demanded in one voice. "Over in the brush yonder," replied Lewis. "Would you like to see the thief?" Of course they wanted to see the thief, so at Woodhull's suggestion they sought the shelter of the tents. After he had focused his camera on the box on the table, the biscuit having been placed close by, "We frightened him before he had made a clean getaway with that one," Lewis explained, "and I have a notion that he'll come back for it, being greedy and also bold." The boys waited for perhaps 15 minutes, all but Woodhull vainly conjecturing what the thief would look like and whether he would be large or small. It seemed that it must be large to have taken off that whole batch of biscuit. Suddenly there was a sound of claws on the table. A saucy, sharp-eyed head peeped over the edge, eyed the camera suspiciously, dodged out of sight, appeared again, and then in a flash a red squirrel scampered across the table and seized a biscuit just as the camera clicked, and Woodhull shouted, "Caught in the act!" Nothing daunted, the little red thief clung to his booty and would have carried it off before their very eyes if Hal hadn't made a rush at him. He promptly scurried into the woods, where, from the top of a thick hemlock, he scolded them roundly, all the while they were cooking and eating breakfast, as if he considered himself the injured party, as no doubt he did. After breakfast, Walter made a careful search for Master Red's plunder cache, but without avail. "And he only swore at you after all the trouble you took to cook his winter's supply of bread. It's too bad," sympathized Hal. Walter grinned. "I hope they choke him," he said. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Flame Signal. Woodhull had succeeded in getting a very accurate description of the trails on Mount Tucker. There were several, one leading directly to the summit, one branching off some 2 miles from the beginning of the ascent and leading over to a pond, and halfway between this junction and the summit a third swung off to the west to a spur of the mountain. The latter was an old trail, seldom used. All 3 were what is known as blaze trails. That is, they were so seldom used that there was only the faintest kind of a path, often lost altogether, and it was necessary to follow a line of blazes, as the scars made by chipping a broad sliver from the trunk of a tree every few feet are called. Walter was an expert at this, and Hal had shown no mean ability during his 2 summers at woodcraft. To Woodhull, of course, it was second nature to follow such a trail. He did it almost unconsciously, as is the habit of the trained forester and hunter. Plympton knew the idea but had no practical experience. Lewis had prepared 2 rough charts of these trails as described to him, and one of these he now gave to Walter. "You youngsters are anxious to spend a day on the mountain, and there is no good reason why you shouldn't," said he. "I'm anxious to get a deer to supply the larder with fresh meat, and I doubt if we shall have a better opportunity than today. You know it is the first day of the open season. Now I propose to let you fellows show what your woodcraft training is good for. You've got a rough chart, and you know how to follow a blaze trail. There is no reason why you shouldn't make the summit without any trouble. Do you see the bare ledge a little below the top?" Lewis pointed up at the face of the mountain, which could be clearly seen from the camp. "That is supposed to be the lookout of the old chief of the legend. A trail leads down to it from the summit. Just be careful on the ledges. Remember that an accident up there would be a mighty serious thing. I'll go with you to the trail over to the pond. I have an idea there is a fat buck waiting for me over there, despite the fact that half the village and some city hunters who came in yesterday morning are in the woods. If I have any luck and get back first, I may start along the trail to meet you. Then again, I may not. Take matches and grub along. You know you might get lost, and it's always best to be prepared. Take your sweaters. It is likely to be cold on top." This plan rather pleased the boys, for they liked the idea of being thrown on their own resources. At once they began preparations. On Woodhull's advice, they put on the stout walking shoes which they had brought along to wear at the end of the cruise. Lewis pointed out that these were far better suited to the rough work of mountain climbing than were the moccasins or sneaks. He himself retained his moccasins because he was to do still hunting, and for this purpose the moccasin is unequaled. Each fastened to his belt one of the drinking cups, and Walter dealt out to each a liberal ration of hardtack and a few squares of sweet chocolate. In addition, he slipped into his own pocket a few bouillon cubes and a package of raisins. In the meantime, Lewis had cut 3 stout staffs, one of which he presented to each of the young climbers, none of whom needed to be told how useful these might and indeed were likely to prove. The camp was put in order, the tent flaps tied, and they were ready to hit the trail. "Is it quite safe to leave the camp all alone this way?" asked Hal, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. "Just as safe as if you sat on guard all day with a rifle on your knees," replied Woodhull. "These children of the forest are full of curiosity, but they are as honest as daylight. That is, the 2-legged ones," remembrance of the biscuit episode flashing across his mind. "I would have no fear of leaving the camp unguarded for a couple of days, and that is more than I could say in the vicinity of any of our hometowns or villages." Lewis led the way, his rifle across the hollow of his left arm, and behind him in Indian file strode the others. The trail was picked up at the mouth of a little brook, which it followed for perhaps a mile. It then bore off to the left through fairly open woods, and with a rise it was hardly perceptible. The trail had not been blazed for several years, and on this account required close observation on the part of the leader. The axe scars had become dark with age. In many cases the bark had crept over from the surrounding surface so as nearly to cover the bare wood. These facts Woodhull pointed out as they reached the place where he was to turn off for the pond.
and he laid great stress on the necessity for constant vigilance. Once off the trail, it would be largely a matter of luck if they picked it up again, and this he tried to impress upon them. They promised to take due care, and he left them with a light heart, for he had great faith in Walter's ability as a woodsman, and in his natural common sense and level-headedness. "We're going to find that mine," shouted Hal just before they got out of hearing. "Stake a claim for me," Lewis replied. Woodhull now gave all his attention to the object of his own trip, the getting of a supply of fresh meat. He had long since acquired to perfection the long stride of the woodsman, rolling from the hips and the soundless step of the still hunter. That he should have been in the woods at daylight he was well aware. He knew that by this time the deer were moving up from the lowland to the ridges, there to lie in quiet ease until the late afternoon, when they would once more begin to move, gradually working down to the night-feeding grounds in the lowlands along the watercourse and around the lakes and ponds. Within an hour now they would be lying down, and then his only chance until toward night would be to stumble on one by luck and trust to a snapshot to bring home the meat. So he quickened his pace, and within half an hour saw the gleam of water ahead of him. It was the pond. Twice since leaving camp he had heard distant reports of rifles from this direction, so he had little hope of finding his game in or immediately around the water. Those shots would have startled every deer within hearing and set them moving toward high ground. He did not believe, however, that they would be badly frightened, for, this being the first day of the open season, they had not yet been hunted enough to make them wild. He decided that he would push forward to the pond at once and work around the edge until he should reach a point where he could get an idea of the lay of the land and choose the most likely ridges for his quarry. The trail struck the pond at one end, where was a little clearing and a hunter's cabin. Here Woodhull found 2 fine deer, a spike-horn and a doe, hung up, and a party of 3 hunters and a guide in high spirits over their success. They gladly gave Lewis all the information they could relative to the nature of the surrounding country and wished him the best of luck. The pond was of perhaps 10 acres in extent and lay in a depression between 2 ridges. The ridge to the west was covered with thickets of young second growth. The eastern ridge was a recent lumber cutting, a tangle of dead tops with here and there a clump of maples or birches or perhaps a spruce too small for the saw and axe. Lewis chose the western ridge and cautiously worked his way to the top of it. Beyond lay another ridge, an old lumber cutting which had been burned over within 2 years. Lewis smiled when he saw it. "I'll work along this ridge first, but I'll bet my last dollar that my meat is over there. Anyway, there'll be enough old lumber trails to make fairly easy hunting, and if I don't find my meat, I'm almost certain to find plenty of late blueberries," he thought. It was noon before he had finished working the ridge he was on. It had been slow, difficult work, for it was so dry that it was nearly impossible to avoid rustling the leaves. Twice he had heard a sharp whistle below him and turned just in time to catch a farewell wave of a white flag as a deer bounded to cover. He sat down on an old stump to rest and to munch a cracker and a few raisins while he studied the opposite ridge. The snapping of a twig to his left drew his attention. Slowly, so slowly that the motion was almost imperceptible, he turned his head. He had long since learned the folly of sudden movement of one who would see but remain himself unseen in the woods. Broadside to him and not 30 yards away was a splendid doe. She had just come up the hill and now stood looking over the other ridge as if undecided whether or not to go farther for her noon siesta. Instinctively Woodhull's hand sought the rifle across his knees and closed upon it tensely. Slowly, very slowly, he raised it to his shoulder and glanced through the sights, his finger on the trigger. There had been no quick movement to attract the attention of the deer, and she still stood unconscious that for her life or death was a matter of the next few seconds. The ivory front sight came to rest just back of the right shoulder. For just a second the rifle hung poised as rigidly as if man and gun were carved in stone, and then Lewis lowered the gun as slowly as he had raised it, and now he was all ashake with relaxed excitement. In that brief space of time between the raising and lowering of his weapon, Woodhull had fought and won a battle, and a forest mother lived to perpetuate her race. The law of the state allowed each hunter 2 deer in a season, making no restrictions as to the sex. Woodhull, in common with many far-sighted and thinking sportsmen, believed that the law should restrict the hunter to bucks only, and that in this way the supply of deer could be increased instead of diminished, despite the ever-increasing number of hunters. He had even done some quiet work for a bill before the state legislature aimed to enact such a provision. He believed it in heart and soul. But the spirit of the huntsman burned strong within him, and only those who know the love of the chase can appreciate or in any degree understand the temptation that was his, as with finger on the trigger his sights were drawn true on the vital spot of the big doe. It was a sure shot. Up to this instant, indeed, he had acted automatically, without conscious thought. Then, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a realization of what he was about to do swept over him. He was on the very verge of doing the thing that he condemned in others. If he pulled that trigger, he would commit no offense against the state. The law gave him the right to slay the beautiful animal standing so unconscious of her danger. It was legal and right. But was it right? Is it ever right to violate self-respect, to be untrue to self? The law gave him the right to shoot. Most men would call him a fool to hesitate. His companions wanted fresh meat, venison. He might not get another shot today. There was no valid reason under the sun why he should not shoot excepting his own manhood. He had taken an open stand against the killing of does. His integrity was at stake, the moral stamina to stand by his convictions. There was more than the fate of the doe hanging in the balance. There was a man's right to respect himself, and so the rifle was slowly lowered, and as it once more rested across his knees, Lewis almost unconsciously sighed. The doe threw up her head, and her startled gaze for the first time rested upon the hunter. Lewis waved a hand. There was a frightened bound. A white tail flashed out of sight behind a clump of birches, and opportunity and temptation had vanished. Woodhull finished his lunch and then started off for the burned land on the opposite ridge. Burned-over lands are always favorite resorts of deer because of the plentiful feed which springs up there, and Lewis had strong hopes that he would be able to find a buck. As he had expected, there were numerous logging roads. As these were freer from sticks and dead leaves than the rest of the land, it was easier to walk without noise. Halfway up the ridge he discovered a big patch of late blueberries. This was a temptation not to be resisted, and he was soon in the middle of it. He had eaten all that he could comfortably accommodate and was trying to devise some means of taking a supply back to camp for the others, when his glance rested on a little opening some distance along the ridge. He had noticed this opening several times before without giving it any special thought, but now he studied it with a puzzled frown. There were several charred stumps in the opening, and among the bushes along the edge of it, and on these Lewis concentrated his gaze. "That's funny," he muttered. "I could have sworn that big stump over to the right was on the left 5 minutes ago." He studied it closely for a few minutes, and then, with a sudden little catch of the breath, he slowly slid down until he was flat among the bushes. The stump had moved. "A bear," muttered Lewis. "As sure as the sun shines. He's out blueberrying, and I bet he knows all about this patch over here. He's working this way now." Woodhull carefully tested the light wind and found that it was blowing almost toward the bear. In other words, Bruin was working upwind. The air was very light, however, and Lewis knew that the scent would carry only a short distance. "At the rate he's moving, it'll be a good half-hour before he gets over here, and that will give me plenty of time to prepare for his reception," thought Woodhull, and straightway began to worm his way through the bushes toward a point from which he could command the berry patch and still not be to windward of the bear, if the latter continued his present line of advance, as seemed probable. He had chosen his position so that he would be screened by a clump of young birches and a tangle of raspberry canes, and now crouched with every nerve tense, straining eyes and ears for the approach of the bear. It was a full half-hour before a gentle movement of the bushes warned him that the moment for action was close at hand. By the swaying tops of the bushes he could trace the advance of the big beast, which he saw would come out into the open at a point a little nearer to him than he had planned. So he looked to his sights to see that they were set at the proper distance, and then brought the rifle to his shoulder. Less than 30 yards distant the bushes parted, and a full-grown bear shambled into view. Plainly Bruin was unsuspicious of danger and intent only on filling his stomach. An old stump just on the edge of the bushes drew his attention, and hooking the long, stout claws of his forefeet under it, he exerted his strength in a powerful pull which uprooted the stump. At once Bruin plunged his nose into the hole with the whines and little grunts of satisfaction, for all the world like a pig, and Lewis knew that he had opened an ant's nest, and that his long, flexible tongue was sweeping into his eager mouth the terror-stricken insects and their larvae, of which bears are very fond. Blowing dust and sand from his nostrils and wiping his face with one big forearm, the bear sat up for an instant to look over the little opening. Then, with a gleam of satisfaction in his little big eyes, he dropped to all fours and headed straight for the berry patch. This brought him just where Lewis wanted him. Aiming just back of the left shoulder at an angle that should send the bullet ranging forward about where he believed the heart should be, he fired. At the report, the bear whirred and bit savagely at the spot where he had been hit, all the time growling fiercely. Lewis had pumped in another shell, and as the bear turned, exposing his right shoulder, fired again, his object being to shatter the shoulder if possible. The bear waited for no more, but broke for the brush in the direction from which he had just come. As he disappeared, Woodhull fired again, but he could not tell whether this was a hit or not. He knew that the first 2 shots had hit, and he felt sure that the animal had at least one mortal wound. But he also knew that a bear is particularly tenacious of life, and that this one might travel some distance before dropping. Hastening over to the point where the bear had entered the brush, Lewis found a broad trail of blood, and at once began to follow it with every sense of alert, for he knew well the risk he ran if he should suddenly stumble upon the wounded beast at close quarters. The trail led along the ridge for a short distance, and then down toward a thicket of hemlocks in the valley between this ridge and the one on which he had seen the deer. There was a tangled windfall in this thicket, and Lewis felt sure that this was the retreat for which the bear was making. With all the caution and skill of which he was a master, he approached the thicket. He realized that it was likely to be no easy matter to get his victim in such a tangle without serious danger. A low growling, at times breaking into a half whine, warned him that the bear was there, and, to judge by the sounds, not very far in. As the growls and whines continued to come from one spot, Woodhull knew that the animal was lying down, and this was a sign that it was hard hit. Gradually the sounds grew weaker until they ceased altogether, and a deep silence hung over the thicket. Still Lewis waited, uncertain what to do. At length, determined to put the issue to the test, he advanced slowly and with the utmost caution until he could peer in under the hemlocks. In the dim light of the dense shade he made out a black mass on the ground and felt sure that this was the bear. He could perceive no movement, but this was no time to take a chance. Bringing the rifle to bear, he fired, and instantly threw another shell into place to be prepared should the animal charge. But there was no sign of life from the thicket, and Woodhull was convinced now that the bear was dead. This proved to be the fact. By dint of much pulling and hauling, Lewis got the body out into the open. Examination showed that either the first or the second shots would have proved fatal alone. The third shot had hit the animal in the rear and ranged nearly the whole length of the body. The bear was a big fellow, and now Lewis was confronted with the problem of getting him back to camp. It was evident that he must have help. He thought of the camp at the end of the pond. "There's the answer," he exclaimed in relief. "Those fellows will be tickled to death to add bear steak to their venison roast. We'll be able to carry only a few steaks from this fellow, and I shouldn't be surprised if they will be glad to exchange a quarter of deer for the rest. It's lucky I didn't shoot at that doe. If I had, I never should have laid eyes on Mr. Bear." As he had expected, he found the hunters at the camp on the pond delighted to help him bring the bear, and by 4 o'clock that afternoon Bruin was hanging beside the deer at the camp. Woodhull arranged with the guide to skin the bear, promising to return the next morning for the skin and some of the meat. Then, with a couple of venison steaks and a light heart, he hit the trail for the camp on Swift River. He found the camp just as he had left it. There was no sign of the mountain climbers, but this did not surprise him, for he had expected that they would take the whole day to the trip. "They'll be in soon," he thought, and busied himself with preparations for dinner, well knowing that they would be as hungry as young savages. It was not until the lengthening shadows warned him that it must already be dark in the woods of the lower slopes of Mount Tucker that Lewis awoke to the fact that there was a real possibility that the boys would have to spend the night in the woods. It would be almost impossible for even a trained forester to follow a blazed trail in this light. Unless the boys arrived within 15 minutes, there wasn't a chance in 1,000 that they would be able to get out until the next day. Woodhull got out his rifle and fired it at intervals, between times sending the woodcraft yell through his cupped hands toward the mountain, but he got no response. The one thing which seriously worried him was the fear that one of them had met with an accident among the ledges. The fact that they might be lost did not greatly trouble him. He had the greatest confidence in Upton, and felt sure that if they had lost the trail, Walter would make camp at the first sheltered spot and there wait for daylight, when he could make their position known by smoke signals. His shots had been heard in the village, and presently 2 of the young guides whom he had met in the store the afternoon before appeared at the camp. Lewis briefly explained the situation. The guides listened silently until he had finished. Then one offered to be on hand at daybreak to join Lewis in the hunt. The other had been engaged to guide for a party, but offered to cancel the engagement and join in the hunt if Woodhull felt that he was needed. Neither guide seemed to think much of the incident, however, accepting it as nothing unusual, and Lewis decided that the services of one guide would be sufficient. It was now dark. Suddenly one of the Indians leapt to his feet with an exclamation of surprise. The others looked in the direction in which he was pointing. Far up on the deep black shadow looming out from the other shadows, and which they knew to be Mount Tucker, a tiny light appeared, vanished, and appeared again. It was like a will-o'-the-wisp. Woodhull's heart gave a bound of joy. He recognized the Morse code. That tiny light which came and went was a flame signal from the lost boys. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. A Night on the Mountain. On seeing the flame signal on the mountain, Woodhull's first impulse was to pile brush on the campfire that the boys might know that their signal was seen. But a moment's reflection convinced him that such an act would be folly, as in the greater light from the big blaze it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the boys to distinguish a torch, and he at once decided a torch was the only practical means of establishing communication. In a few words he told the guides what he planned to do. They caught the idea at once, and while Lewis was smothering the fire, they slipped back into the woods, where big birches were numerous, and in a few minutes were back with a supply of birch bark from which they deftly fashioned a couple of torches. Meanwhile, the light on the mountain had continued to wink its call. Wink, wink, blank, wink. Wink, wink, blank, wink. Wink, wink, blank, wink, went the tiny light, and Woodhull read the letter C, continually repeated. This was the call for camp, upon which they had agreed in case there should be occasion for anyone to try to signal to camp. As soon as the torches were completed, Lewis seized one and thrust it into the embers of the fire. In an instant it was ablaze. Then, catching up a blanket, he bade the guides follow him and hurried out to the edge of the bluff from which, by daylight, there was an unobstructed view of the old chief's lookout on the mountain. Briefly, Lewis explained to his companions that the short winks of the light on the mountain represented dots, and that if the light should remain twice as long before disappearing, that would represent a dash. In the Morse telegraph code, he continued, the letters of the alphabet are represented by combinations of dots and dashes, and in a few minutes we will show you what a knowledge of this simple code means at a time like this. I want you to hold this blanket up between you so that I can lower my torch back of it." This the guides did, standing so that when he raised the torch it would be well above the screen of the blanket. He waved it back and forth for a few minutes to make sure that the boys saw it. Almost at once there was a change in the winking of the light on the mountain. There was a pause while the light disappeared. Then it began to wink again. Wink, wink, a double-time blank, and then a double-length wink. A short wink, and a double-length wink. "Those are the letters O and K, the abbreviation for all right," explained Woodhull as he raised his own torch. Holding it above the screen for 2 seconds, he lowered it, swiftly raised it again for 2 seconds, lowered, and at once raised it again for 1 second. "That's 2 dashes and a dot, meaning the letter G," he explained as he made a double-length pause with the torch behind the screen. Then he began again, elevating the torch for a second, lowering it, and immediately raising it again for 2 seconds. This was a dot and a dash, the letter A. And the 2 letters used together in that way meant "go ahead." Again came the signal "OK" from the mountain. Then followed such a complex succession of long and short winks that the guides marveled that Woodhull could make anything at all of them. But to Lewis they were as plain as print, for the message was being sent slowly and with painstaking care as to proper timing. This was the message that Woodhull spelled out. "This is you. H is with me. P is lost this side of trail to West Spur. We are all right. Worried about P. We'll take back trail at daylight till we meet you. Bring grub." It had been agreed that in signaling the initial of the surname would be used as an abbreviation, so Woodhull knew at once that Upton was signaling and that Harrison was with him, while Plympton was lost. This was disturbing news indeed. It would have been far less serious to have had all 3 lost together, for they would have been company for one another, and then, too, Upton was a good enough woodsman not to lose his head. But to have Plympton, a tenderfoot, nervous, high-strung, imaginative, lost alone was another matter. Woodhull did not dare to think what the effects on the boy might be. However, he must not let the other boys know how anxious he felt. Their own anxiety must be heavy enough as it was. Catching up his torch, he sent the following message. "We'll start with guide at daylight. Stick to trail till you meet us. Don't worry about P. Nothing to harm you or him. Keep your nerve and try to get some sleep. Start down as soon as you can. Follow trail." The reply was prompt and reassuring so far as Walter and Hal were concerned. "Don't worry about us. If it wasn't for P, would be having time of our lives. Don't forget grub. Torch going out. Good night." Woodhull signaled good night, and then with a heavy heart followed the guides back to the fire. This was at once poked into a blaze and heaped with brush and light stuff until the flames leaped as high as a beacon of cheer to the 2 youngsters marooned on the mountain top. The guide who was to accompany Lewis in the morning decided to spend the night in the camp and sent word home to this effect by the other. The latter renewed his offer to give up his hunting party the next day and aid in the search, but Lewis felt that this was not necessary in view of the fact that he would have one good guide with him. Restlessly, Lewis paced back and forth before the fire. Why had he allowed the boys to climb the mountain alone? And yet, was there any reason why he shouldn't have? They were old enough, and at least 2 of them had had training enough to make them capable of taking care of themselves on such a trip. If only it had been either of the 2 others who had gone astray. But Plympton, poor little Plympton, who had been making such a game fight to overcome timidity, continually accentuated by overwrought nerves and an imagination sensitive to the least impression. What would be the result? Strong men are often panic-stricken at the realization that they are lost, and to the uninitiated a night alone in the depths of the woods, even without the nerve-wracking knowledge of being lost, is an experience often eerie to the extreme. How would Plympton stand it, he who had gone to pieces at the initiation when he knew that no real harm would be done him? "No sleep, no good to hunt," said the voice of the Indian. "We find him boy all right," he added in such a matter-of-fact tone that Woodhull was aware of a peculiar feeling of confidence for which there was no cause save the calm faith with which his companion had spoken. Moreover, he appreciated the truth and wisdom of the latter's statement that without sleep he would be in poor condition for the strain of the search the next morning, when he would need to have every sense alert and at its best. So, though he felt that sleep was impossible, he resolved at least to rest. Throwing a few big logs on the fire, he followed the Indian's example and rolled up in his blanket. For a little while he lay awake worrying over Plympton, but it was only for a little while. He had had a long, exciting day. The murmur of the river was in his ears like a drowsy lullaby, and tired nature lulled his fears. Once he roused and sat up to peer at the mountain top. A faint glow assured him that the boys had built a fire for the night. A few minutes later Woodhull was lost in dreamless slumber from which he did not waken until the hand of the Indian shook him gently. "Sun up soon. We find him boy," said the latter briefly. Meanwhile, on the ledge which had been the old chief's lookout on Mount Tucker, two anxious, weary, and excited boys had worn the long night away with alternate watches, turn and turnabout. After parting with Woodhull the day before, the three boys had followed the trail without difficulty, Walter in the lead and Plympton bringing up the rear. At times the latter had purposely dropped some distance back in order to see if he could follow for himself the blazed trail, always, however, keeping within shouting distance. Once the others had hidden and allowed him to pass them. It had been good experience for him and had given him increasing confidence in himself. Beyond the point where the trail to the west spur of the mountain branched off, the main trail rapidly grew steeper and more difficult. Here the sturdier physique of the two older boys and their greater experience in this sort of work gave them an advantage which they did not at first realize. Their hardened muscles did not feel the strain as did Plympton's, and the latter was often compelled to stop for a rest and to ease his panting lungs. Eager to reach the top, Walter and Hal pushed on for a considerable distance, unaware that the pace was too much for their weaker companion, and when at length they did not stop to rest, they had left Plympton far behind. Seated on a ledge from which they had a commanding view of the forest-covered lower slopes, they drank in the beauty of the majestic view while they waited, and some time elapsed before they gave Plympton more than a passing thought. When they did begin to wonder why he didn't come, it was without any anxiety. They had come over some steep ledges, but nothing really dangerous, and they concluded that he was simply trying the old game of following the trail for himself. But the minutes slipped away, and still no Plympton. Walter sent the long, rolling yell of the Delawares ringing down the mountain. In vain they listened for a response. He tried it again and again, but nothing but echoes replied. "There's a little beggar trying to give us a scare," said Hal as they strained their ears for a reply. He stood up. "Oh, you Plympton!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. Still no answer. Now really alarmed, the two boys took turns shouting. Once they thought they heard a reply, but it was so faint that they were not at all sure of it, nor could they tell from which direction it came. "Perhaps he slipped and hurt himself," suggested Walter. "We better go back a way." "What a mess we shall be in if he has," said Hal as they started down the trail. Both were more disturbed than they would have admitted, and in their haste and anxiety they forgot to give the necessary attention to the trail. Scrambling downward and every few feet stopping to halloo, they were suddenly confronted by a windfall which struck Walter as wholly unfamiliar. "I don't remember this," he exclaimed. He turned to Hal to see the latter's startled eyes, a reflection of his own dismay. "I don't either," gasped Hal. "Can we be off the trail?" A hasty look about convinced them that this was the case. Somewhere they had made a wrong turn, but where or when they did not know, nor had they the slightest idea as to which side the trail lay. They were themselves lost. For the time being, immediate anxiety about Plympton was driven from their heads. They must find the trail before they could even try to find him. The windfall before them effectually blocked their way in that direction. They must either go back or work their way around it. Walter was sure that they were to the right of the trail, while Hal was equally sure that they were to the left. Both were sure that it must swing around below them. It was therefore agreed that they should work around the windfall and push downward, with the idea of cutting the trail somewhere on the lower slope. What neither had noticed on their upward climb was that the trail made many loops and twists and often ran for some distance along the face of the mountain. As a matter of fact, at this point it was directly above them, and in going down they were moving directly away from it. When leaving the windfall, Walter was wise enough to take out his scout knife and blaze their way so that in case they found they were wrong they might regain their starting point, which, he felt convinced, could not be a very great distance from the trail. After half an hour of scrambling down ledges and working their way through tangles of down timber, they found themselves in a stand of spruce of larger growth than any they remembered passing through on their way up, and this convinced them that they were moving in the wrong direction. Walter called a halt. "Look here, Hal," said he. "You and I are losing our heads a little bit. Let's sit down and cool off while we think it over. Pretty scouts we are, running our silly heads off without any idea of where we are running to. It may be that Sister was simply a long way behind us, and by this time he has gone on up the trail. Shouldn't we feel like a couple of jays to have a tenderfoot beat us out, let alone getting lost? Now, this is my idea. Let's get back to that windfall where we discovered that we had lost the trail. I blazed our trail down here so we can do it all right." Hal agreed to this, and they started on the back trail at once. But going back was a stiffer proposition than coming down, and it took them nearly twice as long. By the time they reached the windfall, they were thoroughly blown and tired enough for a rest. This had to be brief, however, for it was already well past noon, and after the trail was found, there was Plympton to find. As before, Walter was sure that the trail lay in one direction, and Hal was equally positive that it lay in the opposite direction. The discussion became rather heated, for the strain of their predicament was beginning to tell on tempers. The argument became personal, and sharp words passed back and forth until Walter's naturally sunny temperament and sense of humor asserted themselves. Suddenly he began to laugh. "Two first-class scouts lost and calling each other names because of it. I can't see that either of us has got anything on the other. Say, wouldn't Dr. Merriam be proud of us if he could see us and hear us now?" The scowl cleared from Hal's face, and a grin slowly replaced it. "Walt, you win," said he. "I'm ashamed of myself. I guess this getting lost business got my nerve a little bit. I still think I'm right as to the trail, but I'll admit I haven't a shred of reason for thinking so. It just seems so, that's all. We'll try your direction first, and if that fails, as I'm sure it will, we'll come back and try mine." Walter had cooled down, and while Hal was speaking, he had given the situation calmer study than before. "Look here, Hal," said he. "When we landed here, we were coming down, weren't we?" Hal nodded. "Well, then, the trail is somewhere up above us. If we go down, we can hopelessly lose ourselves in the big timber in no time. If we go up, we are bound to get to the top anyway, and once we get to the top, we can find the trail down if we don't pick it up before. We must be over 2/3 of the way up now, and we'll soon be out on bare rock where we can see. I move that we stop hunting for the trail and try to make the top." "Second the motion," responded Hal promptly. "That's the first bit of common sense either one of us has shown. Probably Sister is up there now cooling his heels and laughing at us." A shadow crossed Walter's face. "I don't know," he replied. "It seems as if he must have heard us yelling if he came up the trail, and I think he would have answered unless he thought it would be a good joke to sneak by us. I don't believe he'd do that, though." The upward climb was begun, and within 10 minutes Hal, who was in the lead, sent forth a shout. When Walter reached him, he was standing with his hand on a stunted spruce, on the side of which appeared a weather-stained axe scar. They had hit the trail. At once arose the question of whether they should go up or down. Hal was for going down. "Sister may have had a tumble on those ledges we came over and be badly hurt," he argued. "I think we ought to go down as far as the beginning of the ledges. If we don't find him, we can feel reasonably sure that he has passed us, and that we shall find him on top." This was sound reasoning, and Walter at once agreed. This time there was no carelessness and no trouble in following the trail. The ledges revealed no trace of Plympton, and the hearts of the two boys were measurably lighter, for each had dreaded what they might find. After vainly shouting for a few minutes, they once more set their faces toward the top, and for the third time that day started over that part of the trail. While still anxious about their lost comrade, the optimism of boyhood did not permit of serious worry, and by the time the top was in sight, they convinced each other that Plympton would surely be awaiting them there. But he wasn't. The two boys looked at each other blankly. They had been so sure that he would be there that it was with something very like a feeling of personal resentment that they realized that he not only wasn't there, but that he had not been there. "Either the little beggar is lost, and if he is, we can't say a word after our own experience, or else he got tired and quit and has gone back to camp," said Hal slowly. "If you ask me, I think he has quit. Perhaps he met a snake, and if he did, it's a safe bet that he's hiding under the blankets down in camp now." "It may be that he has gone back," said Walter thoughtfully, "but somehow I don't believe it. I wish I could. There wouldn't be anything to worry about. But I'm afraid he's lost, and if he is, he'll have to spend the night in the woods, and I don't like to think of it. If he had more sand, it wouldn't matter so much, for nothing's going to harm him." "Do him good," growled Hal. "It would some fellows, but he is such a nervous chap and goes to pieces so over nothing that I hate to think what a night all alone in the woods, and lost at that, may do to him," replied Walter. "I have heard of lost people going off their heads. I guess we don't get in any hunt for that lost mine. It'll be a hunt for a lost boy instead. I tell you what, let's find that trail down to the chief's lookout. We can probably see the camp from there, and maybe we can tell his sister is back there." Walter's suggestion seemed a good one, and the map was at once consulted for the trail to the lookout. It was found that it branched off about half a mile from the summit, winding around the face of the mountain. Retracing their steps, the boys easily found the new trail. It led them for some distance over a series of ledges, and finally around a jutting point of rock to the very edge of a cliff of such dizzy height that instinctively they drew back. The path between the rock and the edge was perhaps 2.5 feet wide, no place for one given to dizziness. Fortunately, both boys were possessed with clear heads, and, as the path was as narrow as this for only a short way, their hesitancy was but for a few minutes. Once around the rock, they found themselves on a broad shelf, partly overhung by the cliff, on the face of which the ledge had been cut in some great upheaval by nature in bygone ages. From the edge of the shelf was a sheer drop of several hundred feet. For a few minutes the boys stood lost in admiration of the wonderful panorama spread out before them. There was the village of Tuckerville, just above the falls of the Great Spirit, and there below the white of the rapids in a tiny clearing on the very edge of the river, and in it 2 tents, which at this distance looked like toys, and very little ones at that. It was the camp. Beyond stretched the forest as far as the eye could see, here making an emerald setting for the sparkling beauty of a lake, and there clothing a rugged mountain almost to its summit. "I don't wonder that the old chief spent his time here. I should have if I had been him," exclaimed Hal. Walter was studying the camp. "There isn't anybody moving down there," he said. "I don't believe that sister is back there yet. Hal, look at that." Hal turned quickly, startled by the odd note in Walter's voice. "What is it?" he cried, gazing blankly in the direction in which Walter pointed. "Look at that shadow down there." "Well, what of it?" "Don't you see? It means that we've got to stay on the mountain all night." "Come off, what are you giving us?" "It's a fact," replied Walter. "I didn't realize how late it is until I saw that shadow. Camp is on the east side of the mountain, and it'll be pitch dark in that hemlock belt before we can get through it. No matter how we may hurry, we're caught. And sure as fate, Hal, the question is, what are we going to do about it?" It was true. It was now so late in the afternoon that it would be folly for them to attempt to thread their way through the deep woods of the lower slopes. For a few minutes they stared at each other in dismay. Hal broke the silence. "The best thing we can do is to stay right here where we are," said he. "It'll be cold up here, all right. But the cliff back of us will protect us, and I guess we can get enough dead stuff up to build the fire. Perhaps we can signal Lewis. He'll be nearly crazy when none of us show up." "Great!" exclaimed Walter. "It'll be light on top for some time yet. We'll get busy and see what we can do for firewood. We passed some birches back near where the trail branched, and I'm going back to get enough bark for a couple torches to signal with. I've got a roll of herbwurst in my pocket, and I guess we got enough water in our canteens to make us a couple cups of soup. We've got a few hardtack left and some raisins, so I guess we shan't starve. If it weren't for Plympton and the worry Lewis will have, this would be a lark." Enough dry wood for an all-night fire was soon picked up and dragged to the lookout. Walter made the torches and then cooked their frugal supper. By this time it was dusk. In spite of their sweaters, they began to feel the chill of the night air. They did not want to light their campfire, however, until after they had tried signaling with the torches. So they sat where they could look down toward the camp and waited. Gradually the darkness below thickened. The camp, the village, and the forest faded from view. Only the patch of white which they knew to be the falls remained to give them a sense of direction. One by one the stars came out. The darkness crept swiftly up the mountain and enveloped them in a great loneliness and a vast and solemn stillness. They thought of poor Plympton alone, probably in the deep woods, with nothing familiar but the friendly stars, and instinctively they crept closer together. Staring down into the black void, they saw a tiny point of light appear. "It's the campfire!" exclaimed Walter. "When it gets a little bit darker up here, we'll try the signal." The result of that experiment has already been told. It was strange how that winking light down below banished the lonely feeling. As soon as they had signaled "good night," they started their fire, and but for their anxiety for Plympton would have thoroughly enjoyed the novelty of their experience. The cliff at their backs reflected the heat from the fire in front of them, so that, though they were without blankets, they could keep quite warm. Each took his turn of 2 hours at feeding the fire and watching while the other slept. And so the night wore away. And in the gray of the morning, they prepared to take the back trail to meet Woodhull. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Search. Woodhull's preparations were soon made after the Indian had awakened him. His anxiety for Plympton had destroyed his appetite, but he was too good a scout and woodsman not to appreciate the necessity of conserving his own strength, and so he forced himself to eat a substantial breakfast with the guide. When Lewis was preparing for the voyage, he had hesitated for some time whether or not to take his knapsack. As long as they stuck to the river, it was useless. One more thing to look out for, an additional weight on the carries, where every ounce counts. On the other hand, there was a possibility of a hike of 2 or 3 days in the mountains, in which case the knapsack would prove invaluable. And so, at the last moment, he had put it in. It was just what he needed now. In it he packed the emergency kit of first aid supplies, a supply of crackers, a roll of herbwurst, a package of raisins, and last but not least, one of the venison steaks which he had brought in the night before. He did not forget salt, pepper, and some cocoa, sugar, and milk powder. He knew that Walter and Hal would feel half famished after their short rations of the day before and the walk down in the keen mountain air, and he wanted them to be in the best possible condition for what he feared might be a long, toilsome hunt for their missing comrade. With the knapsack on his back, his canteen filled with water, and his rifle in hand, Lewis was ready. The guide carried an axe, a 2-quart tin pail, which he had chanced to have with him when he came into camp, and a small coil of rope, the painter taken from one of the canoes.
Thus equipped, they struck the Mount Tucker trail just as the first gray light stole through the woods. A heavy mist shrouded everything, and Woodhull was glad enough to leave it wholly to the Indian to find and keep the trail. This the latter did as by instinct, and by the time the fog began to lift, they were well on their way. It was Woodhull's plan to try and reach the junction with the West Spur Trail before Walter and Hal should, and there await them. This would give him a chance to prepare a hot meal and have it ready for the youngsters on their arrival, thus saving time. At the junction of the trails there was no sign of the boys. The mist was still heavy, although it was rapidly lifting. The guide at once started a fire and filled the pail with water at a spring close by. A short forked stick was driven into the ground, and a long sapling was laid on this so that the butt projected over the fire. From this was suspended the pail of water. A piece of the venison was impaled on green twigs and propped up before the blaze, so that in a few minutes it was sputtering and sizzling merrily. The guide was an adept in this kind of cookery and devoted himself to the steak, while Lewis took his rifle and, stepping to one side, fired once and, half a minute later, twice in quick succession. Almost at once they heard the rolling yell of the Delawares some distance above, and they knew that Walter and Hal were on the trail and would soon join them. The mist disappeared, and in less than 10 minutes the boys appeared, hurrying down the trail. The steak was done to a turn by this time, and after the first greetings, no questions were asked until a piece of the steak served on a piece of clean bark and flanked with a steaming hot cup of cocoa was before each of the famished youngsters. Then, with a few brief questions, Lewis drew out the story of the day before. "You are positive that you saw Plympton after passing this point?" asked Woodhull for the 4th time. "Absolutely sure, Lewis," replied Walter with his mouth full. "A quarter of a mile up there is a big yellow birch stump close to the trail, and Hal and I sat on that while we waited for him. That was one of the times he was trying to follow the trail for himself. After that we went on together for a while, and it wasn't until we had gotten over that first lot of hedges that we missed him. He went off the trail either just before reaching the ledges or else on the ledges. I'm certain of it. I hope it was before he reached the ledges. If he got off the trail on them, he might have met with a serious accident. A fall up there might cost him his life," said Woodhull. "Hurry up, you fellows, so that we can get a move on. If you are hungry, think of poor Edward. He didn't have anything in his pockets but a little sweet chocolate and some hardtack, did he?" "That's all," replied Walter. "I had the erbwurst with me." "Have you saved some of this venison for him, Lewis?" inquired Hal as he disposed of the last scrap of his own share. "My glory, I never tasted anything half so good before in all my life," he added without waiting for a reply. The boys having finished their hasty breakfast, the whole party pushed forward to the birch stump where Walter and Hal had waited for Plympton the day before. Here a brief conference was held. "It's up to you fellows to show what your scout training is good for now," said Lewis. "It makes all the difference in the world whether he left the trail before he reached the ledges or after, and we want to know. Keep your eyes peeled for some sign of where he made the wrong turn." A remembrance flashed through Hal's mind. "Lewis," he began eagerly, "I'm almost sure that he didn't reach the ledges. You remember, Walt, how we thought we heard him reply once to our yells before we started back and got lost ourselves?" Walter nodded. "Well, if he had been on the ledges, we would have heard him all right," continued Hal. "It was because he was below the ledges and off to one side that we couldn't hear him. They just smothered his voice and threw it the other way." The Indian, who had been listening closely, grunted his approval of this reasoning. It was decided to examine the trail closely as far as the first ledge, and then, if no trace of the missing boy had been found, to divide the party, Woodhull and Walter searching the ledges, while the guide and Hal returned and re-examined the trail back to the birch stump. The whole party then moved forward slowly, carefully studying the ground for possible footprints. Walter was the first to find evidence that they were still going right, the print of a heel off a bit to one side. From the size they knew it was made by the missing boy. The guide came over and studied it closely. Then he moved on in the lead as before. Presently Walter noticed that the Indian, instead of keeping in the trail proper,
continually crossed it, going a short distance parallel with it first on one side and then on the other. "What's he do that for?" muttered the boy. "Search me," replied Hal, his eyes glued to the ground. "There's another print. We're right so far." At every sharp turn in the trail, the guide made a short circle. After he had done this 3 or 4 times, Walter began to understand the purpose. "I'm on to that fellow now," he murmured so that only Hal should hear him. "He's looking for signs offside." Hardly were the words out of his mouth when the Indian, who was out of sight behind some young spruces some 30 yards beyond the sharp turn in the trail, called to Woodhull. All 3 joined him at once and found him bending over a light but clear imprint of one of Plympton's shoes. "Him leave trail here," said the Indian. "Him not know him lost yet." Taking the direction from the footprint, the 4 spread out, the Indian in the middle, so as to cover as much territory as possible, and moved forward, studying the ground and the surroundings more closely than ever. The direction was still up toward the ledges. As these were approached, it was plain to be seen that they could not be scaled at this point. Presently the Indian spoke again. "Now him find him lost. Him lose head." He pointed to a little bare patch of moist earth. There were several footprints pointing in different directions. One of these was deeper than the rest, and the Indian at once moved forward in the direction of this. "Him rum now," he said, and presently pointed to some twigs bent and broken as by the passage of a heavy body. A little later he pointed to a mass of crushed ferns. "Him fall down," he said briefly. With these mute evidences pointed out to them, the others could picture for themselves the panic and mad flight of the day before. And where once Walter and Hal might have regarded with something like scorn this evidence of loss of self-control, in the view of their own late experience, they felt nothing but sympathy. The guy's intimate knowledge of the country was now invaluable. He knew that in his panic, Plympton would naturally have followed the line of least resistance, and now pushed ahead rapidly, making short cuts which continually intersected the line of flight, thus saving much time. Every little while they stopped to shout and signal with rifle shots, after which they would listen in vain for a reply. Finally, after one of the Indian's short cuts, they failed to strike the trail where he had expected to find it. He at once bade the others remain where they were until he cast about in a wide circle. After a little while they heard him calling, and when they joined him, found him smiling for the first time that morning. "Him find head. Him good boy, all right," he said as he pointed to a maple which grew almost alone in a little opening. A broad, fresh blaze showed conspicuously on the side nearest them, and when they examined the tree, they found 3 more. The tree was blazed on 4 sides. At one side was a fallen tree, and close to this were scattered fresh whittlings from a birch stick. It was all a mystery to Walter and Hal, but the guide and Woodhull seemed to understand it perfectly, and something of the anxious strain in the latter's face cleared. "That's a sign for us," he replied to Hal's question. "He got himself together here and sat down to think it out. He knew that if he failed to get back to camp, we would search for him. He blazed this tree so that we would see it no matter what direction we might come from. If it had been blazed on one side only, we might have passed on the other side and not seen it at all. Just remember that in case you ever get lost. It is nothing to the discredit of a man to get lost in the woods, particularly in strange country. The very best of guides get turned around right in their own territory. It is losing his head, his self-control, that discredits a man. Plympton got himself together here, and I'll warrant that he has left a plain trail that will take us straight to him. Let's examine those blazes." The boys walked close to the tree, and at once they saw a pencil mark in the middle of the blaze. It was in the shape of an extended X. They immediately recognized an old Indian sign meaning, "This path not to be followed." They had often used it when doing scout work at home or around Woodcraft Camp. Of course, there were no paths here, so they interpreted it to mean, "This direction not to be followed." The same symbol was found on 2 more of the blazes, but on the 4th was an arrow. "Direction to be followed," shouted Walter. "See, There is a new blaze on that tree over there to which the arrow is pointing. Hurrah! Sister is right on the job now. We'll find him in no time." "Wait," said Woodhull abruptly, but in a low tone so that the others should not hear. "Don't you think it would be a little more in the true scout spirit, the spirit of kindness, to drop that nickname Sister, and hereafter call Plympton by his given name, or at least a contraction of it? I know why you fellows call him that. At first I was willing that you should, because I wanted the sting of it to spur him on. He was weak physically, and, because of his nervous temperament, lacking in self-control. He isn't strong physically now, though he has hardened up wonderfully. It is this fact that he isn't as strong as the rest of you that has worried me most in having him lost this way, but he is strong now in self-control, and the proof of it is right on this tree. He has pulled himself out of a panic, and that is a thing that many a strong man has failed to do. This tree is a sort of monument to the boy's finding of himself, of his manhood. Forget that snake incident. That was no test, and can never be. It is something wholly beyond him at present, as is his tendency to faint at the sight of blood. Forget it. You and Hal have thought him a quitter. I tell you he has more sand than almost any youngster I ever met. I know that's pretty strong talk, but it's a fact. You fellows have no idea of the fight he has been putting up to overcome weaknesses with which he was born, and which his life and training previous to his coming to Woodcraft Camp tended to increase rather than diminish. He has never peeped about being called Sister, but I know it hurts every time he hears it. Now is a good time to drop it, for if he has stood the test of a night lost on the mountain, and I believe he has, you can hardly call him weak any longer. Will you do it?" Walter had flushed as he listened, but he was too fair-minded not to realize the simple justice involved in Woodhull's request, and he promptly agreed to drop the objectionable name. "Thanks," replied Woodhull. "I want this cruise to end with a true feeling of comradeship among us all, and it couldn't if you and Hal persisted in rubbing into Plympton every time you spoke to him the fact that you regard him as a weakling." The whole party now moved forward along the trail that Plympton had blazed. Now it was a bent twig, and again a blaze on a tree that guided them. The course was fairly straight, showing that the wanderer had regained full command of himself and picked his way carefully, bringing to bear such knowledge of woodcraft as he possessed. The direction was nearly due southwest, and presently the guide spoke. "Him strike other trail pretty quick." Sure enough, a quarter of a mile further they struck the old West Spur trail. "I hope he didn't cross without seeing it," exclaimed Lewis as they approached it. "He didn't," shouted Hal. "There's a new blaze on that tree." Hal hurried forward to examine the blaze. "He's gone in that direction," he cried, pointing to an arrow in the middle of the blaze. The Indian grunted. "Him go up," he said briefly, and at once took the lead. "I wonder why he didn't go back to camp instead of going up the mountain," said Walter thoughtfully. "For the simple reason that he didn't know in which direction camp lay," replied Woodhull. "Right in here it's pretty flat, and the woods are thick. It was beginning to get dusky when he got here, and he had lost all sense of direction. Probably he had no compass, and there was no way for him to get his bearings. He just took a chance, and by the time he found that he was wrong, it was too late to turn back. This trail is very much like parts of the other, and it is very likely that he didn't know that he was on the wrong one until he reached the top. You know he has never had any experience in mountain climbing. This trail is awfully blind because it is so little used, and I'm afraid he may have lost it somewhere up above. If he hadn't, it seems he would have started down as soon as it was light and would have heard us signaling." The worried look returned to Woodhull's face. But apparently the missing boy had succeeded in keeping to the trail. At every blind turn they found new blazes or bent twigs or 3 or 4 stones in a pile, signs which he left for his own guidance should he have to return over the trail. "Good scoutcraft," commented Woodhull as they noticed these. The party moved on rapidly, stopping only to shout and to signal with a rifle. As on the main part of the mountain, the trail led over a series of ledges. The vegetation grew more and more sparse, and at last the summit on the west spur loomed above them, bare rock for the most part, and covered with great boulders. Woodhull was growing more and more anxious. It was queer that they had heard no reply to their signals. Just before the last steep climb, he ordered all hands to keep silent while he signaled once more with 3 shots from the rifle. Hardly had the echoes died away when the guide held up a warning hand. "Him there!" he exclaimed. Again Woodhull signaled, and all listened with strained attention. This time they all heard a reply, a faint halloo, so faint indeed that they looked at each other almost in doubt. Again the signal, and again that faint reply. There was no doubt of it this time, and with a ringing cheer as by one impulse they started up for the top. "Queer his voice is so faint. Do you suppose he's stumbled over a ledge on the other side?" panted Walter. "That's what I'm afraid of," replied Woodhull. "But I thank God he's alive, anyway." A hasty survey of the top when it was reached disclosed no familiar khaki-clad figure, and Woodhull waved the others to silence, while through his cupped hands he sent a ringing call over the mountain top. "Halloo, Plympton!" Instantly came the reply. "Hello, Woodhull!" The voice was weak, but it also had a peculiarly smothered sound, and as to the direction, there was none unless it might be said to issue from the ground. The party now spread out, and with shouts of encouragement began a hasty search among the great boulders scattered about. The replies had ceased, and there was nothing to guide them. Suddenly the guide stopped and pointed to a huge pine that lay freshly uprooted. "Him lone pine landmark. Him gone now," he said, and out of curiosity walked over to the fallen giant. A moment later an exclamation of astonishment brought the others hurrying to his side. They found him peering down into a great hole between the rocks exposed by the upturned roots of the tree, and in the dim light at the bottom they made out a white upturned face. It was Plympton, and he lay there unconscious. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Plympton's Story. By means of the rope which Woodhull's foresight had provided, Lewis was at once lowered into the pit. He quickly looped the rope under the arms of the unconscious boy, and, lifting him up, gave the word to pull. As it came to the surface, eager hands reached to tenderly lift the limp body and lay it on the coats which Hal had spread on a smooth place. While the guide and Hal once more lowered the rope for Woodhull and pulled him out of the hole, Walter bent over the senseless form of his comrade. "Thank heaven it's only a faint," he exclaimed as he felt the weak but rapid pulse and noted the colorless face. He at once slipped a big stone under the feet so as to elevate them higher than the head, that the blood might run toward the brain. Opening the boy's coat and shirt, he sprinkled chest and face with water from his canteen, and then, as Lewis appeared, called for spirits of ammonia from the first aid kit in Woodhull's knapsack. Meanwhile, he briskly rubbed Plympton's limbs toward the body. With the application of the ammonia to his nose, Plympton's eyelids fluttered, then slowly opened, and a wan smile parted the colorless lips. It was plain that the boy was suffering from shock and exhaustion as well as from the faint, and Woodhull quickly prepared a hypodermic injection by dissolving 1/14th grain tablet of strychnia in 10 drops of water. This he injected into the outside of one arm between the elbow and the shoulder. The patient showed a marked effect almost immediately. The action of the heart became stronger, and a little color began to creep into his face. Meanwhile, Walter and Hal kept up a brisk rubbing of the limbs to restore circulation. By Woodhull's orders, the guide had built a brisk little fire of dead wood, and by the time Plympton was sufficiently himself to sit up, a steaming cup of pea soup made from the erbwurst was ready for him. "My, that tastes good," he said as he sipped the hot stimulant. "I knew you fellows would come. Did you find my signs?" "You bet we did," replied Hal heartily. "But tell us, old scout, how did you come to get lost, and how did you happen to fall into that hole?" "You'll do nothing of the sort," Woodhull broke in. "I'm the doctor now, and I forbid the patient to excite himself by talking. Camp's a long way off, and when we get there will be time enough to hear the story. In the meantime, I want you to rest quietly and get some strength for the trip down." "All right, Doctor. It was silly of me to faint away. But when I knew you fellows had come, well, things went black all of a sudden. This soup goes right to the spot. Another cup?" He broke off abruptly and sniffed suspiciously. "What's that smells so awfully good?" he demanded. His comrades grinned delightedly. "Be patient, son, be patient," said Woodhull. "Don't gulp that soup down too fast. It's bad for the digestion. That is just an appetizer, and breakfast will be served in a few minutes. Will you have your steak rare or well done, or will you just take it as it comes?" he added as the Indian appeared from behind a big boulder with a piece of venison done to a turn. Even the guide laughed at the look of mingled astonishment and delight on the hungry boy's face as the hot steak was laid before him. For the next 10 minutes he was too busy to talk. When the last scrap had vanished and he had washed it down with a cup of hot cocoa, he announced now that he was ready to get lost all over again, in proof of which he started to get to his feet. "Ouch!" he exclaimed as he sat down suddenly. "What is it?" demanded Walter anxiously. "Just a bit dizzy," replied Plympton. "Guess I started too quick to get up. I got a bit of a bump on the back of my head when I fell in that hole, and my head still feels a bit queer." "I should say you did," exclaimed Walter, parting the hair in the back of Plympton's head. "You had license to feel dizzy. Here's a great big lump and a 2-inch cut." Woodhull made a careful examination of this and concluded that it was nothing serious. The cut had stopped bleeding, and Lewis carefully washed it out with clear water made sterile by boiling, and then, cutting away the hair immediately around the cut, for this purpose using the scissors in the emergency kit, he applied a Red Cross sterilized dressing and bandage, with the use of which all the boys were familiar, as good scouts should be. When the job was done, the patient insisted that save for bruises and a strain in his right leg, he felt as good as ever. Preparations were at once made for the trip to camp. Plympton proved to be more lame and stiff than he had thought. More than once he was glad of a helping hand in getting down over the ledges. He was game, however, as both Walter and Hal noted, and there was no complaint, although more than once they saw him wince when he thought he was unobserved. Now that the load of anxiety was lifted from his mind, Woodhull could think of other things, and he remembered the bear for the skin and meat of which he was to have gone that morning. He had said nothing about the success of his hunt the day before, and in the excitement the boys had asked no questions, probably taking it for granted that the venison they had was of his killing. A plan for a feast and jollification now occurred to him, and he drew the guide to one side and outlined his plan. The latter nodded his head in agreement, and soon after they hit the main trail he disappeared. At first the boys didn't miss him, and when they did, Lewis simply explained that he had gone on ahead. As a matter of fact, Lewis had arranged with him to go over to the hunters' camp on the pond and get the meat and bearskin. It was well past noon when they reached camp, for on account of Plympton they had traveled very slowly. All were as hungry as wolves, and there was an immediate yell of protest when Lewis suggested a light lunch. But he told of his plan for a grand feast that night, after which they would have a roaring campfire, at which time Plympton should tell his story and he should tell them of his hunt, and they hailed the idea with enthusiasm. "By the way, Lewis, where's that deer you got yesterday?" Hal suddenly demanded, looking about the camp. "That's so. Where is it?" cried Walter. Lewis shook his head. "It isn't," he replied. "I'm sorry to disappoint you fellows, but the truth is I didn't get one. That venison you had this morning was a present." Then, noting the looks of disappointment and fearful that the boys would lose interest in the proposed feast, he added, "But I think there's more where that came from, and I'm almost sure that I can promise you a venison roast. If one of you will try for some fish, I'll take my rifle and see if I can shoot the heads off a brace of grouse. Walt, I, for one, wouldn't mind some of those spider biscuit of yours." The prospect of a real game dinner in the woods, with a real Indian guide to tell hunting stories in the firelight afterward, Woodhull had assured them that the guide would stay, spurred the boys to enthusiastic planning. Plympton was appointed camp guard and, despite his protests that he wanted to do his share, was sternly ordered to devote himself to seeing that the camp did not run away. Woodhull took his rifle and went in search of the grouse. Hal rigged his rod and, with a supply of crickets and grubs, started for the riffle where Walter had such luck with the bass. Walter went to the village to see what he could find at the store in the way of canned fruits, cookies, pickles, etc. Walter was the first to return, and he at once set about preparations for the dinner. Plympton insisted on helping and brought in the firewood as fast as Walter split it. Hal was the first of the sportsmen to show up. He had 3 fine bass. "Your crickets were no good today, Walt. The fish wouldn't even look at them," he said as he took them down to the water's edge to dress. "Got all 3 on a spoon." The boys had heard several reports of a rifle, and they were not surprised when Lewis came in and threw down 3 ruffed grouse, each neatly decapitated by a bullet. These he dressed and turned over to the chef, while he himself picked up the axe and went in quest of logs for the campfire. "Looks like a real game dinner, even if we don't have the venison," said Walter as he planned his menu. "And I have an idea that that's coming right now," said Plympton as the guide appeared on the trail. The guess was a good one, for when the Indian reached the camp he laid down the forward part of a saddle of venison and 2 big steaks. "Phew!" exclaimed Walter as he looked at these in dismay. "I confess I don't know how to cook that unless it's cut up." "Don't worry about that, Walt," said Lewis, coming up at that moment. "John here," indicating the guide, "is meat chef for tonight. You tend to the fish and other things, and he'll take care of the meat." The Indian built his roasting fire where the campfire was to be in order to take advantage of the huge backlogs Woodhull had provided. Against these he built a big fire of split hardwood. Splitting the backbone so that the roast would hang flat, he skewered thin slices of fat salt pork to the meat so that it would be continually basted. By means of a stout, wet string, the meat was suspended in front of the fire so as to get heat reflected from the backlogs. A dish was placed beneath the meat to catch the drippings, and the meat was set twirling so as to get the heat evenly on all sides. From time to time the Indian basted the roast with the drippings from the dish, and every now and then he gave the roast a fresh twirl. When it was nearly done, he raked some clear coals to one side, and over these broiled one of the steaks and the grouse, the latter being split. Walter had been no less busy. He had made biscuit and then prepared the fish for frying, wiping each piece dry with a clean towel. A kettle of pea soup simmered over the fire. Plympton, who was rather clever with his pencil, had busied himself preparing little birch-bark menu cards. At the top of each was a little sketch of a camp with a mountain towering above. Beneath was printed the place and date, and then the following menu: pea soup, camp style, fresh fried bass, pickles, olives, grouse a la Mount Tucker, steak de Bruin, roast venison Indian way, Tuckerville peaches, crackers, biscuit, cookies, cheese, cocoa, milk, water. Woodhull had discovered what he was doing, and under pledge of secrecy had let him into the secret of the bear steak in order that the menu might be complete. Strange to say, no one noticed the name of this course, although between mouthfuls Hal remarked that the steak didn't taste at all like that they had for breakfast and wanted to know if it came from another part of the critter. It was when, stuffed to the limit, there was a general loosening of belts and relaxing into sprawling, comfortable positions, that Walter picked up his card to run over again the list of forest bounty. A puzzled frown puckered his brows. "I don't quite see the point of this steak de Bruin," he said. "What does it mean, Plympton?" "Ask the chef. He's responsible," replied Plympton. Woodhull had already signaled a guide, and the latter had slipped away unnoticed. As Walter and Hal turned to Lewis, the guide returned and dropped at Woodhull's feet the bear skin with head attached, which had been hidden in the brush nearby. "Just my little contribution to the feast from this fellow," said Woodhull, his eyes twinkling while the guide grinned broadly. For the space of a full minute, Walter and Hal stared with jaws dropped and eyes in which incredulity struggled with belief. Then they fell upon Lewis. "Foxy, Grandpa, where did you get him? Why haven't you told us about it? Oh, Mr. Tightmouth, got anything more up your sleeve?" Over and over the three rolled on the ground until, breathless and weary, the younger boys were shaken off. "I promised you the story of my hunt tonight, didn't I?" Lewis demanded. "But you won't get it until camp has been put in order for the night and Plympton has told us about his experience on the mountain." There was a general hustle to clear things away. The campfire was lighted, and then sprawled on blankets before the leaping blaze, the boys were ready for the stories. "There isn't much for me to tell that you don't already know," began Plympton, the glow from the fire lending some color to his pale face and bringing into sharp relief the white bandage around his head. "When we hit the steep grade below the ledges, it got my wind and the muscles of my legs, and I couldn't keep the pace you fellows were setting. You know I'm pretty green at that sort of thing," he added apologetically, turning to Walter and Hal. "Well, I got farther behind than I had any idea I had. I kept thinking I'd find you fellows waiting just ahead, and when I didn't, I began to hurry without paying proper attention to the trail. All of a sudden, I found there wasn't any trail. I knew I couldn't be very far off it, and I thought I could pick it up in a few minutes. But the more I looked, the less idea I had of where it ought to be. It must be that at the point where I left it, it makes a sharp turn." The guide nodded. "Well, then I lost my head," resumed the boy. "I yelled and listened, but heard no reply. That was because we were over the ledges and the sound traveled in the other direction," Walter broke in. "I guess that must have been it, though I didn't think of it then," agreed Plympton. "By that time I was scared good and plenty, and I began to run. My first idea was to get up higher, but of course I made the wrong turn, and I found I couldn't climb those ledges to save me. It was kind of dark down in the woods below those ledges, and the stillest place I was ever in my life. Every minute I got more scared, and I didn't have any more idea than a hen in which direction I was running. 2 or 3 times I fell headlong. Each time I scrambled up and plunged on again, barking my shins on logs and stumbling over sticks and stumps. I sure was in one awful panic." Plympton grinned at the memory. "I guess I'd be running yet if my breath hadn't given out. I got a stitch in my side, and I just had to slow down. Going slower that way gave me more chance to think. But when I began to think, I grew more scared than ever. I remembered that someone had said that there were wildcats up on those ledges behind me, and I got to looking for a bear to jump out from behind every windfall. Oh, I've got the finest imagination you ever dreamed of, and about that time it was working full speed with the high gear thrown in. Thinking of bears reminded me of Honey back there at Woodcraft Camp, and that led me to think of Billy Buxby and the story of how he got lost and spent a night in the woods last year, and the good sense he showed. Right there I began to get a grip on myself. I began to remember the things I had read and heard about people lost in the woods. All of a sudden I heard Dr. Merriam's voice. It said, 'Sit down and think it over.' I heard it just as plain as if he was right beside me. Well, it seemed to me that I couldn't sit down. I just had to keep on going. But finally I came to a log and I did sit down. And then, to keep myself from jumping up and running again, I cut a stick and began to whittle. I made up my mind that I would sit there until I had whittled it all up." "That explains those whittlings," exclaimed Hal. "I meant to ask you about them, for I couldn't figure out what they were to save my life." "That was the wisest thing you could have done. It was good scoutcraft," said Woodhull. "Go on." "By the time I had that stick whittled up, I'd begun to get a glimmer of common sense back in my head," resumed Plympton. "I knew that if I was out all night, you fellows would start hunting for me the first thing in the morning. Then I remembered reading the advice of an old woodsman to blaze a tree on 4 sides so that it could be seen from any direction. At first I thought I would camp right there, but there was a lot of daylight yet, and I wanted to get myself out of the scrape alone if I could. So I decided to try and push on in a straight line, trusting to luck that I would hit a trail. Before I started, I made the crosses and the arrow on the tree so that if you found it, you would know which way I had gone. Then I went on slowly, trying to hold in one direction, and blazing the way as I went. By and by I hit a trail, and I was so badly turned around that I thought it was the main trail. I didn't know in which direction to go, but I figured if I went one way I'd get to camp, and if I went the other, I'd meet Walt and Hal coming down, so that either way I'd win out. I felt pretty chipper about that time and hustled along until I reached the ledges. Then I knew that they were not the same ones where I had got lost, and that I was on the wrong trail. It was so late then that I didn't dare turn back, because I knew that it would get dark long before I could get out of the woods, and I shouldn't be able to follow the trail. I thought that if I kept on up to the top, that perhaps I could see camp, or at any rate get my bearings, so that in the morning I would know in which direction the back trail was taking me. Of course I knew that it would be cold and exposed on top, and I didn't intend to spend the night there. I meant to get back to the shelter of the woods before dark and build a fire and camp there. Well, when I got to the top I couldn't see anything familiar, but by the position of the setting sun I knew I was to the west of the main trail, and I guessed that I was on the west spur, and if I followed the trail back I should hit the main trail. This made my mind easier, but just the same I had a mighty queer feeling when I thought of camping all alone down there in the woods all night. While I was exploring the top I came to that fallen pine, and of course I saw the hole exposed by the upturned roots. It looked interesting, as if it might be the entrance to a cave, and while I was trying to see into it better, I got too close to the edge. It caved in, and down I went. I just remember falling, and then nothing more until I opened my eyes and wondered where it was. Way up above me, it seemed a mile high just then, was a patch of light, like a skylight in a roof. Of course you fellows know that it wasn't more than 10 feet above me, but you see I've been knocked unconscious for I don't know how long by this bump on my head, and my old topknot was sort of going round and round, and that skylight seemed to be part of a dream and terribly far away. By and by my wits stopped wool gathering, and I realized where I was. I was pretty sore, but there were no bones broken, and as soon as my head got steady enough, I looked about to see how I could get out. It was pretty dark down there, so I knew it was late. Well, you saw what kind of hole it was, sides almost straight. I was trapped, and when I realized it, I went almost crazy for a few minutes. I lighted some matches to see what kind of a place I was in. It seemed to be a sort of cleft between the rocks. The floor was covered with chunks of what looked like what we used to call rotten stone. It had fallen from up above, and I suppose it was this that had weakened the roots of the old pine so that finally it blew over and opened up that hole. Woodhull nodded. It probably was a conglomerate and disintegrated. It's often called pudding stone. The hole or cleft in which I was narrowed at one end to a passage just about big enough to squeeze through, and then opened into what seemed to be a good-sized cave. I stuck my head in there and lighted a couple of matches and decided I'd stay where I was. I didn't have but 2 or 3 matches left, and I was lost all I wanted to be without taking any chances in the dark underground. Besides, it smelled terribly close and musty, and well, I saw some bones in there, and they didn't make me feel good a bit. Right under that little patch of sky was good enough for me. Ugh, I don't want to spend another night like that. Plympton involuntarily shuddered. I slept some by fits and starts because I was so tired. I couldn't help myself, but every time I woke, I wondered if that cave was the den of a bear or wildcat, and honest, I nearly cracked my eardrums listening for some beast to sniff at me through that passage. I knew a good-sized bear couldn't get through, but a wildcat could. One time I even made up my mind that it probably was a panther's den I had tumbled into. Oh, it's all right for you fellows to laugh. I can myself now. But I bet you wouldn't have laughed if you had been in my place. I bet we wouldn't have either, Walter broke in. There isn't much more to tell, continued Plympton. I was warm enough down there, but half starved. Somehow the night passed, and when daylight came and I hadn't been eaten up, I began to feel better. I knew you fellows would find me, but it seemed a terrible while before I heard the first rifle shots, and then it seemed as though you never would get there. I yelled until I didn't have any voice left. Finally, I heard Woodhull's call from the top of the mountain and knew that my troubles were about over. And then, I just keeled over and didn't know anything more until I opened my eyes and found Walt bending over me. It was foolish of me, but I just couldn't help it. And that's all my story." For a few minutes there was silence, broken only by the snap and hiss of the flames. Then Woodhull spoke. "Fellow scouts," he said, "I for one am proud of our tenderfoot. He lost his way, but he found himself. I'd like to feel sure that I should do as well under as severe a test. He didn't quit." It seemed to Hal and Walter that there was just the least bit of emphasis on that word quit. But perhaps that was due to a little feeling of shame that they had harbored so long, this feeling against Plympton. Walter hopped to his feet. "The Woodcraft yell for Ed Plympton, the scout who lost the trail but found himself," he cried, and to the tenderfoot's blushing confusion it was given with a will. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Mystery of the Cave. That was a night never to be forgotten. Woodhull's story of his hunt and the killing of the bear was capped with tales of hair-raising adventures in the woods and on the river, of fights with bears, of narrow escapes from angry moose, of the rough life in lumber camps and the dangers of log jams, all told in the simple speech of the Indian guide, the more impressive and convincing because of the matter-of-fact way in which he spoke. When finally he had withdrawn from the ruddy zone of the firelight, and with a brief good night had vanished in the blackness toward the village, the thoughts of the boys reverted to Plympton's story of the cave and the bones. Here was an adventure of their own. It had befallen one of their own number, and thus became real. To imaginations rendered abnormally active by the stories to which they had listened in the weird setting of the circle of flickering light, beyond which stretched the black, lonely depths of the forest, the Cave of Bones seemed pregnant with the promise of further adventure. "Lewis, can't we stay over another day and explore that cave of Plympton's?" Hal asked the question eagerly the moment the guide had gone. Woodhull poked the fire thoughtfully. "I don't know what to say," he replied slowly. "We've been here 2 days and a half now, and if we stay another day we shall leave no margin of time for delay by bad weather or possible mishap between here and the end of the cruise. And that wouldn't be showing really sound wisdom, would it?" "No, I don't suppose it would," replied Hal slowly. "But listen, 4 days of paddling will bring us to the end of the trip. At the rate we've been coming, we've simply got to avoid any mishaps. And as for bad weather, we've already proved that we can keep going through that if necessary. I, for one, am willing to take a chance on what is ahead and make the most of the present opportunity. Why, Lewis, we were going to hunt for that lost mine, and we haven't had a chance to even think of it." "You've had a far more exciting hunt and a more successful one, I fancy," said Woodhull dryly. "However, I confess that I should rather like to examine that cave myself, and I'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of remaining another day to explore Plympton's cave signify it by saying aye. 'Tis a vote. A movement to adjourn is now in order." The boys were tired enough to seek their beds without any urging and were soon rolled in their blankets to dream of bears, panthers, and dens. "Gee, this seems good to me after last night," murmured Plympton drowsily, and Woodhull smiled in the darkness. The next morning the camp was astir bright and early. Plympton proved to be so stiff and sore that on Woodhull's advice he decided to give up the trip to the cave and remain quietly in camp. "Of course I'd like to be with you fellows, but it isn't as if I hadn't seen the cave. Fact is, I dreamed about those bones all night, and I guess that what with sleeping alongside of them night before last and dreaming of them last night, I've had about enough of them," said he. "I think on the whole that I had just as soon do a little fishing and rest up." Supplied with lunch, rope, axe, and a supply of candles, the party set forth. Woodhull carried his rifle on the chance that he might pick up a couple of grouse on the way. The trail, now being familiar, was followed without difficulty, and the top of the mountain reached without incident. The hearts of Walter and Hal, at least, beat a bit faster as they prepared to enter the cave. "Do you suppose it really is a bear's den?" asked Walter eagerly. "No, I don't," replied Woodhull. "No sane bear would come way up here over those ledges when its feeding grounds are all down below, with plenty of good places to den up close by. It is more likely to be the den of a wildcat or lynx, but if it is probably an old one. If it was in use now, Edward would have heard real and not imaginary sounds. More than that, he would have smelled cat, and smelled it strong. All he mentioned was a musty smell, and that is evidence that the den, if it is a den at all, is an old one, long abandoned. I'm rather curious to see what kind of bones those are, in order to know what animals got up so high in the days before this old mountain became bald-headed." The rope was made fast to the fallen pine, and Lewis let himself down into the cavity. Walter passed down the rifle, and Lewis laughed as he took it. "There won't be any use for this down here, but I suppose it is always good scoutcraft to be prepared," he said. Hal and Walter followed. Each had a candle held in the end of a cleft stick, and when lighted, the 3 flames lit up Plympton's bedchamber so that they could see every detail. They found it very much as Edward had described it. At one end was a narrow passage into the cave beyond. It was a tight squeeze for Lewis, but he managed to get through, and the others followed with less trouble. "Phew, it certainly is dry and musty in here. I don't wonder Plympton wasn't anxious to explore without a torch or a candle," exclaimed Hal. Holding the candles high, the 3 stared about them with eager curiosity. The cave was larger than they had expected, perhaps 30 feet wide at the point where they stood, and seemed to widen out beyond the narrow circle of light from the candles, the length they could not even guess at. "I don't see those bones." It was Hal's voice, and it reverberated with a hollow sound that was almost sepulchral. "I do," replied Walter, who had lowered his candle. "They're just over there to the right." He took a step in that direction, and his foot hit something which rolled with a hollow rattling sound. Both he and Hal bent forward to see what it was, swinging their lights low to light up the floor of the cave. For a brief instant they stared in fascinated horror. Then both sprang back so suddenly that they collided and all but knocked each other down. Hal dropped his candle, which spluttered, flared up, and went out. "Ugh!" he exclaimed with a shudder. They had looked straight into the hollow, grinning emptiness of a human skull. While Hal picked up his candle and with shaking hand relighted it, Woodhull stooped down to examine the ghastly find. "There's nothing to be afraid of," he said quietly. "There's nothing more harmless in the world. Human bones are no more than the bones of any other animal, except they are to be treated with respect. I don't wonder that you were startled. Coming upon them so unexpectedly in such surroundings was a bit gruesome. Go back to the outer cave and get a breath of fresh air, and then you'll feel better." It's all right now, Lewis," said Walter in a voice still a bit husky and tremulous. "I'm not afraid. Only it does make a fellow feel queer. Who do you suppose it was, and how do you suppose he came here?" "He was an Indian," replied Lewis, who had been examining the skull closely. "The high cheekbones and general contour of the skull show that. As to how he came here, I haven't any more idea than you have. This may have been a regular burial cave, but I don't think so. It may be that he was a hermit and lived and died here, but if that was so, we ought to find some evidences of it. In either case, there should be another entrance to the cave. One thing is sure, and that is that this has never been the den of wild beasts, because the skeleton is complete, and the bones are not scattered. We'll look around a bit and see if there are any more." He arose and moved forward. Walter and Hal hesitated. They were not at all sure that they wanted to find any more skeletons, and yet they did not want to seem to show the white feather. They glanced down at the skeleton at their feet. Lewis had thoughtfully covered the skull with his hat, and with that removed from their vision somehow, they had a different feeling. And then, too, there was an unexplainable feeling of relief in the thought that these were the remains of an Indian and not of a white man. Woodhull was now some little distance ahead. In the feeble light from the single candle he carried, his figure was somewhat indistinct and a trifle grotesque. Suddenly he stumbled. There was a metallic sound, followed by a sharp exclamation. They hurried forward to find Lewis stooping over a gun, but a gun unlike any with which they were familiar. It was a flintlock of the early colonial days, and was in almost perfect state of preservation due to the dryness of the air in the cave. Near it lay a powder horn. Lewis examined its find with keen interest. "It must have belonged to that fellow back there," he said, "and it pretty nearly establishes the length of time since his death. This gun is of the pattern used in the old Indian wars. Let's see if we can find anything more of interest." A hurried examination of the cave, which proved to be about 50 feet long, revealed nothing bearing on the mystery, and they were about to return for a further inspection of the gun when Woodhull discovered what appeared to be the opening to a passage. It was so low that he was obliged to crawl on his hands and knees, but after some 10 feet of this it grew higher, so that by crouching he was able to move forward on his feet. 40 feet beyond, it ended abruptly against a wall of broken rock, and on the pieces scattered along the floor of the passage lay another human skeleton. Beside it was a hunting knife with a broken blade. Examination proved that the skeleton was that of a white man of unusual size. Such clothing as there might have been had long since turned to dust. A hasty search among the loose stones developed nothing save a tarnished coin. This, with the knife, Lewis picked up and rejoined his companions in the cave. Briefly he told them what he had found, and then each in turn crawled into the passage, for there was room for only one at a time. They did not tarry long, for though by this time they had somewhat recovered from their first feeling of repugnance, there was something so uncanny and oppressive in the presence of what they felt to be the evidence of a long-ago tragedy that they were glad to act on Woodhull's suggestion to get out into the open air once more. He himself wanted to make more thorough examination of the passage and the cave to see if he could find anything more whereby the mystery might be unraveled. By means of the rope, Walter and Hal swarmed up to the surface. "My, but the fresh air and sunshine are good," exclaimed Hal, drawing a long breath. "You bet they are," replied Walter. "I should hate to spend a night alone down there. It's a lucky thing the Plympton didn't explore any farther." Woodhull soon joined them, bringing with him the old rifle and powder horn. "Did you find anything else?" asked Walter eagerly. "Only these," replied Lewis, holding out a half a dozen arrowheads and a handful of dull red crystals. "Found them on a little shelf of rock in the cave near the first skeleton." The boys examined them curiously. The crystals were irregular, almost black in appearance, but when the sun struck them, there was a dull red tint. "Garnets," said Woodhull. Then he added with a curious inflection in his voice, "Do you know what I believe this place is?" "What?" cried both boys together. "The lost mine," replied Woodhull slowly, watching the eager faces as he spoke. "The lost mine? The lost mine?" repeated Walter, wonder and incredulity in his voice. "What makes you think so?" "I'm sure of it," replied Lewis. "I'd begun to suspect it when I found the second skeleton, and these crystals make me almost positive. Listen. According to the legend, the old chief was credited with knowledge of a ruby mine. Now, you and I know that rubies aren't found up in this country. Apparently no one ever saw those rubies close at hand. What more natural than that famous necklace should have been made of garnets? Polished, they are sometimes very handsome, and to the Indian mind would be quite as valuable as real gems. The mystery surrounding the old man and the fact that the necklace was used only on state occasions and then probably was seen only at a distance by the whites would account for the mistake as to its true character and worth. That passage in which the skeleton of the white man lies was formerly the entrance to the cave, and when I examined it the last time I found some small garnets in the walls." "And you think that story about the chief and Tucker and Laughing Brook is really true?" Walter broke in. Lewis nodded. "At least that part about the disappearance of the old man and Tucker," he said. "That passage was closed by a landslide. If you had not been too excited to observe closely, you would have noticed for yourselves that the rock at the end is of a different character from the side walls. Besides, it is broken and crushed, while the walls are solid. It is evident that whatever the cause, the two men were trapped there. One was an Indian, and one was a white man of unusual size. That answers to the description of Tucker. As I figure it out, the old chief had long known of this cave, and it was in the passage into it that he had gotten the garnets that were mistaken for rubies. Tucker trailed him, just as the legend says, and knowing that the old man was without his rifle, he followed him into the cave, either to have it out with him regarding Laughing Brook, or in the belief that he had found the famous mine. Something started the mass of rock above, and it crashed down into the passage. And Laughing Brook came up just in time to see it, Hal interrupted excitedly. Perhaps so, if that part of the story about her is true, replied Woodhull. The Indian probably met his end stoically. Tucker dug at that wall of rock until his strength failed. You see, his knife blade has lost its point, besides being badly nicked. And the gun? Asked Walter. Was Tucker's, replied Lewis. He took the tarnished coin from his pocket. It was a silver shilling, and by dint of close examination they made out the date, 1759. For a while they sat in silence, thinking of the tragedy which more than a century and a half before had been enacted there beneath their feet on the grim old mountain top. At last Hal jumped to his feet. "Let's get away from here," he exclaimed with an expressive shrug of his shoulders. "It's all so kind of uncanny." The others were quite ready, and preparations were made for the trip back to camp. Before they started, Woodhull cut a stout branch from a fallen pine, and with this for a lever they pried a big boulder so that it rolled over and partly closed the hole through which Plympton had fallen. "That has been their tomb for more than 100 years, and I hate to think of anyone desecrating it and perhaps taking those bones out of mere idle and morbid curiosity," he said as he covered the remainder of the opening with a heap of brush. "What are you going to do with the rifle?" asked Walter. "I don't know yet," replied Woodhull. "It is a mighty interesting souvenir, but we can't all have it. What do you suggest?" "I tell you what," Hal broke in. "If any of us is to have it, it seems to me that it ought to go to Plympton. He was the one who really discovered the mine." "I hoped one of you would say that," said Woodhull, his face lighting up with pleasure. "Perhaps, however, he will be willing to donate it and the horn and knife to Woodcraft Camp. It would please Dr. Merriam immensely, and they would be of interest to a great many instead of a few." "That would be bully!" exclaimed Walter. "Plympton may have the shilling, and we can divide the garnets and arrowheads among us, so that we can each have something to remember the experience by. Are you going to tell them at the village what we found?" "No," said Woodhull. "It would mean only a lot of curiosity seekers coming up here and doing the very thing that we have just taken such pains to prevent. We'll keep the rifle out of sight and say nothing. Now let's get a move on and get back to camp. I expect Edward is boiling over with curiosity." End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Comrades. When the boys reached the camp, bursting with eagerness to tell Plympton of their great discovery, they found it empty. His fishing rod was gone, and they had once guessed that he was trying his luck at the riffle that had furnished Walter and Hal with such sport. "I hope he has as good luck as we did," said Hal. "Do you know, Walt, somehow I feel differently about Sister. We started out with the idea that he had a yellow streak in him. Perhaps he has, but it begins to look to me as if it would prove to be yellow sand. And you know yellow sand is sometimes gold. To be real honest with myself, I must own up that I didn't want to like him in the first place. I wanted Tug Benson on this trip, and it made me rather sore to feel obliged to take a tenderfoot along instead. And if you don't want to like a fellow, it's pretty easy to find lots of things against him. We hadn't any real right to look down on him because he is weaker physically than we are. Do you know, I begin to think that he showed up better than we did on the carries. He lugged just as much as we did, but he wasn't silly about it and didn't kill himself trying to show off." Walter grinned a trifle sheepishly. "We were the silly ones, all right," he said. "Hal, I feel the same as you do. We just didn't give Ed a fair show in our own minds. We ought to have known Lewis well enough to have been sure that he knew what he was about, and that unless he saw signs of pay dirt he wouldn't have taken any chances on spoiling a trip like this for the rest of us. Good old Lewis. You remember what he said about Plympton? Needs experience and good company. Well, he's had the experience all right, but I guess he might have had better company. By the way, we were responsible for him being called Sister. He has never peeped about it, but I guess it has hurt just the same. I know it would have hurt me. Yesterday Woodhull asked me if I didn't think that Plympton had earned the right to be called by his own name, and suggested that we would be a little more in accord with the true scout spirit if we dropped the nickname. Perhaps you noticed that I called him Ed today? Hal nodded. Yes, he said. I did notice, and I was glad of it. I've meant to do the same thing myself, but I've called him Sister so long now that it just slips out. Fact is, I like the little beggar in spite of the fact that I didn't want to and tried not to. Same here, replied Walter heartily. More than that, I'm ready to let him know it. Let's go hunt him up now and tell him so. And also about the mine. There's just one thing that I wish, and that is that he wasn't such a fraidy-cat about snakes. I know he can't help it, and I haven't any right to feel that way, but somehow I can't shake the feeling. Come on. The boys told Woodhull where they were going. He watched them disappear in the brush. There are two of the cleanest, whitest youngsters I know, and the fairest-minded. It's queer they can't see their injustice to Plympton, and what a game fight the youngsters put up. Poor little chap. He's had more to contend with than either of them ever dreamed of, because of the curse of nervous timidity with which he was born, and which has been fostered all his life. But he's got a grip on himself now, and those boys ought to see it after that experience on the mountain. If they don't, they must be blind, and I give it up. Woodhull sighed as he finished. Meanwhile, wholly unconscious that he was the center of thought with all his comrades, Plympton was casting for bass at the head of the riffle. The warm afternoon sun slanted through the treetops and flashed from the polished surface of the spoon as it whirled through the water. He had taken 4 nice fish, and now the finny warriors lurking in the black depths of the pool on the edge of the swift water seemed to have become suspicious. But the boy appeared not to notice. Indeed, so far were his thoughts from the matter in hand that, but for the swiftness of the water, his forgotten spoon would more than once have gone to the bottom, where there was danger that it might become hopelessly fouled. Occasionally he looked wistfully up at Mount Tucker. He wondered what his comrades were doing up there and what they had found, and suddenly a great wave of loneliness swept over him. It was not the loneliness that had struck terror to his heart when he had realized that he was lost up there on the mountainside. It was a different loneliness, quite different, yet no less real. It was loneliness of the heart, the hardest kind of loneliness to bear. Woodhull was his hero. Him he idolized, as is often the way with a younger boy to whom an older boy has been kind. Walter and Hal he admired and liked, and with all the hunger of a lonely heart, he longed to be liked in return. He had tried so hard all through the cruise to win their regard. No one, unless it was Woodhull, even guessed at the battle he had fought to overcome the foolish fears, amounting at times almost to terror, that had resulted from his too active imagination under the stimulus of the, to him, strange forest surroundings, together with the element of danger which is ever present for the uninitiated. The first test had come with the running of the rapids, the first day out. It had required every bit of sand he possessed to sit still and swing his paddle in the midst of that tumult of water, despite his knowledge that Woodhull would not run any serious risk. It had been a battle against a deep-seated, inherited fear of the water. But he had won, and since then he had regarded the water with an entirely different feeling. Somehow he had become subconsciously aware that the others, Woodhull excepted, expected him to be a quitter, and more than once he had taxed his strength to the utmost to prove that he was nothing of the kind. But every effort seemed to have ended in failure. Walter and Hal were kind to him, but all the time he was acutely aware that they looked down on him as a weakling. They never said so in so many words, but there was that hateful nickname, Sister. How little they guessed the sting of it. If it had been a term of affection, he wouldn't have minded it in the least, but he knew that it wasn't. It had originated in contempt for his weaknesses, and so long as it was used, there could be none of the true spirit of comradeship for which he so ardently longed. Since his experience on the mountain, he had become aware of a change in the attitude of his comrades. There had been a warmth in their greetings hitherto lacking. He felt in his heart that he had acquitted himself well, and though he was sure that he had in large measure retrieved himself in their eyes, there was still a constraint. He was not really one of them yet. "If only they had urged me to go this morning," he muttered as he reeled in his line. "I wouldn't have gone anyway, because I wasn't fit. But if only they had shown that they really wanted me along. I've tried to make good with him, but what's the use? I've done all I can," he ended bitterly. He turned to pick up his fish, preparatory to returning to camp. The sun, falling through a break in the trees, lay full upon a flat rock behind which he had laid the fish. His attention was caught by a coppery gleam. For a few seconds of fascinated horror he gazed at the coils of a large snake which had chosen the rock for a sun-bath. Aroused by the boy's movement, the snake had raised its head and was now regarding him with the unwinking stare peculiar to the serpent tribe, meanwhile continually darting out its slender, forked tongue. All the old familiar horror swept over the boy. With a half-shriek he turned and fled, heedless of what lay in his path. For some distance he plunged through the brush. With a safe distance between him and the snake, he began in a measure to recover his self-control. Presently he stopped. Little nervous chills were still running over him, and involuntarily he shuddered. It was then that inside him began a new battle, the battle between the old nerve-ridden self and the new and heartily won manhood. "You're a coward," said a small voice. "No, you're not. You can't help it," said another. "Go back and fight it out," said the first. "What's the use?" said the second. "No one has seen you, and you don't have to tell them at camp you caught any fish. You know you can't face that snake. Besides, what's the use? Probably he's harmless, and it won't do anyone any good to kill him." "Yes, it will. It'll save your own self-respect," said the first. "Wait a while, and perhaps the snake will go away, and then you can get your fish," said the second. "Quitter," taunted the first. Plympton put down his rod, and with his scout knife cut a stout but limber stick. Setting his teeth, he slowly retraced his steps until he reached a point where he could see the flat rock. The snake still lay there, now partly uncoiled. The old fear and repugnance seized him again. "Leave him alone," whispered the tempter. "No one will be any the wiser." "And brand yourself as yellow," taunted the new self. The boy waited no longer. With white face in which determination was written, he darted forward and struck blindly at the ugly head which had been raised at the sound of his approach. The blow was only a glancing one, and the snake, finding itself cornered, darted forward. Again Plympton struck. And then, seeing that his antagonist was disabled, he blindly and feverishly rained blow after blow on the wriggling reptile long after life had been beaten out of it. At last, from sheer nervous exhaustion, he stopped, and with a half-sob, half-laugh, sat down to get control of his shaking nerves. "I did it! I did it!" he said hysterically over and over again. He had done it. He had done more than at first he realized. Presently he chanced to look in the direction of his late foe, motionless for the tip of the tail, which reflex muscular action still kept twitching. He was surprised and delighted to find that though he had felt the same old repugnance, it was his feeling alone that possessed him. With it was none of the fear which hitherto had always mastered him at every sight of a snake. Slowly he arose, and with his stick poked the body of the reptile. It was perhaps 3 feet long. "To think that a little thing like that should ever have made me run," he muttered, a blush of shame mantling his cheeks. "But it never will again," he added with a strange, sweet sense of triumph. "I wish your brother would come along right now, just so I could prove it." It was just at this instant that a shout from the rear made him start guiltily. "Oh, you Ed!" rang the hail. For just an instant he stared in bewilderment, for he had supposed himself wholly alone. And then again it was the first time in weeks that he had been addressed by his given name, or rather a diminutive of it, save by Woodhull. and he could hardly believe that the hail was meant for him. "Oh, you Ed?" There was no mistaking the warmth and cordiality in the combined voices this time, and with a queer little lump in his throat he replied as Walter and Hal appeared in sight. "What luck, old scout?" asked Walter as the two boys came up, and then, without waiting for a reply, he exclaimed as he appeared to see the victim of the late fray for the first time. "By Jove, I thought you were the fellow who was afraid of snakes." I am," replied Plympton, and added hastily, "At least I was." "And here you are going off by yourself and killing copperheads," continued Walter. "That's a big one, too." "Oh, he isn't so very big. I don't believe he's over 3 feet long," protested Plympton modestly. "But 3 feet is about as big as a copperhead ever gets, and he's got poison enough in that ugly fat head of his to kill us all to kingdom come," said Walter. Plympton regarded his victim with new interest. "I didn't know he was poisonous," he confessed. "I've been feeling kind of mean to think that I killed a harmless creature, but I just had to," he ended lamely. "And it's a good thing you did," replied Walter. "Just take a good look at him so that the next time you see one you'll know it. You too, Hal, for I believe you told me the other day you had never seen a copperhead. Excepting for an occasional rattlesnake, it is the only poisonous snake we have in the North, and it should be killed whenever met with. All other snakes are harmless and beneficial rather than otherwise, destroying a great amount of vermin. The copperhead isn't as poisonous as a rattlesnake, but a bite may prove fatal unless given prompt and proper treatment. Ed, old boy, you did a good job with this fellow. Bully for you. If the professor is through, we'll tell you what brought us over here," Hal broke in. "I yield the floor," said Walter, making a pass at Hal. "It's about what we found in the cave. But before we tell you about that, we want you to know that we think we've been a couple of cads, and we want to set ourselves right with you. We got it into our heads somehow that you were a quitter, and I guess we just looked down on you because you ain't as strong as us." Hal was blurting out his confession regardless of grammar. "We want you to know that we are most awfully ashamed of ourselves, and that we are not going to call you sister any more, and we wish we felt sure that we would have done as well as you did if either of us had been lost on the mountain the way you were," finished Walter as Hal hesitated. "Will you shake hands and forgive us?" It was a question which was the most embarrassed, Plympton or his companions. The former felt the tears very near the surface, and he gulped once or twice to keep them back, but they were tears of pleasure. There isn't anything to forgive," he stammered as he held out his hand. "And I don't mind now if you do call me sister. Truly I don't. What did you find up in the cave?" The change of topic was so abrupt that all three burst out laughing, and this snapped the tension. Walter and Hal at once plunged into an account of their morning experience, and in their eagerness and excitement talked so fast and interrupted each other so often that it was a wonder that Plympton could make head or tail out of the story. But he gathered the main facts, and that his companions regarded him as a real discoverer of the lost mine. "Now let's get a move on and hurry back to camp so you can see the old rifle and powder horn and all the other things," Walter finally wound up. Woodhull, busy about the camp, paused in his work as the sound of boyish voices singing reached him. "For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody will deny." The voices were Hal and Walter's, and a minute later the three boys appeared on the edge of the clearing. Walter was in the lead with a dead snake hanging limply from a stick held before him. Plympton was next, grinning happily with a string of bass in one hand, and Hal brought up the rear carrying Plympton's rod and singing lustily. Lewis smiled. "I knew those youngsters were all right," he murmured. "True scouts in thought and deed." Aloud he exclaimed, "Hello! Who met the serpent in the wilderness?" "Edward!" shouted Walter and Hal in unison, and then proceeded to paint a vivid picture of how they had found him standing in triumph above his victim. What they didn't tell was how, approaching unseen, they had witnessed Plympton's mad flight when he had first discovered the snake, his battle with himself, and finally his victory over both the snake and his own fears. and how they had stolen back away and hailed him from a distance, that he might not suspect that he had been seen in his moment of weakness. Of the remainder of that cruise there is little to tell. Camp was broken the next morning, and a regretful farewell bidden to the scene of so much adventure and romance. The weather continued good, and 4 days later the little village where they were to take the train for home appeared in view just as the sun was setting. It had been planned to go to a hotel that night, but at the earnest pleading of all 3 of the younger boys, Woodhull consented to one more camp, and for the last time the tents were pitched. As they sat around the campfire after supper, Woodhull brought out the souvenirs of the lost mine on Mount Tucker to divide them. It had already been decided that the rifle and powder horn were to go to Woodcraft Camp with a copy of the legend and an account of the finding of the relics. By unanimous vote of the other 3, Plympton was given the shilling, despite his protest that he was not entitled to it. The knife Woodhull accepted after all the others had refused point-blank to touch it. The arrowheads and the garnets were equally divided, Hal suggesting that each have one of the latter made into a stick pin as a memento of the best vacation 4 boys ever had. Late they sat in the glow of the fire, loath to seek their blankets for the last time, and over them brooded the spirit of perfect comradeship. Woodhull finally broke the spell. "All hands turn in," he ordered crisply. "It'll be a long journey tomorrow, and we want to be prepared for it." Reluctantly they sought the tents. The fire burned lower, and the shadows crept closer. The stars twinkled down between the interlacing treetops. "Good night, Ed," murmured a sleepy voice. "Good night, Walt." "Good night, Ed." "Good night, Hal." A log broke in the glowing embers and sent up a shower of sparks, and then quiet and perfect peace reigned in the hearts and over the last camp of the Boy Scouts on Swift River. End of Chapter 20. End of The Boy Scouts on Swift River by Thornton W. Burgess. Recorded by Keith Salis.